power plant, and all over the area houses high-end houses, of course, and this is also in the process of commodification. And let's see what will happen, because now it's maybe we are in a condition where the high-end market is I don't know, no more so in good shape. Seren?
Excuse me, Professor Angrilli, I would like to remind you of time. We must end this we are very fruitful session now.
I can write from chat box. That's okay. We can pass to the following session if you wish.
We're done.
Okay.
So thank you, everybody. Thank you for your interesting presentation and for the interesting discussion we had. And so we move to the next session with Darko Reba. Hi, Darko. Nice to see you.
Hi, Massimo. Nice to see you again.
Okay, the floor is yours.
Okay, so the next session, Zeynep, you want to do this?
Yes, please. Thank you very much.
Go ahead. So just one word. We're live streaming. Thank you very much. Go ahead.
So our next session will be chaired by Darko Reba from University of Novi Sad and co-chaired by Jan Gadene from Temple University Rome. And the subject of this session is urban evolution and landscape regeneration in the Balkan region. Thank you very much for being with us. The floor is yours, Darko Reba.
Thank you very much. First presenter is the Irena Roter-Blagojevic, and I hope that you see her biography.
Yes.
Irena Roter-Blagojevic working at the Faculty of Architecture, University of Belgrade since 1989. At the same faculty finished the specialization in protection and revitalization and research of the building heritage, magister in history and theory of architecture in 1994, and PhD in architecture and urbanism in 2004. Since 2005, she is a professor at the courses of history of architecture in Serbia and protection and realization of built heritage. I give floor now to Mirjana and hope that she will.
Thank you, Darko. We are hearing?
Yes, yes.
Yes. I will.
Yes, we saw you.
Going to share my screen.
Yes, the floor is yours.
You see presentation.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I am very happy to be part of this conference, and I am sorry because we are not in Istanbul. I hoped we will be in Istanbul this year, and I will start with presentation about Belgrade. Because in the previous session, we see many very interesting discussions and some discussion about continuity, discontinuity, and these problems of spontaneous regulated cities. And some of these elements will part of my presentation. Belgrade has a 2 millennia long urban history for ancient time and early medieval times until today. It's connected with the Roman history and Byzantine history as well. Town has a turbulent development as a result of specific geostrategic and geopolitical position on the confluence of the Sava and Danube rivers and on the border between East and West. This key word is border between East and West, and this is our destiny, I think. The main characteristics of the urban history are discontinuity and distractions, which resulted in an incoherent urban development. I will start from early 15th century in the beginning, because Belgrade reached its medieval climax in the early 15th century under Despot Stefan Lazarević. He was a Renaissance man, a diplomat, warrior, and poet, very important person for our history. At the same time, he had good relations with the Byzantine Empire, Ottoman Sultan Bayezid, and the Hungarian King Sigismund. His sister, Olivera, was Bayezid, one of the Bayezid wives, and this is also connection with our history and Ottoman history. He received Belgrade from Hungary in 1403, and it became capital of the Serbian Principality, an important political, marketing, and cultural center. He was in present day, I think, man of United Europe, a very interesting person. The construction of the new city or new fortified city was in the elements of the oldest Byzantine fortress on the Danube Limes, and from the 6th century, and had this lower town on the hill with castle, a lower town. It's on the elements of Roman ramparts. These parts are on the Roman ramparts, and had the downtown civilian settlement on the Danube River bank, and two huge ports, one for mercantile and military ships, and one for despot. After the death of Despot Stefan Lazarević, suddenly in 1427, he has 50 years, the town was returned to the Hungary, and the late 15th century and early century was in the arena of permanent clashes. For Central Europe, the fortress was important in defense against the Ottoman invasion, so that it was called the ramparts of Christianity and the key to Europe. The Ottoman army, led by Sultan Suleiman, conquered the fortress in 1521, and it became an important base for progress to the Buda. During the time without wars in the 16th and 17th century, the town transformed and expanded into the typical Levantine. The structure of the town with the large suburb and the position of the most significant buildings, we can see on the plan from the late 17th century. In that moment, the suburb had a peak of its growth. The fortification has the same structure and the 15th century because the town wasn't on the border. However, at the end of the peaceful period, around the suburbs were built a defense trench with palisades. The Danube slope, the area between Carigrad Road, this is Carigrad Road, and the Vidin Road was covered by the Muslim quarters. Many stone mosques, Bayezistans, caravansarais, khans, baths were built, hammams. The main building were the Vezir Sarai, and Sokoli Mehmet Pasha Caravanserai in Bezistan. In the center was a large cemetery with musalla. Jewish Sephardic community lived near the fortress in the Danube River bank around the synagogue. And this position where Jewish people lived until today. The Christian Orthodox community lived in the medieval suburb along the south front of the fortress, and on the Sava slope, there were Greek, Armenian, and Serbian churches. After the Ottoman siege to Vienna and the loss of Buda in 1686, Belgrade was again between two armies in war. Austrians conquered the town in 1688 and started the modernization of fortress and construction of new Baroque ramparts. Major changes was made in the southeast front of the fortress, where the houses in the firing distance from the ramparts were demolished in order to obtain the clear view area. This was the end of the oldest medieval settlement, suburban settlement. On the panoramic view from rivers, we can see the town in that moment with many densely built houses, mosques on the downtown and in the suburbs on the Danube and Sava river bank. It was the very important moment. The second time, in 1770, Belgrade was conquered and annexed to Habsburg monarchy. On this plan, we can see planning modernization and transformation of fortress in the Baroque system, Baroque bastion system, and on the suburb, in the suburb were planned the new orthogonal structure of urban blocks, squares, and streets. The significant changes were made in the peripheral part of the civilian settlement, where the new fortification around the city was planned, and reduction of the territory. However, due to the short time of Austrian rule, the planned transformation has been partially achieved. After the new war and Belgrade peace arrangement in 1799, Austrians were obligated to demolish new fortification and buildings, and Ottomans continued to use the Baroque ramparts of fortress, and around the town, around the civilian settlement, they constructed earthen ramparts with palisades and trench, with 5 gates. The main gate was Stamboul Gate, made in stone. On the plan from the late 18th century, we can see that the urban structure of spontaneous and organic form from 16th century were still preserved. And as a result of the Austrian reconstruction, we can see some streets in the part on the Danube river bank, because that was a new German town. In the center was Austrians were regulated great market, Grossenplatz, and there were main trade streets, Upper Market Street, Charshia. On the Danube slope were along Market Street, second Charshia. The section of the 2 main streets had the Ottoman name Dorcho, and today all this part of town we call Dorcho. Jewish Sephardic community continued to live in Yalia on the Danube River bank, and they have a synagogue today synagogue is in remains. The Serbs lived around their church, new church. They have new church, and Bishop Palace erected, Metropolia erected during Austrian's reconstruction, Kosađu Červenac. There were the square and one main Serbian street with main market street. After the first Serbian uprising in 1884, Belgrade became the capital of Serbian Principality from 1886 to 1813. New public institutions and the population were settled into the old Ottoman houses. One of them was the house from the 16th century on the Danube slope, which hosted the first Serbian school, Lyceum. The house has typical Oriental structure, haremluk and selamluk, we call, and timber frame construction called bondruk, filled with bricks and mortar. The Ottoman army returned to Belgrade in 1813. The Muslim population continued to live in their homes at Dorćol. On this panoramic view from mid-19th century, we can see fortress and many mosques reminding Oriental houses on the Danube slope, and remains of the palace, stone palace of Austrian Prince Eugen, called Prince Han or Pirinčan. Political situation is changed after the second Serbian uprising, and formed the Serbian Principality under partial political autonomy under the Ottoman Empire, and urbanization was a priority for the future Serbian political, social, cultural development. Serbian leader, Prince Miloš Obrenović, marked that by rebuilding the whole Serbian church in the style of Central European Baroque and Classicism, as the symbol of political cultural break with the Eastern tradition and in adopting a Western culture. On the other side of street, the Prince Miloš and Prince Ljubica new residence, Novi Konak, was designed by Hadži Nikola Živković from Vodena, today Odessa in Greece, as a combination of the Levantine and Western architecture. The basement has massive brick construction with the vaults, but the spatial structure and timber frame construction of upper floors were Oriental. The facade has decorative elements of Central European Baroque and Classicism. In addition, the house has bath hammam. In the same area where the houses, new houses, was built Serbian Martians, new house were in timber frame construction with adobe brick infill. The reason was that in that time were dominance of the traditional builders who came from the East and South Balkan. Only the wealth people can bring builders from Austria to do plan for their buildings. From 1836, according to the Više's order of Prince Miloš, started regulation in New Belgrade in Savamala, outside of the old city walls. We can see trench, old trench, and mod. First were regulated Abadžijska čaršija and Savamalska street by engineer Franz Janke. He came from Vienna, and he was the first government engineer. The European orthogonal pattern of future Belgrade was established in that time, and later, we see this pattern, on the Yankee spine and here. In later pattern were extended to the west in whole west and east Vračar and representing the basis for the main town street. And today main town street, Kneza Miloša, King Alexander Street, Prince Miloš, King Alexander, and Nemanjina Street, very important street. Now today, like in 19th century, there was new administrative center of principality, city council, new court, i military barracks, znači all main institution of principality, and today there is the government building too. Despite these changes and many new houses in Western architecture, we can say Saborna Church and Palace of New Court, barracks, hospital, second court. The town had Levantine appearance. After 1867, then Prince Mihailo Obrenović achieved the final, removing the Ottoman army and the Muslim population from Belgrade, started the transformation of old fortified town in mud. For first time, the urban structure of the existing urban structure and the existing house were recorded in land survey by Emilian Josimovic, professor of grade school. On the plan, we can see the similar situation as in 18th century. From the 18th century to the 19th century, nothing was changed in this fortified part of the town. In plan,
2 minutes.
Okay, where mark only the buildings of massive construction, and other buildings were prepared for demolition. Josimovic made and published his plan for future reconstruction, and we can see of this plan this situation between old town, spontaneously formed mainly, and regulated parts of a new town. Because of this political idea of the Ottomanization, in Belgrade were under the new government were demolished all the buildings, all the mosques, this architectural oriental, but many houses were still preserved until the 1930s. And today, on the end, we can see only the remains of some fountain on the Mehmet Pasha Soholović on Upper Town Belgrade Fortress, one tomb. In the fortress preserved one imam. In the south town, we have only the buildings of Oriental architecture under the influences of Oriental architecture in the building in 1920s, and only the part of the town which now preserved and listed as cultural property connected with Ottoman heritage is part of Danube slope with area of where is the Lyceum and Bayraki Mosque.
Sorry, time is past. You need
I have only three pictures, and this old house and one of the complex of school and one tomb, very important. And we can say that it's very pity that Ottoman tradition is this part formed from 15th to 19th century were disappeared from our town because the reconstruction was very vast, and that idea about Europeization and modernization was very destructive. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mirjana. It was a nice presentation about the Belgrade history. I was studying in Belgrade, but never had the presentation of history of our capital like that. And now we will go to the next presenter. And it will be the Velika Ivkovska. Velika Ivkovska is engineer, architect, and architectural historian. She's an assistant professor of Akişehir University. I hope that I pronounced good. In Istanbul, where she teaches history and theory of art and architecture, Ottoman architecture, as well as design studies and representative techniques in architecture. Velika, is yours.
Thank you, Darko. It's nice to finally put a voice on the face, because I know you and know Professor Mirjana from your published works and contacts with my native faculty. So without further ado, I will start sharing my screen. Just let me see. Okay, you can see my screen, right?
Yes.
And the presentation. So today I will be presenting the Ottoman urban environment in the Balkans, presenting through the case of the town of Ohrid. I'm sorry, okay. So the town of Ohrid has a continuity throughout the history, and it was first known as Likhnidus, which was located along the Viegnatia road, which connected the Adriatic port of present-day Durrës with Byzantium. However, according to excavations by local Macedonian and previously Yugoslavian archaeologists, it was a town that was dating all the way before King Philip II of Macedonia. So before his reign, the western frontier of Macedonia coincided actually with the mountainous range that separated Likhnidus and Pelagonia from the lakes of Prespa. After devastating invasions of Bardelis, in order to prevent future disasters and secure his kingdom, Philip actually launched a war against the Illyrians, and he conquered the lands up until the lake of Likhnidus. So the strategic position of Likhnidus for the defense of the kingdom is further underlined during the events of the First Macedonian War. In 209 BC, Philip V later was engaged in operations against the Aetolians and the Peloponnese, when he was informed that Likhnidus was actually recaptured. So before he could wage a war in Illyria, the Dardanians actually had poured into Macedonia. The history of the Hellenistic city of Likhnidus can be traced on the slopes along the lake of Ohrid, between the sites of Trebenishta and Likhnidus, and since the end of the Bronze Age and the early Iron Age. This region, however, reached a high point with the appearance of the rulers' graves in Trebenishta that were furnished with golden damask and other valuable gifts. With the discovery of similarly equipped grave in the middle of the city center of Ohrid, the assumption was confirmed that both places were closely connected during the time of the famous Trebenishta group of Archaic Macedonia. Since the Archaic period, the aristocratic class on the slopes of the Ohrid hill, Ohridski Rid, above the lake Ohrid, formed the basis for the later development of Likhnidus. The heyday of the prehistoric Balkan aristocracy and the eventful history of the city have long been the focus of archaeological research. The long-known grave fields formed together with the well-researched architectural remains of the ancient city the foundations from which we can today read the legacy of the Hellenistic, the Roman, and the late antique Lychnidos. They allege that the small Samuel's fortress was actually built on the place of an earlier fortification that was dated to the 4th century BC. Archaeological excavation, such as the polyconchal basilica from the 5th century, actually prove of the early adaptation of Christianity in the area. So bishops from Lychnidos participated in multiple ecumenical councils. The Bulgarians conquered the city in 867. At the end of the 9th century, the Bulgarian Tsar Boris I actually separated Macedonia as a separate unit with its own bishops, who were neither Bulgarian nor from Constantinople, but instead he appointed Saint Clement. From 990 until 1018, Ohrid was also the seat of the Patriarchy. And after the Byzantine conquest of the city in 1018, the Bulgarian Patriarchy actually was downgraded to an archbishopry and was placed under the authority of the Ecumenical Patriarchy of Constantinople. Later, during the Norman invasions and Bohemond, when he took over the city in 1083, the town had its continuous development during the Byzantine and the Serbian rule period. In the 13th and the 14th century, actually the city changed hands between the despot of Epirus, the Bulgarians, the Byzantine, and the Serbian empires. The Byzantine and post-Byzantine era was marked with the build and precinct of an incredible number, counting at the time 365 churches, each for each day of the year and dedicated to a saint martyr on its day. So thus with this becoming today known as Jerusalem on East. At the end of the 14th century, it was conquered by the Ottomans and remained under them until 1912. The exact date of Ohrid's fall under the Turkish rule cannot be determined accurately. However, there is an inscription in a church, St. Elias, located in the village of Elshani, which is a little bit further from the city, that is dating back from 1408 and is considered to be accurate evidence of a presence of the Turks, of the Ottomans in the area. So based on Ottoman documents, it is assumed that Ohrid fell under them in 1395 and that it was seized by Jandarli Hayrettin Pasha, who became the vizier and the position of the supreme military commander, the second in power after the Sultan himself. Ohrid was of extreme importance for the conquering plans of the Ottomans. The Sanjak of Ohrid was among the oldest that were established in the Balkan part of the Ottoman Empire. The Ottoman conquest, the colonization, and Islamization of the local inhabitants had a great impact on the external appearance of the town. The first Muslim buildings in Ohrid were built as early as the 15th century. Thus, in the Plaushnik Imaret area, the Ottomans converted the old St. Clement Monastery, St. Panteleimon, into a mosque. And this was probably the first structure that it was used by the Ottoman conquerors. So the mosque is known as the Imaret Mosque, and actually its name is Mehmet Fatih Mosque, named after the conqueror. Following the Ottoman rule and takeover the region of the Balkans and Rumelia and the town of Ohrid, the conversion of Christian structures continued. So the Church of Saint Sophia, that was built on the foundation of a metropolitan cathedral that was demolished in the first decade of the 6th century by the barbarian invasion, and then the next church that was built during the First Bulgarian Empire after the official conversion to Christianity. It was basically rebuilt in the last decade of the 10th century as a patriarchal cathedral in the form of a dome basilica after the replacement of the capital of Bulgaria into Ohrid during the reign of Tsar Samuel, when the church was the seat of the Patriarchy and Autocephalous Patriarch. Later, it became a seat of the Archbishopry of Ohrid under the Patriarchate of Constantinople until the 18th century. And during the Ottoman period was converted into a church with addition of the minaret in one of the towers of the structure that was built by the Gregorius in the early 14th century. The Haji Qasim Mosque was the largest mosque in Ohrid. It stood in front of the so-called water gate of the city walls, where today the central square is. And the mosque without the minaret at the time was demolished by the state, by Yugoslavia in the 50s. Today there is a square fashioned on the site, and we have zero remainings of this mosque. However, the Cross Mosque, or I'm sorry, I got a little bit lost in my text. The Haji Turgut Mosque, or so-called known as the Cross Mosque, was built in the plains of the city outside of the hill, and it bears its name due to the fact that on top of its minaret it had a little cross. However, the Ali Pasha Mosque, which was built in 1573, is today the largest Islamic church in the city, and was renovated in 1823, and the minaret was recently rebuilt in the past 2 years. The flat main dome is actually flanked by 3 smaller domes that covered a porch. There is a wooden fountain in the courtyard, and the mosque was restored, as I mentioned, 2 years ago again. The Zeynel Abidin Pasha Mosque, or so-called Tekke Mosque, was built in 1564. And in 1519, Mohammed Haji Hayati, a Persian dervish and a member of the Sufi order of the Halveti, added a tekke here. Also, a turbe was built for the founder in 1720, and the entire complex was restored in 2012. The Haidar Pasha Mosque was built in 1490 at the entrance to the city in the northwestern district that is going towards the old road to Struga. The Kulolu Mosque, built in 15th or 16th century, located on the western corner of the same district. The Haji Hamza Mosque, a small building that was being erected in the Korzo, so-called Korzo Promenade. It was right from the road of the slope of Deboy, still in the same area as the previous 2 mosques. The clock tower was located and it still exists on the slope on the old hill to the east of the castle. It was built by Çavuşdere Süleyman Ağa from Shkodra in 1723, and until 1912 it was telling. It has an important meaning for the Muslims because it was reporting the time for the prayer. Below the hill, there was the 900-year-old sycamore tree that from here you would enter the Ottoman Turkish Bazaar. According to the census that was carried by the Turks in 1582, the municipality of Ohrid, with the villages around that covered 88 in number, had around 13,600 inhabitants. Based on the names of the heads of the families covered by this census, we can conclude that the majority of the population were Macedonians. However, the presence of non-Slavic inhabitants was evident, mostly Turks, Albanians, and Vlachs. Few records exist concerning the development of Ohrid in the 18th century. However, it is evident that the town was expanding. Thus, at the end of the same century, the foundations of 2 neighborhoods, Dolno and Gorno Vlaško Malo, were established. The storyteller Evliya Çelebi is in one of his documents states that Ohrid had 17 Muslim temples, 7 primary schools, 77 baths, and 3 public canteens. In the 17th century, downtown Ohrid covered a large part of the lower town. It had all the buildings necessary for carrying out craft and trade activities. Apparently, there were 150 shops, 3 free of charge taverns, and 3 inns, as well as 7 well-equipped cafes. The Christian population declined during the first century of the Ottoman rule, and then in 1664 there were only 142 Christian houses. However, it is important to mention and to point out that the Christians settled and still continue to live on the hill, on the old town, while the Muslims settled in the plain areas. And this had to do with the subjugation of the regions and the towns during the Ottoman invasions to the lands. If a town was taken easily by surrender, the Ottomans were just converting the major shrine, and then they were just building next to the old city center. So they were not invading, and they were not invading, but not building and disturbing the already existing population. So as you can see from this slide, with the green, there are marked all the mosques that were flanking around the Muslim neighborhood, while the Christians, together with all the Byzantine, pre-Byzantine, and post-Byzantine churches, were still remaining intact. Many were the travelers, Western travelers, who traveled the Ottoman Empire, the so-called Orient, in the 19th century, and they all very well depicted the Ottoman environment, the urban and the cityscape, Ottoman cityscape of the city. Edward Lear captured the Ali Pasha Mosque and the converted Saint Sophia Church, which was at the time mosque, as well as Mary Walker, who described Ohrid as one of the most beautiful in the lands that she traveled. Together with beautiful engravings made by Mary Durham, who also traveled the regions, they left an incredible mark of the Ottoman existence in the area. The Ottoman urban environment in the town today, even though well maintained through the functioning mosque, is lost. Actually, most of the vernacular inheritance is in the plain area of the city, where the Turks settled, drastically changed, and almost nothing from the previous urban layers is preserved and legible. But also the vernacular in the old town that is legally put under protection is going under severe attack by ill-implemented restorations. On a more severe level, the ill behavior of the town and of the town officials and the government official brought a serious threat to the UNESCO status of Ohrid, regarding not just the misconduct to the nature, but also to the aggressive abruption of the protected vernacular heritage in the old town on the hill. Ohrid was a town that was small in its size. However, it could very well distinct the Muslim area and the one with the Christian. However, according to the Ottoman tradition of building complexes around the mosques, very little is preserved. The only hammam is now implemented within a shopping center. Many of the other structures that Evren Evliya Çelebi mentions are completely lost. However, we still keep and have the organic distribution of the settlement in the old neighborhood that was ending in many dead ends, that is leading all the way up to the fortress of the hill of the Lichnidos. So we follow this continuity on this incredible site of Ohrid with all its beauty, and that is all. I hope I managed in 20 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much. You have 4 minutes left, but if you want to add something, it is...
To breathe. I was rushing in time. No, I mean, it is interesting to mention, to point out that in the 50s, 1955, 56, there was an agreement between Yugoslavia and the Turkish Republic at the time, and most of the Muslims, the Turks, actually got a chance to leave their homes, and they get some financial compensation from their state. But still with nostalgia, they return to their own places. However, everything from this Turkish area, which is on the right side of this slide, is completely lost today. All the buildings are knocked down. All the old buildings do not exist. Even those that were built in the socialistic area now are subject to new constructions that are again threatening the UNESCO status of the city. Okay, I think I should give more time to the next presenter, Darko. I hope you agree.
Thank you very much. It was a nice presentation about Ohrid's history. It was during the Yugoslavia time, was a point for the holidays, and because the nice lake and normally stratified and layered history. And thank you very much. It was very, very nice.
Thank you. We're still here for you.
Yes, of course, we are arriving. Yes. Now we go to the next presenter. It was Dragana Kostica. Dragana holds a master degree in culture policy and management in culture from the University of Arts in Belgrade, Center for Interdisciplinary Studies UNESCO Chair, and bachelor's degree in archaeology from the Faculty of Philosophy. Currently, she is the PhD student at the Department of Urban Planning at the Hafen City University in Hamburg. Her interests are focused on urban regeneration, creative cities, creative placemaking, gentrification, city branding, and culture and creative tourism. Dragan, I hope that you are ready.
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay.
Okay. Share screen. Just a moment.
Should be at the bottom.
Here, yeah. This, okay, just a moment. Do you see it now?
Then click the icon.
Okay.
No, Dragana, you need to first open your presentation. Then from share screen, you need to choose that PowerPoint document or PDF document, you see? So now stop sharing, please.
Okay, just a moment.
Stop sharing.
Let me stop sharing first for you.
Okay, sorry.
No problem at all. So please open the PDF or PowerPoint on your desktop first.
Okay, so I go to the documents, right?
Open it and no, not that again. Okay, your screen. Okay.
So your files.
Find your file first.
Okay. Files. Okay, documents. Here, yeah. Then can I open now?
Let's try, because I don't think we're going to see it, but please open it and I will tell you if we see it or not.
Yeah, what about now?
No.
So,
yes, so let me stop your screen again.
I don't know what's the problem because I shared it on the previous conference.
Wait.
Okay, yeah.
No, so if I may, I will kindly ask Professor Kamitz to assign you and Özgöz Kıvancı to the breakout room, to the backstage, in order to solve this problem.
Okay,
so
no
we
problem.
can go with the next presenter, and then
I think so. Yeah,
we can go back if it's okay
sure.
with you, Darko Reba.
Yeah, definitely.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I will present another. It is. I need to share my screen first.
Sorry, who should I
next
send?
Presenter is.
So I'm sorry.
Micho.
I'm sorry. Dragana Kostika.
Yes.
And Özgöz Kıvancı, you will receive an invitation to join a breakout room in your screen now. Please click on join, just you two, okay? Thank you very much. Sorry to interrupt you, Darko Reba.
No problem.
Okay, no problem. Next presenter is Eliza Micho, is an architectural student in the 5th year of studies in Catholic University Our Lady of Good Counsel of Tirana. She has participated in previous works as volunteer and took the great experience from the leader of the team. And I hope Eliza is ready.
Thank you, everyone, but I'm not the only one that I participate. I'm with my colleagues, and Clea Nelly, she's going to talk the first for this amazing conference.
All right, greetings, everyone. It's a pleasure for us to be part of this symposium. Today we are going to talk about Tirana, and it's Tirana is the capital of Albania, as many of you know, and it's 40 years of transformation from 1989 till today. Okay, we start with the presentation.
I'm sharing my screen. Am I sharing my screen?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Tirana has been a small town established around the 17th century, which is the time when Albania was a part of the Ottoman Empire. Until the beginning of the 20th century, Tirana was an organic town with narrow, curvy streets and low-rise buildings. The town had two main functions, which were sharply divided spatially. The center, which was the social hub with the mosque and the bazaar, whereas the rest of the built form consisted of poorly residential units. Tirana became a city as it was claimed the capital of the country in the 1920s. And since then, it has been undergoing dramatic changes, and the city development is still a major issue. The city of Tirana retains legacies from the all different periods of its history, which physically express themselves in the widely varied architectural forms, like mostly mosques, bazaar-like streets, markets, squares designed in a manner of Italian fascist architecture and communist architecture, like the Palace of the Culture and parade grounds. The center of Tirana was conceived by planners as a monumental space that would represent the force and rebirth of Albania. To achieve this goal, that are legacies from the past, like the old bazaar, the city hall, the Orthodox cathedral that doesn't exist anymore, an old assembly of shops, hotels, bars, and group of traditional houses. These legacies, Skanderbeg had to fight for its independence under other architectural structures. The only historical buildings that were spared were the Mosque of Haji Hetembeu, the clock tower, and the complex of the ministries from the Italian occupation. In Tirana, during the 1970 and 1980, the blocks of flats became the main form of accommodation. The residential neighborhoods in Tirana were organized according to a Soviet model called micro-districts, which meant that they were more or less self-contained with necessary services to reduce commuting and with strong stress on access to factories, schools, healthcare facilities, and cultural sites. The architectural vision and style behind the type of apartment blocks and the design of the micro-districts was based on functionalism. The city ideals in functionalism are that the city structure and architecture should satisfy four fundamental needs. One, functional housing, the need for recreation areas, the need for transport, and the functional needs for work. The idea is that you can shape the form, content, and values of the social life through the design of the physical environment. The highest ranking members of the leadership lived in special housing, compounds commonly referred to as the block, in complete isolation from the working class. As you can see in the pictures, they were well shown. How was the situation during these years? Elisa?
In 1990, Albania officially transformed into a democratic republic. During this period, the population of Tirana grew due to an enormous migration from the countryside, where the economic opportunities for maintaining daily life were particularly non-existing. The streets were like one big muddy building. Sites and carefully fancy building called business centers appeared around every corner. The plan of 1990 and the drafting of this plan have become necessary due to the increase in demand for housing, the development of the residential area on social and public service, the unpredictable expectation of the industrial area and its combination with the area of housing, which through planned in the 1957 of the plan that were like the meeting the housing requirements of residents until 2005, defining new space for industrial development, creating the solution of the pollution problem, as well as the addition and improvement of the road network. The plan was based on the existing road system, adapting it to the growing needs of the city. The system remained again a central ring, despite the problems about the traffic with the expectation of the city. The total lack of respect for public probably was unique in the post-socialist city development in Albania in the 90s. Illegal occupation of public land for housing, mainly on the outskirts of Tirana, and for commercial purpose in the center of Tirana. The free movement of the population from rural to urban areas, particularly to the capital city of was stimulated by the mixture of political, social, and economic factors of the transition period. With the collapse of the economy in the cooperatives, states, industries, and states farms, there was almost no employment in the countryside. And this made the transition of the citizens. Wherever possible, the space around the residential buildings were divided into private country yards, occupying common spaces. Most of the exploitations were carried out without building permits. Specific numbers of citizens of Tirana also began squatting in the public spaces between houses and in the public areas like parks. There were starts private business like restaurants, bars, small shop, or kiosks. The development completely destroyed the architectural postmodernist and from the socialist area. And since 1990, the population of Tirana municipality was also doubled, and the region of Great Tirana was tripled. With all of illegal settlements and corruption in Tirana, the question of the city planners asked themselves during the 90s was how to create some order into this chaos through the city planning. And one of foreign urban planner noticed many planners have a native attitude towards irregular urban development and considered it an illegal activity which the government needed to put a stop on it.
In 2000, In 2000, Tirana elected a new mayor, Edi Rama. He proposed that all illegal construction in the center be destroyed and the center of Tirana be renewed to provide more public space. Tirana is a dynamic city of noise and contrast where the modern lifestyle meets all traditions. In 2000, Edi Rama was facing a post-communist city with few typologies of buildings, no public spaces, and a gray color repeated in the whole urban pattern. With help from international artists, he turned Tirana's architecture in 2004 into a patchwork quilt of blue, green, orange, purple, yellow, and red, and the city itself into an abstract painting. The requalification project considered two divisions of building. The first one included objects which do have architectural values, or belong to a certain style, mostly institution or object built during Italian conquest. The second division included the gray color communism residential building, which do not provide any architectural value. According to the classification, the building of the first division preserved their initial basic colors, which became brighter. The color was used to emphasize the style elements and attract the intention towards the renewed facades. The facade restoration of this residential building preserved the architectural elements by emphasizing the horizontal and vertical proportion using a different color pattern. Meanwhile, the buildings that were classified as the second division went through a different process. An international competition took place in Tirana in 2000 to repaint buildings in the audacious array of color and pattern. Each facade was unique and soon they became useful checkpoints of the city. Meanwhile, the regulatory plan of 2004 consisted mainly on the development and regulation of the road network. The road traffic lines were not all paid. Many roads would be created or expanded to facilitate traffic towards the city center. They would allow for better and more streamlined traffic, especially given that the use of motor vehicles was increasingly important. These new roads would contribute to a clear organization of the constructed parts, defining the smaller blocks while respecting an organic configuration in the north and a regular configuration in the south. As for pedestrian roads, such would happen in the heart of the block, starting from existing alleys, public or private, or using some free construction space. The pedestrian parts would also be highlighted inside the green spaces, as they would be crossed by small passages, which would also pass through the existing buildings. This would allow for greater freedom of movement and considerable variety of views offered to the pedestrian eyes. Furthermore, a study referring to past and current informalities present three different areas of Tirana affected by this phenomenon. In case study 1, the dominant and non-domestic activity is made up of retail and services. It is noteworthy also the percentage that third spaces constitute. Third spaces consist of bars, coffees, restaurants, and betting bars, which throughout the day are constantly busy regardless of the period of the month or the time of the year. These places have taken up the role that once public spaces used to fulfill, that of social encounter and gathering. The addition of new buildings, extension to existing buildings, land use change on the ground floor, increase of facade activity, and motorization has dramatically changed the block composition since the bottom-up development started in Tirana. Structurally, the block has been fragmented multiple times because of the new buildings and the new openings along the already existing facades. There are paths that have been closed because of the new buildings, and there are also new paths that have been arisen as the result of the new developments. Whilst during the socialist years, there were only a handful of commercial activities in this block. The latest surveys, which was made in 2016, reveals that the land use composition on the ground floor across the blocks has been flipped from mainly domestic to non-domestic activity. The contrast between the increase in facade activity can be clearly seen. The difference between the periods compared, however, does not only comprise an increase of non-domestic land use on the ground floor level. There has been a trend to reverse facade activity from higher activity on the inside of the block to significantly higher activity on the outside of the block.
Then we will continue with the second case study, which is Shalvaret area, that is situated centrally and is one of the most expensive parts of the city to buy or rent properties. Nearly 30% of the units have been built before 1991, of which only one build had commercial activity at that time. Since 1991, the area of the built environment doubled. Land use analysis shows that retail has the highest distribution among non-domestic activities with 45.3% of the units, followed by services and third spaces. What is noticeable is that retail activity is mainly located along the busiest streets, whereas third spaces, which are made up of restaurants, cafes, bars, and pastry shops, are located mainly just off from the high street. This is different to the other two case studies areas where third spaces are mainly on the high street with bigger exposure and visibility. Other land use refers to vacant, under construction, or garage spaces. Mostly these spaces are along inner neighborhood routes, which possibly influences their status of not being able to operate as businesses. Then we have case study 3, which is the Combinati area. Before the regime change, this area called Combinati was an industrial satellite town of Tirana. All the residential units were built for the workers of the biggest textile industry of the country. The buildings of the former textile industry are still part of the urban landscape. However, now they are serving mainly industrial warehouses. The main non-domestic land use consists of retail, which is 35.6%, mainly located along the busy streets, followed by third spaces, which have 24.8%, which mainly consists of bars that are frequented mostly by males. Striking is the amount of the vacant units that in this case study makes up the third most popular non-domestic land use category. 20.8% of the non-domestic units in this area are waiting to be rented. It seems that units that are not located along main road, but rather in the inner streets, are struggling to accommodate any kind of non-domestic activity. From all the case study areas, this study area has the highest amount of vacant commercial space. The culture of the cafe is the new center of social encounter and gathering that, regardless of one's financial income, is unquestionably mainstream. By this, we are suggesting that the baseline of row squares or plazas have been interchanged by the cafe culture. In the last 25 years of pluralism, there have been several rehabilitation of squares, but new ones have been established neither in socialist developments nor in the contemporary parts of the city. Top-down planning, since the shift in the regimes has failed several times, it has not yet become part of the development culture. This happened
you have 2 minutes left.
This happened not necessarily because of pure quality plans that couldn't be implemented, but mainly due to political reasons.
Saying this, Tirana has already started to welcome in its core some European standards buildings, which aim to be used as business centers or other public functions. The construction started to verticalize with higher buildings, new assets for the squares, new globalized styles, bringing the demolitions of built heritage no matter its historical relevance. Tirana is a city connected to its past by evident elements, both social and architectural, with a strong intention in renewal and with a sometimes weird approach to the reading of the valuable traces that make wide a more site-specific condition, keeping some guidelines traced by the past topography and managing the arbitrary sprawling of the urban space. The new skyline is still characterized by the city center, but now it represents a vertical transformations undergone through years, and the historical buildings lay under these giants as souvenirs that are the main treasure to be conserved. Thank you.
And this is the final photo that was when the regime of communism
fell.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this very interesting presentation of transformation of Tirana's history. It was full of influences during the big period of time. And we could pass to the Dragana if Dragana is ready.
Yes, I'm ready just to see. Can I share the screen now?
Yes.
Do you see it now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, should be good. Okay, thank you for having me here, and it's my pleasure to be in such a nice company. So my topic is about urban transformations of former industrial neighborhood of Savamala in Belgrade. So previously we had a bit of an introduction from the colleague in the beginning. So I'm trying to scrutinize urban networks and then explain the outcomes of those networks. So this is a part of my PhD thesis, which is also a comparative study between Savamala and Belgrade and NDSM WARF in Amsterdam. So I'm going to present you just one case study here since I have finished this one. So the topic in the beginning, it was creativity-led urban regeneration. So I'm doing a site-specific case study. Historically, this is a quarter on the right banks of the Sava River in the inner city core of Belgrade from the 19th century. It includes industrial heritage from the 20th century and some historical Art Nouveau relics from the 19th, as well as one Ottoman relic from the beginning of 19th century. Savamala was after Second World War turned into industrial zone, and in the 1990s, since because of the economic political crisis, it became neglected area, and with devastated industrial heritage, and developed a wild reputation after some time, really, let's say, bad reputation. Since 2008, there was assistance, it's revitalized with assistance of creativity. And in 2015, a new network appears, a new network of stakeholders, and it brings a mega project called Belgrade Waterfront. And basically this mega project accelerates the new transformation of Savamala and impacts on the previous network. So basically, Belgrade Waterfront is a mega project which is focused on housing and business. And basically, it's a private-public partnership between the government of Serbia and private investor from Abu Dhabi, Eagle Hills. So it's a joint venture. I'm going to explain you more later on. So you can see here Savamala on the banks of the Sava River. Also, it belongs spatially to this wider area called the Savamala Amphitheater, where Belgrade Waterfront stands now. There is 3 phases, and one phase began. So actually, the first phase was finished. The second phase starts. So this is area here, and there is Savamala here. There's one photo from a few years ago from Savamala, how it looks. And this is the render from Belgrade Waterfront, where you can see the new infrastructure and first phase of the residential buildings with Tower of Belgrade from the second phase. And here you can see one photo from restored promenade and the first phase of development here. So basically I'm using from theoretical framework, I'm using the network theory. So why choosing network perspective? For theoretical underpinnings, I have used the theory on urban transformations. You can see here new urban politics, urban entrepreneurialism, creativity-led regeneration, creative city, and creative class concept and governance. As well here for scrutinizing urban networks, the network theory approach from Emirbar and Goodwin. So there is 3 contexts of action: cultural context, that's a shared normative perceptions; social structural context, basically how actors are positioned and how they are related inside one network; and socio-psychological, where I departed from purely interpersonal category and focusing on actors' strategic orientations. So those three categories should explain the ways in which actor acts, basically in the network, and the focus is on structure, but also the agency. I'm using social network analysis as well, mostly qualitative. Policy networks as theoretical empirical approach, and governance networks as theoretical empirical approach. Governance networks are extensively used in the public sector. In urbanism, health policies, agricultural policies, and basically there are several modes of networks that can be found and which I'm also using. And basically those modes should explain how the governance mechanism functions, who is included, who is excluded, how decision-making functions, coordination, and how this mode affects the network effectiveness on the neighborhood level, participant level, but also the network level. So here you can see the case study and research methods and research aims. Research aims, you can see it here, explain power geometry in the policy and governance networks and what kind of consequences have been created, explain which particular actors are the most relevant players in the policy network and why, explain the positions inside the network and resources they possess to maneuver and reach their goals, explain which governance modes can be observed and how they change or transform over the years and how this impacts the neighborhood in question. Okay, so results and conclusion. The first policy network was made by stakeholders, municipal government of Savski Venac, civil society, citizen professional associations, and I have found one relevant political deadlock on the city level. So I'm going to explain you now with this network. So here's the network. You see this municipal, this is municipal level, this is the city level, which is of course more powerful than and has much more money in the budget than municipal parliament. So the basic creativity-led regeneration has started with support of municipal parliament and civil society, basically initiative of organizations who wanted to rent spaces in Savamala, which were allocated by the municipality, and basically they got those spaces for affordable prices, renovate them, and start their organizations. This is how this first policy went. So basically here you can see the main actors: municipal manager, municipal president, head of construction. They were in the clique and they pushed together the policy because it was easy. They had the majority in the municipal parliament and council. And also you can see here civil society. Municipal manager reached the information from civil society. And this is how he got the idea for this new development of Savamala with the help of creativity. So what happened later on is that the municipal president and manager had another project to develop on the larger scale on the space where Belgrade waterfront is now. So they needed support from the city level. However, this didn't happen because the president was constrained by the mayor as well as city architect. The city mayor, who was also from the same party as those policymakers, didn't want to support it for some reasons, and this left the space for Belgrade waterfront project, basically. So the project they did in collaboration with Faculty of Architecture, and it was much more inclusive and much more different project than Belgrade waterfront, which is basically top-down project and focus on commercial activities and residential area. So here I made the legend of the table, so you can see the relations and actors. And here you can see basically, can you see it? You can see, sorry, here, no. Here you can see the frame analysis. I have distinguished the goals of the policy. And with this first network, they are all reached. I mean, they were modest in the beginning, yeah. Okay, then the first governance network comes, which actually indicates the way how the program is implemented. So this type of the governance network is called the fractured network, which means there's no common coordination. Each organization has its own space and its own type of governance. And some researchers which also found this type of network, they have basically interpreted this type of network as the lack of the lack of the development program, and the lack of resources. However, what happened is here is that those organizations start to cluster, which is kind of natural for creative industries. And as you can see here, they exchange knowledge among themselves in terms of collaborations. They're doing mutual programs, exchanging ideas, also equipment, insider information, and some of the organizations were actually very active in this neighborhood collaboration, like Mixer Festival, Nova Iskra Design Incubator, Urban Incubator Belgrade, New Media Hub Gallery, KC Grad, KC Magazine, and so on. So this is actually how the transformation happened as well. From the neighborhood perspective, if I think about effectiveness, this network proved to be very effective because it made actually social cohesion in the neighborhood, made an impact in the cultural sense of the neighborhood, also economical impact, as well as some problems which were indicated in the beginning of the policy making were solved. However, the problem of this type of network and the lack of institutional support and the lack of, I guess, development program proved to be a problem in 2015 when political actually change happened, because all those networks, they don't happen in a vacuum. So basically, they have external influences like political or legislative change, economical circumstances, demographic change, and so on. So basically, legislative and political influence was really important for this network, because most of those organizations after the 2006, they have left Savamala because they lost mostly spaces, and some other grown in size and basically didn't want to stay there because the demography changed as well. The atmosphere in the neighborhood was different. So in 2015, a new policy network appears. The most relevant players here are the Prime Minister, his own party, Social SNS, that's Progressive Party, the coalition partner, as well as foreign investor who collaborates with this foreign company RTKL, which is like for development of mega projects. There's Urban Planning Institute, but it's more also assistant. The main idea came from the foreign investor, the Prime Minister, and this company. The red ones are opponents of the project: civil society from Savamala, civil society organizations, professional associations. The municipality was opponent until 2016, where the political change happened. As well here, those are political opposition who was also opponent. So you can see the legend here also, type of lines and actors. And here you can see their goals in this new policy. In contrary to the first table I show you, those goals are much more far-reaching, much more ambitious, but also culture frame here and political frame here, since the participation are the frames from political opposition, not from the decision makers. The only frame which they can actually made the agreement was waterfront regeneration, regenerating neglected neighborhoods on the waterfront, creating bigger opportunities for citizens to enjoy a riverfront and natural environment. So here, this is called the Backbone Network. Two organizations have made a new company, which is Beograd na vodi do, a new company which coordinates all the units of the project, basically here. So you can see here, 68% is the foreign investor and has a 68% of the actually revenue of the project, 38% of Serbia. Investor is providing 150 millions and 150 million for a loan to Serbia to invest in infrastructure. Serbia is giving without monetary compensation, the whole territory of basically Savamala and Savski Amphitheater. So basically, this company has a board of members from those two organizations, those two actors actually, and they have president and deputy president. This is how basically they coordinate all units of the project. So this network proved not to be really effective on the community level for now, for those years. If we think about that problems are solved, that's one of the indicators of the community effectiveness. So not all stakeholders think that all problems are solved in this neighborhood. In contrary, some think that this will cause more problems because of the traffic jam, pollution, and climate change. Also, it's not really transparent, the economic impact of this project. As well, there will be certain cultural impact, but not like previous one. There will be a new museum here. There's also a collaboration with art project called the Art Project, which was also in Savamala in the previous network, Štab, and one gallery. However, as I said, it's not like variety and inclusiveness of the programs which used to be in Savamala before Belgrade Waterfront. So basically, social cohesion is still in development after several years. However, I think this network will last, definitely will not shrink for some time. I don't think it's so, I think it's more stable than the previous network, yes. So basically, I can conclude that results have shown discontinuity urban policies. From the primary policy agenda target has shifted from creativity-led to property-led regeneration. The shift was a consequence of change of political actors and their perceptions. The first network was made from municipal government and basically the civil society and experts. However, the second network is purely from political elites and foreign investors. It's completely top-down. Basically, it comes to the point where those two networks are operating, and the second network obstructs the first network. For example, Mixer Festival had to leave because of the pressure from the mayor's cabinet. Basically, the most powerful actors are political elites, which also shows the continuity from the 90s when the decisions are mostly made top-down. And in conclusion, basically, the Savamala transformed from neglected area to this creative area and nightlife district, and then now it's also transforming to this other character of real estate and hospitality for more affluent citizens, I guess. And also the most relevant players are actors on the position of third, according to network theory, who are actually in the center of the network, and they are easy to maneuver the knowledge among their political partners, and basically they have also enough power to make decisions very easily. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dragan. It was interesting presentation about the transformation of Belgrade waterfront, and it is interesting your standpoint that you working at the Hafen University in Hamburg. It is one of the most transparent urban planning approach, and to show the Belgrade waterfront, which is very questionable for many topics about the planning and development.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for that. Now we are going to the next presenter. It is the Federica Pompeiano, is a European PhD laid in preservation of the architectural heritage, Politecnico di Milano 2018, and master in building engineering and architecture, University of Genova 2012. From 2018 to 2020, she has been postdoctoral fellow at the Department of Architecture and Design, University of Genova, Italy. I hope, Federica, that you are ready.
Yes, I'm here. Can I share my screen?
Yes.
Okay. I hope you can see my screen.
We're waiting.
Okay. Because it's saying that it is shared, so.
Can you try it again?
Yeah.
If I may.
I'm not, okay.
Can you stop sharing? And
yeah, 1 second, because I cannot move my mouse.
Okay, okay, so there's a...
Maybe you can try to control my...
Of course, sure. There you go. No?
No.
Okay, I will try again. No.
Because it says that it is shared, but...
Interesting, I can't stop you.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Do you see my whiteboard?
No. Everything is frozen.
Uh-oh.
Does it work now?
No.
No, it doesn't.
Okay, now, maybe, okay, now.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Now you are back.
Okay, let me try again. I'm sorry, yeah? Let me try again. Oh?
Yes.
Good.
Now
Okay.
full screen.
Super. Yes, 1 second. I don't know why, but okay. Maybe now you can see.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, super. Okay, thank you for your introduction. I'm going to present a contribution about socialist legacies in contemporary Albania. Firstly, I would like to frame this brief contribution I'm going to present to you this morning and underline that what I'm going to present is at its very beginning, since the collecting and analysis phases of published and archival sources is still ongoing. This contribution is part of the research project Materializing Modernity, Socialist and Post-Socialist Rural Legacy in Contemporary Albania, that is currently ongoing at the Institute of Cultural Anthropology and Art Studies in Tirana. The project started in October 2020 and will end in September 2022. And it has received funding from the European Union Horizon 2020 Research and Innovation Program under the Marie Curie Action European Standard Individual Fellowships. The project focuses on the socialist rural architecture and landscape and its post-socialist legacy in the Albanian countryside through a multidisciplinary approach crossing ethnographic and architectural research methods. The aim is to explore the impact of communism on rural architecture and territorial planning in the countryside, and the post-socialist transformation and the understanding in general of the Albanian's modernism. My research moves across 4 main multifold objectives, which are investigating how the communist ideology materialized in the rural, territorial, and its architectural planning. And in this sense, I will target socialist rural development policies and schemes and how they manifested on the existing rural settlements and landscape. Then I will document the post-socialist physical impact on socialist rural legacies and vice versa. In this sense, I will analyze the current condition of a sample of former agricultural cooperatives and state farms settlements and how they relate with the compelling informal post-socialist transformation. Then I will try to develop a reflective and integrated approach to socialist and post-socialist rural landscape. And in this sense, the project will propose a multi-level and interlaced understanding of these legacies, investigating how local communities perceive and experience these spaces inherited from a very recent past and under a continuously changing present. And finally, by producing novel scientific contribution, the project intends to constitute a national and international platform to discuss and place the Albanian case study in the main framework of the European studies on modernist rural landscape and architecture. Due to the need to be recursive in the development of the project, I've structured the research in 5 main complementary work packages. The first work package will foresee the collecting and analysis of historical cartography and orthophoto at different scales, the technical and architectural drawings, historic photographs, party state text and documents, and short propaganda documentaries. Then in the work packages too, I have foreseen to develop GIS projects and WebGIS mapping that will allow the mapping of the permanence of socialist agricultural cooperatives and state farm legacies in the selected rural macro areas. And in this sense, I will try to manage and visualize the qualitative and quantitative data. In WP3, I will document the present condition of this rural legacy. And in this sense, I will carry out ethnographic and anthropological qualitative method during my fieldwork that will start approximately by the middle of June. And during the collecting of this data, I will try to implement also participatory observation and go along method interview. Then in WP4, I will implement visual interpretation, anthropological analysis, and cultural heritage interpretation of the collected qualitative and quantitative data. And being the interpretation and analysis process an ongoing and recursive phase, this work package will cover all the 2 years of the project. And finally, the WP5 will envisage fundamental and strategic managerial activities related to the dissemination, exploitation, and communication of the result at different level. I am applying a research methodology that can be considered as holistic, since it embraces a multidisciplinary approach, which is based on the collection, processing, and critical interpretation of visual data and multiple narratives through the implementation of historical and architectural research method, ethnographic fieldwork activities, and anthropological analysis. And I will use the geographical information system to implement WebGIS projects and on-site mapping of physical evidence through the recording of images, video, and sounds that will allow to obtain a multi-layer documentation of the contemporary rural built environment. I will collect narratives, memories, and voices of people who experienced the socialist rural modernization process and that currently live in the post-socialist context. This raw data will be gathered by means of innovative and classical ethnographic method and participant observation, as I said. And qualitative data will be acquired also through the go-along interview method, which provides the possibility to access to narratives by tracking the sequence of places through the GPS tracking in practical everyday life while interviewing. This contribution is in fact stemming from the historical and archival research that I have started by collecting and consulting published sources at the Scientific Library of the Academy of Albanian Studies and at the National Library of Albania, but of course also on the online scientific publication repositories for what concerns non-Albanian sources. To understand and reconstruct the architectural and urban planning national debate around the socialist urbanization of the Albanian countryside and the modernization processes foreseen by the communist regime, I have considered the articles published in the main scientific journal issued during the regime, but also have paid attention to the dissemination of the regime propaganda concerning the modernization process of the country to the mass, usually carried out and maximized through various informative magazines. At the same time, I have tried to retrace previous study on the modernization processes changing the countryside in Albania during the regime and after its collapse. The collecting and processing of these materials is still ongoing, and while the collection phase should end more or less by the end of May, the consultation and analysis will continue until December 2021. Meanwhile, I have started the consultation of the archival sources at the Ethnographic Archive of my institute, at the Central State Archive, and the Central Technical Constructions Archive, and the Central Film State Archive in Tirana. And the consultation process, of course, is still ongoing and will continue until the end of this year. However, even though the systematic consultation of the published sources and archival materials is still ongoing, what is already clearly emerged from the analysis is that the main legacies of the communist regime are clearly determined by the country's modernization processes developed by the regime under a harsh Stalinist system that has been persistently applied since the very beginning in 1944 to the very end of the regime in 1991. These main legacies are the reclamation of the major marshy areas and their conversion into arable lands, the progressive and total collectivization of the land, the transformation of rivers into sources of hydroelectrical power, the establishment of new rural agricultural centers as focal point for the urbanization of the countryside, and the establishment of new socialist cities associated to the building of industries. I would like to underline that early in the first years after the falling of the dictatorship, a group of geographers, among which Dean Rugg, that in 1994 already identified the need to document the legacy of the communist ideology in the Albanian landscape. There are also a number of Western scholars that traveled in Albania during the very beginning of the regime and after its collapse, reporting that the rapid pace in changing of the landscape. And especially Dean Rugg can be also considered the first that suggested that those legacies should were providing, and now I quote Rugg, the evidence of what in theory might be called a socialist landscape. And now I hand the quote. Thus, building upon those very first and preliminary studies, and thanks to the consultation of the sources done until now, I have identified 5 macro areas in the Albanian countryside as main research areas in which potential case studies can be identified in small rural local context. So in this sense, I have identified the reclamation of Malic marshy area in the Korça district, the reclamation of the Musece plain in the Fier district, the transformation of the Drin River in the Kukës district in North Albania, the establishment of the new agricultural rural center of Asim Zeneli in Gjirokastra area, and the post-earthquake rural villages reconstruction in Shkodër countryside. In the choice of these villages, I have paid attention also to the existence of previous pioneer ethnographic studies on the agricultural cooperatives and the new Albanian rurality carried out by the ethnographers of the former Institute of Popular Culture. Moreover, in selecting the area has been pivotal also the need of understanding which were the main issues related to the architectural and urban planning debate. It turned out that the main recurrent themes were the standardization and mechanization of the architecture and the architectural typologies and details, the need to bridge the distances between the city and the countryside in terms of socio-cultural services, the self-building practice put in place by means of voluntary works, the glorification of the rational essence of the past traditional Albanian architecture, and the purge towards any Western architectural influence. I don't know, okay, dato troppo avanti. Sorry. Among the significant landscape transformation action planned and carried out in the aftermath of the liberation by the socialist regime, the reclamation works of the marshy areas were among those that most physically changed the geography of the country. The reclamation of the Malic marshy area was the first major reclamation work carried out by the regime in 1946 and which continued in several successive phases, the first of which ended between the 47 and the 48. Following the reclamation, various agricultural cooperatives and state farms were established in the surrounding areas, as well as the first sugar beet processing state factory, inaugurated in 1951. Among the first agricultural cooperatives to be founded, the one of Rembets village was also among the first considered as the subject of ethnographic studies carried out by the Albanian ethnologist Andromachi Gergi between the 50s and the 60s. The study of the today condition in the rural village of Rembets, together with its surrounding plain landscape, will allow to deepen those previous studies, bridging the past to the present. Alongside the Malich Plains reclamation work, the socialist regime turned also the Musece Plain, the largest plain arable area in Albania, into one of the most important agricultural areas of the country, with modern socialist agriculture and livestock cooperative and state farm. Hectares of land were reclaimed from lakes, marshes, and swamps, and improved into arable fields. As part of the plain called Musece Made, the former marshy area known as Fusha e Terbufit, Fusha e Roscovezzi, and Fusha e Ojarus constitute an example of those reclamation works carried out by the socialist regime for the transformation of the Musece plain from malarian swamps into irrigated field. Between 1967 and 1985, the Drin River was deeply transformed into a source of hydroelectrical power. The first hydropower plant was the hydroelectrical power plant of Vawi Tedeis, and was built in 1967 in correspondence with the Drin River's downstream. Then in 1971, it was the turn of the Drita Partis hydroelectric power plant, followed on the upper part of the river. And this hydroelectric power plant with its dam formed the reservoir nowadays called Lake of Fiesa. The last hydropower plant, the Enveroge hydropower plant, was built in 1979 1980 in a strategic position in the middle of the first two hydropower plants, and entered in function between 85 and 1988. Following the construction of those three hydropower plants, existing rural villages and the old citadel of Kukos were flooded, submerged by the creation of the new reservoir. As consequence, the party planned to rebuild them as new rural village that, together with the new town of Kukos, were aimed to reflect the socialist urban planning imprint. Then the fourth macro area will focus on the socialist rural center of Asim Zeneli, because it is an example of the past nationalistic emphasis that aimed to enclose existing rural villages within the state-controlled collective farm and agricultural cooperatives economy, while planning the urbanization of the countryside and the industrialization of the country as a declared and tangible project toward the modernization process. The planned socialist rural center of Asim Zeneli is in the Drino Valley, near the historic citadel of Girocastra. It has been founded in 1947 as a first breeding collective cooperative in the People's Republic of Albania, and in 1972 evolved into a planned socialist rural center for the near collective villages of Krin, Saracinisht, Trenesisht, Lazarat, Su, Stegopul, and Labove Libohovs. Besides new socialist rural houses, the center hosted an elementary and middle school, a cultural center, and the main commercial and administrative services. It has been among the first agricultural cooperatives to be studied by the Albanian ethnographers in 1960s. And as in many other examples in the countryside, Asim Zeneli Rural Center and its building testify how, despite the socialist ideal inspired by scientific, technological, and cultural progress pushed toward a new Albanian urbanized rurality, de facto, the tension between tradition, nationalism, and modernity shaped a new hybrid and modest rural architecture. Finally, the post-earthquake reconstruction in Shkodra happened after the earthquake of April 15, 1979. And on the 3 October 1979, the reconstruction of the, I'm sorry, I forgot to play. On October 3, 1979, the reconstruction of the rural villages hit by the earthquake was declared complete. Homes, schools, and farms were rebuilt in just over 5 months and a half of reconstruction work, in which groups of people from all over the country took part. The flash post-earthquake reconstruction in Shkodër countryside was another opportunity to reaffirm the new rural modernity reflected in the urbanization of the countryside. Nevertheless, more importantly, it represented the timing opportunity to demonstrate the efficiency of the self-reliant policies adopted by the People's Socialist Republic of Albania in the aftermath of the Sino-Albanian split in 1978.
Federica, 2 minutes.
Yes, I'm finished. And to conclude, sorry, this is not okay. To conclude, as stated at the beginning, this contribution stems from a consultation of published and unpublished sources still ongoing. The general purpose is not to be exhaustive, but to provide a first insights and preliminary consideration about my research topic, while introducing the selected areas of study. By choosing the 5 representative macro areas, my aim is to demonstrate that evidence of the Albanian socialist landscape exists and traces of that recent modernization process are still present on the territory. Of course, the post-socialist transitional period started to leave its own traces in the early 1990s at the dawn of the communist collapse. In the very last years of the regime, the government started the decollectivization of the agricultural lands following the principle of land redistribution, denying any prior inheritance rights, a process that during the first year of the post-socialist era took a drastic turn, basing itself on the opposite principle of land restitution. In this context, rural landscape and architecture underwent a further reshaping process that is still ongoing and clearly visible. All this demonstrates the urgent need to document and provide a multi-leveled analysis of the Albanian socialist and post-socialist rural landscape and architecture, setting the basis for further research. Finally, I would also like to underline that the project participates in the Horizon 2020 Open Research Data pilot, which aims to make research data and scientific publication findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. So all scientific outputs, and such as scientific publication, webinars, photo album, and digital storytelling, and the short ethnographic documentary that will be produced, together with selected processed dataset, will be stored and made available in Zenodo. And the updates of my research can be accessed via the Cordis website or on the project website, materializingmodernity.com, and the respective social media. Thank you.
Thank you, Federica, about the interesting presentation about the socialist history in Albania, and it is very connected to other countries in region. And now we are going to the final presentation in this session. It will present Tamara Vujicic, works as an assistant professor of University of Banja Luka, Faculty of Architecture, Civil Engineering and Geodesy, Department of Urbanism. Her previous research was focused on the phenomenon of shrinking cities, spatial, social, economic aspects of transformation, not only of the cities, but also the rural areas facing with population loss, economic decline. I hope Tiana is ready.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you, Darko, for an introduction. Can I share my screen now?
Yes.
Just a second. Okay. Can you see it?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, good. First of all, good afternoon to everyone and happy Labor Day. I'm glad that I'm part of this excellent conference and that I have a chance to present a research that I conducted with my colleagues Diana Simonovic and Milica Boric. Research that I will present you now addresses few important subtopics. First subtopic deals with the phenomenon of shrinking villages or shrinking rural areas that are being considered as the areas affected with multiscalar problems of population loss and declining activities. In these circumstances, vitality of these territories has endangered and sustainability is very questionable. Chance for regeneration of villages we recognized in the development of sustainable forms of tourism. In that sense, one of the research questions is whether such type of tourism can serve as a catalyst for the overall redevelopment of rural territories. In order to answer to this question, we conducted case study in the village Petska. One more subtopic, which has been in the public spotlight for more than a year, is the COVID crisis. Considering that tourism has experienced significant decline with the appearance of coronaviruses, we were asking ourselves what has happened in rural areas before and during the COVID. In relation to this question, we assume that due to requirement to respect epidemiological measures of physical distancing, rural areas have become tourist attractions for the local urban population, then some kind of space of freedom. This COVID-driven dispersion of people across rural landscapes could serve as a trigger for overall renewal of villages. Key problem that this research addresses is the shrinking process, particularly focused on rural areas. In academic vocabulary, shrinking phenomenon is recognized predominantly as a symptom of a structural crisis, especially within urban areas, expressed through a loss of population and economic downturn. Actually, it is difficult to make a clear difference between the causes and consequences of shrinking process. However, the first and key symptom of shrinkage is decline in population. As a result, new urban forms, so-called perforated city, arise from these negative changes. Perforated forms faced with the problems of failed and abandoned spaces and large number of vacancies or so-called brownfields. In order to show you range of shrinkage in Bosnia and Herzegovina, we use the results of our previous and current research in this field. The area being considered includes the northwest region of Bosnia and Herzegovina, which consists of 19 municipalities. Results show that this region is seriously affected by shrinking process. In the 20-year period from 1991 to 2013, there was a significant decline in the population in town and villages, actually in general. When we look at the graph that show the share of urban and rural shrinkage in total shrinkage of region, we can see more dramatic decline in the rural population than the urban. In this period, the village of the region has lost almost 250,000 inhabitants, or more precisely, over 9 small towns with a population of 25,000 inhabitants. These data are alarming and indicate an extremely high level of stagnation at all spatial levels, but particularly at the rural level. Additionally, when we look at the map and accompanying graph, we can see that there was a decline in the rural population in 18 out of 19 municipalities. Also, we can see on the map many dark red circles, which indicates that the decline percentage for rural population across region is very high. In other words, most municipalities faced with a radical loss of rural population. Trends in population during the 6-year period from 1948 to 2013 indicate that rural population was the largest in 1971. On the other hand, previous research also shows us that urban population have reached their peak in 1991. This points out the fact that rural population has been moving intensively to the cities during this period, actually till 1991. Therefore, intensive urbanization was the main cause of shrinkage in the pre-war period. The last civil war in Bosnia and Herzegovina has a significant effect on the demographic picture of the region. A large number of the population was killed, emigrated to other countries, or was internally displaced. Research also shows that the key causes that led to shrinkage of rural area in the post-war period are further migration from village to town, negative international migration flow, and negative population growth rate. Both reduction and aging of the population are the key consequences of these negative changes. Their spatial manifestation is a large number of abandoned houses and dilapidating housing stock, or generally extinction of villages. In order to give an answer to identified problems of the villages and to offer an appropriate solution, we are introducing the concept of sustainable tourism. It is understood here as a form that contributes to optimal socio-economic transformation through preventing threats to social, cultural, and ecological systems. On the other hand, the paper additionally explains one of the sub-concepts of sustainable tourism, so-called green tourism. It implies any tourism activity operating in an environmentally friendly manner. Green tourism is used interchangeably with the concept of ecotourism, nature tourism, and rural tourism. This type of tourism means a wide range of activities from passive to active behaviors in nature, such as enjoyment in scenery, landscape, archaeology, flora and fauna, sports adventure, walking, etc. Either way, sustainable and green tourism should target the so-called indoor urban population who are in search of peace and quiet, fresh air, open space, and outdoor activities. Analysis of trends in tourism in Bosnia and Herzegovina in 2019 and 2020, as we expected, showed that in 2020, due to pandemic, there was a significant decline in both the number of arrivals and nights. If you look at the right chart, we see an enormous decline in foreign tourist arrivals in 2020 compared to 2019, while decline in domestic arrivals is relatively small. In the total structure of arrivals, the majority of arrivals are by domestic tourists, actually 61%. However, we must emphasize that there is a limitation in terms of research, namely, there are no statistical data for data that would enable identification of spatial distribution of arrivals and nights. They are mostly general and refer to the state level. The lowest level of data presentation is a municipal level that doesn't allow separation of rural areas that are in the focus of our research. Because of that, we have decided to conduct the analysis of the spatial distribution of tourist arrival in the territory of the Republic of Srpska entity because of missing data at the state level. In this entity, the Ministry of Trade and Tourism started to award tourist vouchers for domestic tourist destinations in 2020. This stimulus measure mitigated a decline in domestic arrivals in 2020, so they make 65% of the total number of nights in 2020 in this entity. The analysis of consumption of tourist vouchers shows that the most visited were urban and slightly less rural destinations. The key basis of the tourist offer of rural destinations are actually natural resources. The tourist destination in rural urban areas are mainly larger tourist complexes which are located near cities in a natural environment. They have large accommodation capacities, diverse offer of additional amenities, and good connection with the cities. In order to investigate trend in tourism during the corona crisis in situ, we decided to analyze one green tourist destination located in our rural areas. We chose the village of Pecka and visitor center with the same name. Pecka is located in the northwest of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Similar to the findings of the regional research, the village of Pecka also faced with a shrinking problem. The village has lost over 90 of its population in 60 years. The situation is similar when we talk about the household. Almost 80% of households disappeared during the 6-year period. The causes are the same at the regional level: civil war, negative migration trends, and decline of natural growth. Village Pecka has extraordinary natural potentials. It is home of the source of Sana River, which its 3 major springs and the Stavel Mračaj presents a real hydrological gem. There is a string of rock that present the largest natural climbing site in Bosnia and Herzegovina. In the ancient Roman period, there was a road through area and settlement called Sarnade. There is also the archaeological site Gradina in the village. There are 10 marked cycling routes and even more walking ones spreading through landscape. In 2015, the Visitor Center Petska was established in the village. The center is located in a building of former primary school that was in function until 1985. The center is managed by Greenways, an NGO that is involved and supports many international, regional, and national projects in the field of sustainable development and also green tourism. Center has multiple rules, but guiding idea was to provide visitors with information about local amenities while serving local population as facility for selling their domestic products or contact point for renting their homes. Besides managing the centers, Greenways Association also work on development of thematic walking, cycling, and hiking routes in the wider area. Also works on maintenance of Sana and other local rivers, development of organic agricultural production, and promotion of entire region. One of more important activity of this center is organization of so-called schools in the nature for children. The center has accommodation facility for hosting up to 30 visitors. There is a camping site nearby. Currently, the center is working on the development and construction of outdoor resort Petska, and it will consist of 12 mobile wooden houses. When we return to COVID crisis and its consequences, we see that the village and visitor center of Petska recorded a significant increase in the number of arrivals during the pandemic. The continuous growth of visitors led the leaders of the visitor center to enter into the project of establishing outdoor resort Petska as an independent company in cooperation with private investors. Finally, here are a few conclusions related to our research assumption and questions. If we consider trends in tourism at the level of Bosnia and Herzegovina and the Republic of Srpska, we can say that the pandemic has led to an evident decline in tourism. However, this decline has led to changes in the structure of tourists and also in their allocation. Firstly, much higher number of visits were made by domestic tourists compared to foreign ones. And secondly, these tourists mainly choose urban and rural tourist destinations. Furthermore, the example of Petska shows that in 2020, there was an increase in both the number of tourist arrivals and nights. According to the chairman of the Greenways Association, the visits of domestic tourists were dominant in 2020. Tourists were mainly coming from larger urban centers, and they are mostly people whose everyday life implies spending free times in active ways in the open space and in the nature. In that sense, Petska, with its hospital approach and offer, gave them the experience of freedom and belonging. As such, Petska represents urban oasis in the village and a sort of expanded open space apartment, which is desperately necessary for indoor urban population. With this, we can confirm our assumption that rural areas have become tourist attraction for the local urban population during the COVID crisis. Lessons from Petska point out that such type of green-based and NGO-driven concept of tourism gives optimal conditions of rural development, but also tourist development, particularly in the areas with exceptional natural resources. Such type of tourism doesn't threaten and destroy the resources that are necessary for future generations. Additionally, Petska shows that successful implementation of sustainable tourism requires integrated policy, planning, management, monitoring, also social learning, active engagement of community, and well-managed communication among all stakeholders. Finally, when we take into account sustainability of village, we can conclude that since the visitor center came to the village, significant flow of people and activities is noticeable. returning of retirees to their homeland is pronounced, while young people don't decide to take this step yet. And at the end, we have to point out that valid conclusion about the impact of visitor center on the village or its sustainability and level of regeneration requires greater time distances. Actually, it is necessary to wait for a new census and maybe conduct similar research again. That's all. Thank you for your attention, and I'm finished. I hope that is relaxing at the end of this session, these subjects. Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Darko Reba, you are muted. We cannot hear you.
Sorry, thank you very much, Tiana, for this very interesting study and about the rural environment in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and also for these beautiful pictures which refresh us a little bit. Yes. Now we have time for questions and discussion.
Sorry, if I may just interrupt 1 second. We should start we have an unscheduled virtual reality and heritage session at 45. So we can take like 1 or 2 questions and then we have to begin that one.
Okay.
But I would invite everyone to turn on their camera for the discussion, at least.
If I may, just throw the ball to Michela Grisoni. Hello, Michela, again, because the first slide that we see about Pečka in Bosnia and Herzegovina, one of the research questions was how would the tourism affect these rural areas, positive or negative, or how, especially after the post-COVID era, which I know that Michela is also interested in this relationship with the tourism. So I don't know if Tiana Vucic, you had the possibility to follow the small towns session on Tuesday, but we also, right, Michela, we're talking about how the future of these rural areas or small towns, small villages is affected by the relationship with the tourism. I don't want you to repeat yourself, of course, but can you again put it in some words? What is the position exactly of tourism in terms of revitalizing this area?
Is that a question for me?
Yes, for you, and I want Michela to join this discussion.
Okay, I'm sorry. First of all, I would like to tell that my English is not so perfect, but I'll try to explain a main idea. Actually, at the beginning of the process, we are asking ourselves whether tourism is an appropriate answer to the problems of the rural areas, and why tourism actually. And we concluded that area with the specific extraordinary natural potentials have an opportunity to embrace the sustainable tourism for their solution. I think that sustainable tourism or tourism in general is not appropriate answer for all villages, but for villages with extraordinary natural potentials and other potential like archaeological, like geological. I think that is really a chance for their regeneration. Especially when we talk, I think that rural areas are very interesting because of indoor urban population. I think that that is very important. We can see that topic is very important in the during the COVID crisis, when we actually all became indoor population. I hope that I answered to your question.
Exactly, that was what I was looking for, actually. Yes, thank you.
Do we have a few more minutes? Because I want to ask Professor Mirjana something.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, I really enjoyed your presentation, and I love all those maps that you showed us. Of course, Belgrade was and it still is an important center of this region. So the existence of such documents is easy to find or exist. My question was on something that I noticed on your slide, and there was the question mark on Kralj Peter's Street. Yes. Why is the name question mark? I mean, that kind of intrigued me a lot.
Because was this discussion of the name of this inn, Kafana, when this owner had to open inn, Kafana. He didn't know which name to give. First name was near the Saborna church, and some people told that Kafana can have name of church, and after that he put this question mark.
So it is called
in the 19th century. Yes, put question mark.
Okay.
And we have, I must say something to others, that I haven't picture.
Please proceed. Please proceed.
Yes, about reuse of heritage, because one moment every kafana of inns, all inns in Belgrade were bought by some company, and they opened some for DM is this multinational company, DM from Germany or some for this product. Yes, and the people were very angry, and people was against that, and it's only kafana which people was defense. Because it's one of the oldest inns, kafana, in Belgrade, only with authenticity and some atmosphere of the past.
It holds the memories, that's why they didn't
now we have the same in some kafanas in Boulevard of Kralja Alexandra. And I must say something about this, about Savamala. I think that is connected with previous session. It's best example how to destroy heritage, how don't respect heritage.
Skopje is also a beautiful example.
Only for money and redevelopment one historic ambient, and destroy landscape, destroy everything.
I think maybe this is a fashion that is going on in our regions now.
Even with fashion is lack of democracy. No fashion, it's lack of democracy.
Yeah, and the situation in Skopje, you at least you followed what happened with this project.
Yes.
So unfortunately,
quasi architecture antique, where we have quasi modern architecture.
Yeah, I think this maybe all the foundation lie due to the fact that maybe we did not, and we should have put some of the socialistic architecture under protection, and maybe that would have protected this nonsense that is going on right now.
I think it's problem that our authorities don't respect heritage. Only want to use heritage. Only want to take money from heritage. And my proposal is for next conference is respect of heritage. Do we really respect the heritage?
Yeah,
I'm on the end of my career. I say that I very disappointed, and I think that in our country and my city, authorities don't respect, and citizens too, don't respect heritage.
Because we lost the real values. We are aiming towards wrong that are no longer values.
Yes, it's problem.
Isn't it also that the decision to keep cultural heritage is very often an ideological decision that can be political, it can be religious, it can be social, and that therefore, you know, it is also a historical in itself. This selection, there is a selection of cultural heritage, which is determined by the ideological situation of the moment. I am thinking also where I am in Italy, that we have gone through a phase like that as well, for instance. So it's a very sad, and it's a very irreversible development. And one always hopes that one would learn from history of the past, but do we? No, I don't think so. So it's always sad to see this being repeated in other time periods, in other parts of the world, I think, right?
Yeah, we didn't evolve. This shows that we didn't evolve at all.
I know.
I mean...
Well, because the decisions are political, I think. You know, the decision at the top is political.
Yeah, and the politics is always in the wrong hands.
Yes.
Often.
Okay, so next election, vote for AACCP, but you can also vote for the next, for the keywords to be used in the next edition of AACCP. Going on the link, which you are going to find in the chat. Here it comes, and I can also share with you some of the results of that. So the one poll which is active now is about the location of the next AACCP symposium, and you can vote anytime by clicking on that link. And before we go into the next session, which is unscheduled, coup de théâtre, okay, a surprise. And it's dedicated to virtual reality and heritage. So we're going to show 4 different case studies of virtual reality. But you can also, if you would like to do so, just click on that link and vote for the suggestion for the next location of the AACCP event. AACCP organizes every year 1, sometimes 2 events, one in the form of a large conference symposium, one in the form of a small workshop. And we have some people proposing Tirana, that's very much voted. Others, Artena, Italy, archaeological area, Ohrid, Macedonia, and so on. Yes.
By the way, you can vote more than once. Just a tip.
No,
I just saw it and I started clicking.
No, in this
That's
one,
what I realized.
in this one, you can vote only once. You know, you can vote twice if you use 2 different computers, but on one IP, you can vote only once. On this one, you know, we're trying to be as much as possible democratic. So vote AACCP.
my son.
And we can now begin with the unscheduled session, virtual reality and heritage, by giving the floor to Bora Césaire. We're going to see 4 different case studies. Bora Césaire, Zeren Onselatala, is the other Bora here.
No, he's not here.
He's not here. Maybe there's another Bora coming up and Giorgio Verdiani. So they are going to introduce themselves and show you what it is all about, and then bring you through the navigation. HM, timing for these is 15 minutes. No, 12 minutes, but we can keep the timing by clock, okay? I think we're a little bit late on schedule, but it's not going to be a problem. So the following session, which should begin at 12:45, is going to start late, but that's not a big issue, okay?
Sorry, 2:45 Istanbul time.
Yeah. So less than 1 hour from now, but we're going to begin 10 minutes late. It's not going to be an issue. So Bora Cesar, go. It's your turn.
Hello. I'm Bora, and I'm sharing my screen now. Where is my PowerPoint presentation? Here. Do you have visual of my PowerPoint presentation?
Yes, we do.
Yes.
Awesome. Okay, so I'm going to start with the full screen. All right. I'm going to show two projects, which are Church of Kora and Panagia Paramithia. And I'm beginning with Church of Kora. As you might have noticed, we were discussing things like immersive museum experiences, and I'm very much into it, especially after I met Professor Alex Kamis. I began to be interested in photogrammetry and actually taking these 3D models that photogrammetry have created and carry them into virtual reality applications. Since we already have a three-dimensional object or a space, it's a very good idea to take this and use them in VR, so we can actually visit these places inside virtual environments as well. So the first one is Church of Kora and immersive museum experiences. I'll continue to my next slide now. Yes, I'm seeing the time. So this project we did with Elias. He's a colleague from school, and he's also in the virtual reality lab. He's like an author and also a photographer. He's actually written an awesome book about Church of Kora, and you can find it online. I've also put the link here, churchofkora.com. And I'm basically responsible. I'm the lab head of the VR lab in our school, Özyeğin University. It's called Özü VR Lab. That was a short introduction. And here is Church of Kora. And for those who do not know where Church of Kora is, it's in Fatih in Istanbul, or in the old important area. And the first church was actually built by Justinius on the top of another chapel in these 520s. So continuing, the church was destroyed during the Latin invasion and repaired again in another time. The mosaics and frescoes are quite impressive. It's after the invasion of Istanbul, becoming Istanbul from Constantinople, or it was also called Constantinople at the time actually, the building was converted into a mosque by Vezir Hadem Ali Pasha. And continuing after that, it was converted into a museum in the Republic of Turkey in 1945. And the Americans helped a lot to actually renovate it. And the frescoes were recovered, etc. And then we did our survey of photogrammetry, and following months it became a mosque again, because our government felt the need to make it a mosque again. So from a museum to a mosque, and that's why we couldn't continue with our surveys with Elias. Anyways, that's unfortunate, but things happen. So we had the chance to do the photogrammetry survey of the Naos chamber, and we did like 3 visits to the space, and we took about 1,800 photographs, and we used reality capture to create the 3D model and texture. And following that, we used the VR application. For the VR application, we used Unity, the Unity game engine, which is quite popular for such things. We took the model and imported it into Unity, and there we used a navigation method called teleportation, so we could go around it. And this is a screenshot of Unity. this is the first project. Now I'm going to the second project, and eventually I will show hopefully the VR applications to you real time. So another project is Panagia Paramitia Church. I was also keen to do the VR experience of this one. Still on the way, but I will show it anyway. I put both environments in the same folder, in the same file. Yeah, we did also laser scanning and photogrammetry, this time also laser scanning for this study. And this is a much wider study. Eventually, it got kicked off by our Professor Alessandro Camis. As you can see, the dynamic research on urban morphology lab is also included, and actually numerous other people are also included as well, who are actually here, such as Özge Özkovancı and Giorgio Verdani, Doruk Peker, etc. Yes, and E-Tech Engineering, Bora Yavuz, I'm putting him here as well because it's an important fact that he helped a lot doing the laser scans, and this is how it goes towards the virtual reality environment. So I'm continuing. Here are the people. There you go. You can see Alessandro Camis and please, Bora Yavuz and me. These are the important links you might be interested in. Sorry, and I'm going to the next slide. And this is Paramitia Panagia Greek Orthodox Church. It's located in Balat Fener in Istanbul. And according to sources, 50 years ago, it lost its roof in a fire that broke, which is quite unfortunate. And the walls have lost a lot of face. It dates back to the 16th century, and the interesting part of this structure is that it once resided by the Patriarchate, and that's why for 10 years the Patriarchate actually lived there, and that makes it a very special place for the Orthodox Greek community. And our focus was mainly digital archiving and the preservation of this cultural heritage for future generations. Of course, that also includes making a model and use it in virtual reality. And we collected data doing photogrammetry and laser scanning methods. So here you see, this is a model. We did 5 visits, 7 laser scans, 2,200 photographs, aerial and drone survey, and we used reality capture to create the 3D model and texture. So, and this is a screenshot of it in virtual reality in the Unity game engine. So one more thing I need to just fit in between is that I need to talk about the future of museums and VR applications, because there has been a big change, and that is like Epic Games. You all probably know reality capture very well, because it's this program which has been used to do photogrammetry and laser scanning models. In fact, has been bought by a gaming company called Epic Games. And Epic Games actually also is the owner of Unreal Engine, where I was personally doing my research and studies, but I use Unity, but I'm planning to move on to Unreal Engine, because Unreal Engine has become much more stable. It's going to be much better, because it's Unreal Engine 5, the next coming Unreal Engine upgrade will have a technology called Lumen technology, and it will be able to take models, 3D models, right away from the scans and put them into the game engines. And this will help us tremendously about not having to do any optimization, no polycounts anymore, and no light maps and no baking, etc., etc. So it's going to be a big breakthrough. And once this happens, everybody will be able to take their models and put into those environments, virtual reality environments, without any loss of quality. And it will be very easy to see. Yes, Alex, I see it, 7 minutes. Okay, so the most important thing becomes improving yourself in ZBrush skills, because ZBrush is going to help a lot. When we do this model, and we'll have to clean it, we'll have to improve it a little bit, and then throw it into Unreal Engine and play it there. So that's some important information. Also, actually gives an idea which direction the gaming industry is going. So Now, before I continue, I'm going to start sharing my screen for the virtual reality application, and I'm stopping here. I'm going to start sharing again my Unity screen, which is here. Okay, do you have visual? I hope you do. And then I'm going to maximize this. I'm going to press play. Secondly, I'm taking my hand controllers and I'm actually opening them. And following that, I'm putting my headset on. There. So now I can't see you anymore, but you will be able to see me. And I hope you can see my hands right now. These are my hands. I'm right now first going to show you Cora. And this is the nose chamber of Cora. So here I can go around and look around. So this was done with photogrammetry. And I can go to any corner I like. In a moment, Zeren will also do an introduction to another virtual reality method with Matterport. You will notice you cannot go everywhere. So I have a laser here, and when I go with my laser here, I point it there and I leave it, I can go to that corner I already showed. So I'm not sure if you can see me. I'm trying to figure out if you can see me. I'll try to get into your visual circuits here. So I'll just try to turn around there. So as you see, I'm in Cora, and this is a very interesting experience because it's one-to-one. It's almost the same size, and I can go and see anything I like. For instance, this fresco here on top of the door, I can go check it. And you can actually do additional stuff such as elevating myself and looking closer to the fresco, for instance. And or going to check other places, and this is very interesting. But it's funny, you can also see certain weird stuff like this. Like these were mistakes in photogrammetry, and here this door has bended like a lot, which looks weird. But eventually, if you do your work very well in reality capture, I noticed that you can have a lot of good quality results. And this is what's so exciting for me, and this is what I like doing. So I have plans for other places and trying to find different experience scenarios, like install different scenarios where you actually get involved meeting the, I don't know, the priest here or something, and you start talking with them. So this was Cora, and I'm moving to Panagia Paramitia now. This is the project we've been doing together with the crew, Alex Kamis and Giorgio and Bora Yoguz and Elias, and it's a very big study group, and we enjoy doing it a lot. So as you can see the other monuments behind, which I put them all in the same space so you can see them at once. But if I continue moving with my laser scanner, I can go inside and check. And perhaps I can add another sky, which is more fun. This is not the last results, by the way. We are trying to improve this. We have a better version at the moment, but it's still being improved. So you can see, if you look close, there are some weird digital lines on top of the door, which already have improved. And if I look up close, this area looks like a bit weird because it looks like cartoon, but these can all be improved. And we know how, and later when the game engine Unreal 5 is there, this will be full quality. So there will be no quality loss. It's as if we are going to be there real time. I must mention though, the real thing is much better always, of course. And well, I can also show you the back garden here. There was a tree here, which made things different. And you can also see from here the behind of the church. You can check how it looks. These darts, of course, need to be cleaned, but eventually this is it. So that's it. I can't follow the time right now, but I guess it's over. So
yes, we can go to the next space, Bora.
Okay.
You got 1 minute, so you can move on to the next one, and maybe Zeren can talk about that one. In the meanwhile.
Yes.
All right. Zeren will do that presentation. We talked with her,
okay,
and she will do that presentation.
Thank you. I think you all can see my screen now. As Bora told you, I will talk about a little bit about Matterport, but before passing through this 3D visualization, I will briefly tell you about how to actually do a survey for the traditional equipment and also total station, which I have done. For a building located in Karaköy, Istanbul. Actually, it was a coincidence with Bora. When we were chatting, we discovered that we studied the same building, the same heritage building in different times and with different methods. So it was a master thesis of mine, which I completed in 2010 in the Istanbul Technical University, and my advisor was Yıldız Salman. And the title was the Restoration Project for Galata Ticaret Han. I think you all know me, so I will skip this biography and focus on our subject. So I did the survey for this building, which was hugely, let's say, filled of stuff inside, and with the traditional equipment. And I was just able to use the total station for this 3D, let's say, point clouds. And I also used them in AutoCAD, a CAD drawing, and I put them together to complete my survey studies. The building is located in Istanbul, Karaköy, and it is built in late 19th century, in 1883. But it consists of actually two parts. That part is dates back to an earlier, let's say, period. We were not able to discover the exact period of construction, but the bigger volume was constructed in the late 19th century. So this is a survey plan that I prepared almost, 11 years ago. So I just wanted to put here one of the survey drawings with the traditional, let's say, measurement techniques and lines and diagonals and continuous measurements, and also how to show all the damages and materials and how I presented them on this, let's say, plan drawing. So, as I told you, it was highly filled with equipment, and it is still so, I think. And some of the volumes were not easy to reach those volumes and to open, let's say, all the rooms, since it is a commercial building, and lots of staff are working there, and they're continuing to do their productions inside the building. And there was also an additional unit in the courtyard of the building, which was built in the late 60s. It was of reinforced concrete, and this is the top of the building. And this part was an earlier, let's say, portion of the building, which here you can see an exterior view of the building. But when we talked with Bora, we discovered that in 2016, if I'm not wrong, they did within the Özyeğin University Communication Design Department and Özyeğin University VR Laboratory, a Matterport survey of the building. Okay, I think here we can see the collaborators.
Yes. Yes, I will continue, Dancer, and thank you. As you can see, on the left, I have my department head. It was her call because she actually introduced me to Professor Misha, and Professor Misha is from Switzerland and from the University of Basel. And we had two students attending. One of that is our student, Dila Atay, now a graduate and from communication design, thus our department, and Tobias from, again, Basel University, which came to Istanbul. And they also brought the Matterport camera, which was a lot of fun. The first idea was actually going to visit and do certain places in Istanbul, but on the way I also had the chance to do our school, two locations in our school, which is the Innovation Center and the gallery building. And that's it. So you can continue now, Zeren. Thank you.
You're welcome. Here with this link. Sorry. I think you can all see the link, I guess. Yes?
I think you need to share the browser.
We can see the link, but we don't see exploring the 3D space.
Okay, now I will reshare my screen, I guess. Yes, now you can, I guess, no? But this study, not anymore. No.
Did you click on play?
Yes, I'm clicking.
It's not, because it's not playing. But you can see on the chat, the website.
No.
We are there, yes.
Yes,
well done.
yes, now it is.
Okay,
You can make it full screen, I think, right now.
It is already full screen, I guess. Here.
Yes.
With the help of this technology, you can actually, it is a kind of virtual reality, and it consists of the 3D images, and it has been done only for one floor of this building that I was talking to you before, and I showed you the traditional survey drawings. And here you can have a look to the courtyard, and this was more or less the same picture that I showed you, taken camera. And if you wish, you can walk through the rooms. And as I told you, there were lots of craftsmanship going on inside, and production, let's say, with machinery and with all this stuff. And it was not easy to take the survey with the traditional tools, and even with the total station, it was very hard. But with this images, you can better understand the quality, the architectural characteristic of the building, and you can, let's say, have a look to different rooms, etc. And on the floor plan, you have this view of the floor plan. There are other rooms actually, but since they were not accessible, the work is not complete, and it has been done on just one floor, but it helps a lot to understand better the building. And you can also have an image and turn around and go inside and outside. So it helps you a lot. And you can also, if I'm not wrong, take a measurement, I don't know, of a wall. So you can use even those very quick, accessible measurement you can take from this plan view. Okay, now may I continue, Bora, with the second example?
Yes, sure.
Okay. This is the Innovation Center located at Özyeğin University campus. And I will, yes, walk around the building as it is, the rooms and the semi-open and open spaces, public and private, and these are the study rooms and etc.
Maybe it's worth to mention that the interiors were designed by Erginoğlu Çalışlar.
Yes, group. And maybe it's better to have a look from, let's say, an angle and to see the hall. And also it is located under the ground, let's say, level, and you can reach there through a ramp from the lounge. And on the floor plan.
Zeren, may we say we're doing a live guided tour of Ozig University?
Yes, it is a kind of. Okay, we can go inside and have a look, and there are people that are working and chatting, and there are also some open spaces which are accessible, so you can take fresh air and or smoke your coffee and smoke your cigarettes and take a coffee. So it is more or less, I think.
So it's a multi-purpose space.
Multi-purpose space, yes. Maybe if I can. No, I'm not able to reach the ramp. No, Bora. No.
Yes, no, that's all. I mean, there
So
are limits.
This was the ramp that goes up and to the
Yeah.
ground level. Maybe it's better also to show you that. And
can you go in the garden?
In the garden, I will try. I will try. Maybe from the plan view, it's better.
I don't think we
I
have
don't
the
think
garden.
so. No.
It's only interiors, I assume.
We can go close to the garden and look to the garden from the window if you like.
We used to have studios in here and then go there and have a coffee in the garden. So it's just like remind us of what we were doing 1 year ago.
Yes, we miss it, don't we?
And also you can reach here, backside from these doors, the backside of the building.
The courtyard, the back courtyard.
A kind of back courtyard, but you can also reach from the stairs to the ground level. And this is at the opposite side of those ramps that I showed you before. So it is, and the ramps there somewhere here. Yes. And it was a very, let's say, nice place to work and to do the studios and to chat, to interact and to socialize. And yes, people are together here, students or all the professors and all the invited speakers, even they meet here and chat. And yes, I think I missed those physical spaces. Yes.
We have also the exhibition center, the exhibition building. If you like, you can show that as well.
Yes, I am now. I have 2 minutes, I guess, 2.5. So
2.5.
Yes, 2.5. And this is maybe we can start with the floor plan. I guess we have more than one floor here. So
yes, 2 floors.
Yes,
correct.
So if you reach both floors, you can use this equipment and you can do this virtual reality thing for more than one floor. So
Zeren, Bora Yavuz is not here, so
yeah.
probably you can take a few more minutes if you wish.
Sure. Okay, why not? Maybe if Bora and you also want to add something, maybe we can have a look through the window a little bit. Yes, it's not so easy, I guess, but you can see the stairs there, and also we can have a look to the exhibition hall. I wanted to show you also a view
the alley, right? Yes, the main space of the campus.
Of the campus, and this is the actually main entrance. And here we can also reach so for that to the stairs, so we can use the stairs. It's really, I find it very nice, actually. Yeah.
It takes time just in the real time.
Yeah, just in the real time.
Bora, you know what? We should do one of these of the new building, of the new faculty building.
Definitely, yes, I agree.
Yeah. Something weird, but yes. And also this one. This is the, these elevators are going to the car parking area, no?
So this is the main entrance of the university campus, actually.
Yeah. And here you can see the info, and these were the stairs that we used now. And here you can see a physical model of the campus of Özyeğin University in Czech.
Yeah, that's a nice detail, yes.
No, but yes, it's very nice. We can see here, and maybe, yes, from the plan it's better. But I cannot select one. Why? Huh. Now, yes. It's not accessible here. Only there it's accessible. Okay. Would you like to add something? Or
yeah, if you noticed when you go actually here, look, when you went here and looked to the model from here, you saw that you can see the legs of the tripod of the Matterport. This means these are the only locations, these spots over here, these are the only locations that the tripod of the Matterport have been used. And if you notice, we can only step on those places to see around. It's a bit like Google, what's it called? Street View. Yeah. And so there are different methods to actually have people experience virtual reality. And the previous experience I shared with you, it does not have this issue, except you can actually point anywhere you like and you can teleport there, and that's it. So these were two examples that actually reflect how it can be used. And it's actually nice to see those. Anybody who's interested in more virtual reality stuff, they can check our website, vr.özyeğin.tr. I guess that's it.
Let's see if it's possible to see the model of the campus from some view. Yeah. Just to give them the experience of what our campus is, at least in the model.
yes, here the resolution is not good. Maybe from yes, this view is not bad, I guess.
So our
it's from the southeastern view right now.
Yeah.
Our new faculty building is here actually now.
Yes, now we have the faculty building here. It's an old model of the campus.
Yeah.
And maybe I can zoom in. Yes. And these are the other these dormitories and those kind of building are located there, the dormitories. And it's a hilled, let's say, area. There are lots of level of difference, but more or less all the faculty buildings are connected somehow in different levels. Sometimes at car parking areas, sometimes at ground floors. So they are mostly connected. there is a connection issue, a problem, a kind of, with the architectural faculty, since it is at the bottom, let's say, of the hill. You are there. Okay, maybe we can. No, we have these people.
No, because it's a new building where Alex lives right now. It didn't exist back then, if I'm not mistaken.
Maybe, I'm not sure.
Maybe it's not even included in the model as extension. The model does not include that area, but I'm there. Okay, so I'm calling from there. The main server is there right now.
Shall we take some questions if there are any questions?
Yes.
Oh, here is Dila, by the way. She helped us doing this.
Okay, I will stop my. Yes.
I think we got two questions. One is from Luai.
Yes.
Luai, you want to come up with your question?
Yes, of course. Thank you very much for showing us these beautiful images. Really, it brings us as students to our beloved faculty. So my question was, what softwares did you use and what was the methodology followed? I don't know if that was actually stated in your during the presentation, because I came a little bit late. I'm very sorry.
No worries. Look, it works like this. First of all, the first step of the workflow is going there and taking pictures, and also using laser scanners and perhaps also drone survey. So this is not my part of the job, but I'm just saying now, you know, there are many good photogrammetry specialists here at the moment, such as Giorgio, and they could explain better. But following that, actually, we go take the photographs and the laser scans. We put it in a program called Reality Capture, which I mentioned earlier, which is a very useful program, and I'm grateful that Alessandro Camis actually introduced me to the program. So this program helps us create, I'm talking about the Cora example and the Panagia example right now, not the Metaport example. Once we have the model, once you feed this program with the images and the laser scans, it will create you a model. Of course, there are a lot of important parameters where you need to be careful about. And once you have the model, you export it and export it together with its textures. And this model you can use in game engines such as Unity, CryEngine, and Unreal Engine. And in our case, we used Unity for this. And in Unity, you have certain programming approaches where you can actually use different styles of navigation, for instance. And in this case, we use teleporting, means when you actually show and put your controller somewhere, it will teleport you there. And that's it. But I was mentioning earlier that it's important that we need to start focusing in this workflow. We need to start putting other things inside, because as Unreal Engine 5 is on the way, and at the end of the quarter of this year, we will be able to take all these models without optimization and putting them into game engines. Although I didn't mention, optimization is a very important part of this workflow, and it actually, you lose a lot of quality. So yes, once you have it in a game engine with even better quality, it will be more realistic, it will be better. But now the important part is using ZBrush, learning how to use ZBrush, how to use it, etc., etc. For me, I'm talking for me, of course. What will happen is I will create these photogrammetric models, and I will clean them up very well and directly put it into Unreal Engine, and then we can actually experience these locations.
Okay, so maybe we can move on to the next one, which is Giorgio Verdiani. There was another question from Manlio Montuori, and I gave you the PDFs of our faculty, department, campus, research, laboratory, it's all in there. But we are a large university. We have many faculties. business, law, social sciences, architecture, engineering.
Yeah, I already wrote that there are 6 faculties and 3 graduate schools. I hear myself, but anyhow. So shall we proceed to Giorgio Verdiani, because we have only 13 minutes ahead, before our next session.
Yeah, let's go with Giorgio, and the next session will start 5 minutes later. So he's going to have 15 minutes, okay? Ready.
You're muted, Giorgio.
So, good morning, everybody, or good afternoon, or minutes before lunch. And here with me, Ilenia Ricci, tutor from our laboratories about extended realities. And I go with sharing the screen. There is a audio feedback. So maybe there is someone with the open
I think the iPad of Di Massimo, there is a sound from there. Would you be mind, please?
Okay, let me handle
It's gone, it's gone.
Please go on.
It's gone. So are you seeing my screen? I think yes. Then just a second. Okay. I have reduced this one. And so in this short presentation, we go with a very quick report about some experience about VR and digital tools and other digital tools for cultural heritage. In our laboratory about extended reality in Florence, we are taking various experiments about the use of these tools to enhance the perception of cultural heritage and create contents that make sense with the general experience between real and digital. And here there is a short report about some of the recent ones, which are for, and the general workflow that we use is more or less this one, where we start obviously on understanding, reading and interpreting the plays. Then we try to understand the balance between the risks and solutions, and reach some specific idea that should be site specific or strictly linked to the place, so that the people can say, okay, I get something more from this place. I want to visit the real one, but in this way I know that there is something more than is not exactly the same that being in place. So, or is something in alternative, a sort of exactly of extended reality on the object. Most of the time we operate when possible by photos, sometimes taking measurement digitally or with other solution, and obviously the operation inside are fundamental. The processing of everything brings to the creation of a 2.5D digital dimensional model or 3D model, and then moving to various features that sometimes are simply visualization on the screen, sometimes are 3D printing or a mix of the two, and then move to creating interdisciplinary product when it's possible, and move to a sort of possible future these contents. And for example, one of the case studies done recently is about the Teatro del Mondo, the World Theaters by Aldo Rossi, a temporary architecture made in the 80s in front of the Venice Lagoon, that was then removed, demolished, and disappeared. It was totally an ephemeral solution. This space was built and then lost, and we have reconstructed it to be a possible virtual visit of that place. The work was done using a real engine to have a complete three-dimensional visit, and the model produced from this work was then experienced directly in Venice on a small ferry boat. This was an idea to experiment in place the sense of the water, the smells, the environment all around, so that visiting the virtual Teatro del Mondo was in the place of the Teatro del Mondo and was with the that kind of environment. This turned off with a sort of a small user experience test, quite efficient to give a more extended perception that not in a simple lab or at home. So obviously it's not possible to have the ferry boat every time you take a look to the Teatro del Mondo, but when you organize a virtual experience with people and you extend knowledge to them, is a very, very worthy experience. And overall, in this work, there was also time for creating a small augmented reality experience with the Teatro del Mondo. It reveals even some issues about the problem of the water, because the 3D model takes place on the sheen, but it tends to move around because it is a little bit unstable because of the general situation. Because the environment is changing all around, and so there are some lack of target or some fixed point that can keep the model in place. Obviously, there is this classic from the lab, thanks to the very, very good work from Ilenia, that is the, I suppose you know them from the first site, is the Basilica Cisterna in Istanbul. So we have the Medusa's head there, and we took the photogrammetric survey in 2014, and then quite later on, we developed a full digital model, obviously ideal digital model of everything, because it's not coming from a total survey of the Basilica, but from a reconstruction based on 2D drawing available around from the other studies. And then there was the time to bring everything in the virtual environment and create it in a way that was compliant with the Oculus device. So as you can see from the screen, you have this virtual visit all around the Basilica cistern. And you see Ilenia that is using it with the Oculus Rift to visit the space defined by the column, by the water, by the vaults, and then meeting the Medusa's head and reading something from virtual panels that can be a virtual element, which is obviously an old or new element of design, because you can design elements that are not possible in the reality, or at least are not possible at now. So you can have them supporting your setup of the visit. And here we meet the Medusas. It was the occasion at the time also to take a look to and a survey of the heads in the Archaeological Museum there, and then to build up some reconstruction hypothetical model of the courtyard from where these pieces were coming from. So, whoops, my headphones are finishing the charge. So this work was extremely satisfaction, because it coordinates more elements like the digital space of the cistern later, and the virtual reconstruction, and this part of photogrammetry. I will stop this one, but you can check it in our YouTube channel at any time. There is a YouTube channel we will see in the end that collect all the materials from the lab. And sorry, just a second. And here it these other things that link together, in this case, Venice and Istanbul. Okay, are you hearing me? Yes?
Yes,
okay,
yes.
perfect.
Yes.
Sorry, perfect. And so you know that this statue that is placed in San Marco Square comes from Constantinople. And it is missing a foot that is found back in 1963 and is exhibited in the Archaeological Museum of Istanbul right now. And this very, very special statue representing the tetrarchs from the Roman age. It was also the object of a virtual, very simple and fast virtual tour of the place. So it was the occasion in past September to take a time-lapse video in the square using an Insta360 camera to take the whole sequence and have this sheen showing the people, the tourists moving around, the sun moving on the walls, and showing the time passing at different speed all around this artwork that is coming across the sea and across the Mediterranean. Quite, in my opinion, very fascinating. And even this one is available on the YouTube channel of us. And going to the conclusion, one of the other recent experience was to try some VR from the drone. So taking a VR from the drone can be quite fascinating. Right now, there are not completely efficient tools that resolve the various issue. But for example, this solution solved using the Parrot Anafi drone allow you to create a panoramic view of the sheen. Let's go to full screen with it. And you have this aerial panoramic view created by the drone, which make a useful, and fascinating view of this, in this case, of the Poveglia Island. Is an abandoned island with this structure that the buildings that are previously a sanatory and sorry, a sanatory, an hospital for lungs illness. And you have this explorable image that collects everything. Obviously, it can be quite scenographic, but it's something that can be coordinated. We are just studying a little about how to coordinate it better with other tools like the previews and so on. So where is gone my presentation? Here. And no, it's not this one, maybe this. Let's try to go back. Okay. So, and last but not least, this video taken from the Insta360 camera that is taken from the boat moving from across the Venice Lagoon, and which is extremely scenographic. This one is really worth to take a look with the VR device, because all of you really to have an immersive view of the lagoon. It's quite long, it's 14 minutes long, and all of you to travel with Raffaele across the lagoon toward toward the Poveglia Island. That's all for 1 second that I switch back to the salutation, and here it is. And so this is this collection of of experience all around Italy. Oops, for some reason, no, sorry, it was the final one, sorry. And you can check on YouTube the Elixir Dida Labs to find our YouTube channel, or on Instagram, the Elixir Dida Labs, that collect the various experience or sample or links to these things that come from 3D movies or 3D images, virtual tour, modeling, and mixed reality of various genres. We are just working on some new product just in these days that will be out soon. So thank you for the attention.
Thank you very much, Giorgio Verdiani.
Okay. Perfect.
So thank you very much. So you had the lunchtime session with the theater.
And not a virtual one.
Yes, and not a virtual one, yes. So soon, maybe Giorgio Verdiani or Elena Ricci would like to share all the links that you provided in the presentation. So shall we proceed? Shall we proceed with our next session? The next session is called, titled with Urban and Rural Evolution, Landscape Redevelopment and Regeneration. And our chair will be Andrin Nielsen from University of Gothenburg. And the co-chair will be Sinan Burat from Mersin University. Welcome. Is Andrine Nielsen here?
Yes, I'm here.
Hello, Andrine.
Hello. Hi.
Hi. The stage is yours, please.
Thank you. Well, I'm Andrine Nielsen, and I'm doing research on housing and wooden buildings, foremost. And Sinan, perhaps you would like to say something?
Sinan Burat, you are muted. Still, you are muted. Let me ask you to unmute. Thank you. But I think there's a problem with your microphone connection. Can you choose from the sidebar?
How about this?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. I have triple muted myself without realization. Sorry for that. My name is Sinan Burat, and I'm teaching currently at Mersin University City and Regional Planning Department. I'm a landscape architect, and my main interest is the green spaces of cities and how landscape is changing and how we are changing the landscape as well, and the climate crisis, etc., etc. I think now I shall be sharing my screen while we introduce the first presentation. Andrea?
Yes. Juliana Linda Nelia is going to present watercourses and urban-rural linkages from agriculture to urban landscape in regeneration. And Julia is the associate professor in landscape architecture at the Department of ICAR at the Polytechnic University of Bari. And her interests are Mediterranean and Middle Eastern cities and landscapes, as well as analytical work, the sustainable design for landscape and cultural heritage recovery and regeneration. And I welcome you, Juliana Linda. Please start your presentation.
Thank you very much. I will try to share my screen. Okay. But I should have a full presentation. Sorry, just 1 second. Okay, can you see it?
Yes.
Yes.
So contemporary cities are characterized by a strong mixture between built-up fabrics and pieces of agricultural landscapes that permeate them. In planning and design management of peri-urban areas, urban and rural environments cannot be separated anymore. We need to move, therefore, the discourse of urbanization away from the traditional dichotomy of architecture and agriculture, urban and rural areas, and improve, conversely, a well-managed urbanization and urban-rural linkages to bring opportunities for the urban environment and help in reducing development gaps between cities and surrounding territories. And integrated territorial design can connect environmental and formal aspects with social needs and functions, including public areas, food security, and slow mobility. It can also strengthen urban-rural connection and reconnections. Within this framework, peri-urban environments can play an important role in integrated urban landscape design, being the linking modalities between urbanized areas and rural sites. To be sustainable, both urban and rural areas must indeed develop in tandem to also improve livelihoods and foster an inclusive growth. To this end, linking rural and urban areas in nowadays metropolitan sites is an important focus for sustainable design. In particular, in development plans, to harness the potential that their combined synergy generates, peri-urban and rural fragments should not be treated as separate entities, but instead they should be integrated with the aim of transforming them into the hubs of the new or of a renewed urban landscape. So both the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the new urban agenda define policies that support integrated urban and territorial planning and development. By calling for new inclusive approaches and enhanced synergies between urban and rural communities and spaces, to respond to rapidly evolving cities, we're facing new and often critical challenges. To design actions, which of course should vary with local context, must be coordinated to identify linkages areas where implement integrated territorial development. These areas can be social spatial arrangements where to create distinct but interwoven identities. The use of the landscape approach can be akin connect cities to the surrounding or interstices rural areas. In managing and interlink and mutually reinforcing multi-scalar design, and also in reinforcing the urban-rural continuum in the face of social conflicts and environmental disasters. In particular, partnerships between urban and rural areas are a critical condition for a successful urban-rural continuum and in the face of climate change. By fostering a complementary dynamic between rural and urban, with urban areas as necessary providers of services and rural areas as places of recreation and agricultural goods and resources, we can interpret these linking places as sites of environmental preservation and local heritage development, as sites for leisure and food production, as multifunctional places where to enhance urban life in connection with the local environment. And an example of possible development of urban-rural linkages is given by the city of Bari, where I come from, a southern Italian medium-sized city and the capital city of the Apulia region, which is set where the natural structure of a number of so-called lame is the Italian term to define the structures, which are wide and shallow karst furrows, that is orographic depressions that were once small streams of water, and the city is set where, in the place where they reach the coastline. Here, and this is a satellite view of the city, urban countryside innervates the sparse urban tissue of the suburbs, where, for hydrogeological reasons, is it difficult to settle. So we can see from the image a number of interstices area where the countryside reaches the urban fabric. This defines an apparently disordered urban and metropolitan landscape, which is instead rich in potential components to be enhanced and reconsidered within an ecological vision of the city. Oh, sorry. Okay. Yes. The valley bottom of this lame indeed is only seemingly empty of water, which is instead still visible through the presence of the rich vegetation growing there, through the presence of vegetable gardens and orchards, which differs from the surrounding arid landscape, which is characterized by the presence of vineyard and olive groves, etc. These complex ecosystems are overlooked by fragments of the sparse urban fabric of the suburbs, where buildings float in areas where the urban form has been lost and needs to be regenerated. This is one of the lame. This is a view from one of these lame through the some peripheral neighborhoods of the city. I mentioned that these places are apparently empty of water, but they are normally dry. But during more abundant rainfall, they can overflow. This is a picture of something that happens not so long time ago, a very few years ago. So the karst landscape of this lame is therefore a changing and dynamic landscape, which suddenly become a wet landscape when it rains, that is more and more often as a result of climate changes. And this is a view of the same area, which is along Lama Picone. There was yes, the Cava di Maso. It was a place where the construction material were extracted there. And recently, during a few years ago, the Lama overflowed and was completely filled with water. And the presence of this kind of rivers inside the city is quite widespread. Inside and at the border of the city. Now, this is a geological map of the urban area of Bari, where we can recognize a number of different lame. There are 9 at least between the main one. And these lame are some I don't know. Environmental, they are heritage connectors, they are really natural corridors, and they have a structure which changes during their course. So some section of them are low and sinuous, others are steep with rocky stratification. There are many natural cavities. Many of them have been also transformed by man in different way, also with quarries. And here the local heritage is shown by the presence along the basin of several, also of several medieval farmhouses, churches, and also from it's attested the work by man by agricultural techniques, for instance, dry stone walls. So they have therefore this is therefore an environment of undoubted value, both for the landscape, geological and naturalistic characteristics of the sites, but also for the historic, archaeological and architectural value of this system, which therefore we should protect and enhance in a way. And so these are some pictures of one of the biggest lame in the city of Bari, Lama Balice, which is also protected area in some parts of the Lama itself, not when it reaches the city, that is at the end. And we can see here now the presence of traces of heritage, of traditional cultivation techniques, for instance, here, and quarries. And we can see at the end of this view the peripheral areas of the city and the sea at the end of its course. So those places are really rich for a lot of reasons, no? from natural characteristics of the sites, but also for traces of heritage. There are some nodal points into the urban structure. They bring along with them also infrastructures and other elements which are crucial for the design, for the urban design in its totality. Despite this, for a long time, their presence influenced the urban form, the urban growth, until modern times, when their natural layout was deeply changed by some, due to some human transformation, which moved their course with changing their layout, and from some plannings which didn't take into account really a strong connection between the urban growth and natural structure of this lame, that is orography, hydrography, vegetation, and so on. So briefly, I will go through some maps which show the city, the urban transformation of Bari from, let's say, the end of the 19th century until nowadays, to try to diachronically, in a way, on this map, to recall the urban transformation in relationship with the structure, with the presence, at least, of this lame, of this kind of river. And here, this is a general plan of Bari in 1912. You can see the medieval city here, and this is the 19th century development, urban development of the city. Until this time, we can say, if we overlay the imprinting of the lame on this map, we can say that the city developed according with these territorial structures, because out of some small stream, the limits of the city were inside, the boundaries given by the lame. But if we move to further developments of the city, we can see how in this the 1930 plan, the planning of the city had no basically relation with the natural orographic structure of this lame. Even if the city in a way was intended to develop with this green belt of gardens and of green areas with some villas at the border of the compact city, this green belt had no real connection, no clear connection with the natural and orographic structure of the site. Here we are in another plan, 1918, where we can see again this kind of connection between understanding the natural structure of the sites and urban development, and so on. This is the Concezio Petrucci plan, master plan from Bari, with the focus on the green areas on the right side of this picture. And again, if we go there and we try to overlay the natural structure of the territory around Bari and inside the city of Bari, we can clearly note that out of some cases, some places where there are some green area system which are in along the site of the lama, there is not a clear idea of connecting these areas to the urban planning. And here we are in the middle of the 20th century. This is the master plan for Bari by Calzabini e Piacentini in 1954, in which we clearly see the city and the the urban sprawl of this period and the countryside near the around the built-up areas. And again, many of the new neighborhoods which were designed and planned in this period were planned on the site of these water and territorial structures. And this is a focus of the same plan on the green areas. Again, no, there is just in few cases. And it's interesting to note that here, today, we are one of the main important urban parks of Bari. And also here, this area has remained basically devoted to agriculture until now. And here we are in 1963. This is the urban structure of the city in this period. And this is the last master plan that we had, the last before the new one, which was designed by Ludovico Quaroni in 1963 as exactly according with the idea of zoning, with some signs on these maps, which in many cases, don't take into account the natural structure of this land. It's very interesting to note that during the last decades of this period, many of these lame were interrupted by the main roads around the city, and most of them were transformed into some channels by engineering work. That is, recently, this is the a map which shows in red and blue the areas of the city with hydrogeological problems, in a way.
Here, Annalinda, we have 2 minutes left.
Okay, I'm going to the end. That shows that their presence, instead of being something to enrich the urban landscape, became a problem. And this was solved in a way by the last plannings for Bari. This is the new one, the last one, and on the right, the territorial one, the PPTR. Where those structures were really reinterpreted as new way for reconnecting the urban structure, giving new value to ecological, natural, and peripheral areas. So I will go to the end. I'm sorry. This landscape, and I wanted to show you, but it's not so necessary. I will be very fast in this. Some projects that we did during our studio of landscape architecture at School of Architecture of Bari with some students in these areas. So the aim of the projects were to demonstrate the possibility of reproposing high-degree self-sustainable urban system along this lama in some areas where the peripheral residential areas meets the lama, functioning thanks to wise techniques of local resources control, and we tried to design some forms we thought we could be appropriate for these areas. Aim at transforming urban interstices and boundaries into multifunctional public spaces where the agricultural landscape was intended to reconnect peripheral urban forms and where the new vision for peri-urban areas was strongly linked to the identity of the surrounding territory. So I have no time anymore, so I will just show you some of these designs which were based on the formalization of the agriculture along this lama as a way to reconnect the urban fabric to the natural structure of the territory of Bari. Thank you very much for your time.
You're welcome.
I have to
so friends, okay. If you have any questions, please ask them in the chat window, place them in the chat so that we will present them to the presenters. We'll ask them to the presenters, and the discussion session will be held at the end. as is the custom. Thank you, Linda. Now I will present the second presentation of this time, this session. Shall I?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
If you want.
No.
I can do it.
There was a pause, so I felt the reason. So go on.
Okay. Thank you so much, Julia and Linda, for your interesting presentation. And now we will go on to Giuseppe Resta and his project Balkan Explorations and Historical Itineraries and Tentative Catalogue of Albanian Landscapes. And Giuseppe Resta is visiting assistant professor at the Bilkent University at Ankara in Turkey, and he holds a PhD in architecture from the Università degli Studi Roma in Italy. So please, Giuseppe, the stage is yours.
Okay, thank you. It says that I cannot share screen. Maybe I should be allowed.
You can now.
Okay, yes, sure. Thank you. Okay, can you see my screen? No?
Almost.
I'll try to remove the toolbar. Okay. Okay, yes, so thank you for the introduction. Today I'm going to present a tentative catalogue of Albanian landscape. It's still in progress. It's a kind of side project I've been working on in the last 2 years from time to time. And basically, let's say the aim of this catalog is that of creating an alternative cartography, I would say, to enhance a different view of the Albanian landscape. I know that the title might sound ambitious, but it is actually very much focused on two moments of the Albanian history. And it is based on a photographic campaign I conducted in between 2016 and 2018 in Albania. And basically what I did try to do is to study the historical itineraries that especially Italian travelers, geographers, botanists, and physicians even used to do at the end of the 19th century and in the first 2 decades of the 20th century. And then I compared this with the contemporary landscape. I will explain briefly why I think it's important to study the first term, so the post-Ottoman, let's say post-Ottoman occupation landscape. I think this period of Albania is crucial because it is a period right before the modernism, right before Italian and also Austrian planners, architects started to design cities, towns on the paper, on the drawing tables. So before, let's say, the 20s of the 20th century, Albanian towns were not designed with a zenithal view, and this is helpful to reconstruct, I think, this historical landscape and then compare this with the contemporary ones. What happened in between? Well, we have a lot of dramatic events. We have had already a few presentations today about Albania, so I won't go too much into details about the history. I'll just say that the 20th century is quite dramatic, full of autocratic governments. I mean, Albania had a king, King Zog, that was also under the pressure of European powers. Then the Italian presence that influenced very much economy in the first instance. Then it became an actual military occupation. Then after the Second World War, the communist regime and Varosha, you already know about that. So what happened during these explorations? We have a number of scholars. I studied especially Almagià, Castiglioni, Sestini, and Baldacci especially, and they were dispatched by the Reale Società Geografica Italiana, that is based in Rome and is still active as a scientific body. And well, at that time, this kind of scientific body were also used by the fascist regime to understand a possible land of conquest, and Albania was one of them. And so their work was unfortunately also helpful for the conquest agenda. One important geographer is Baldacci. He spent around 50 years of his career, of his life, in studying the Balkans. He was also active in Montenegro, as an interesting story related to Secret Service. But anyway, what I'm interested in about Baldacci is itineraries, Albanian itineraries, Itinerari Albanesi. He published this description, scientific survey, especially about plant species. He studied the geography of Albania, the ethnography, and so on. And he also collected all these scientific description in this bulletin published by the Reale Società Geografica. And here you see the itineraries Baldacci traveled on. And what I did try to do was to travel again on the tracks of Baldacci on the same itinerary, on the main itineraries, and try to compare his descriptions and some of the early 20th century pictures, photographs with the contemporary ones. This is another picture of the of his itineraries. And also Almagià was another interesting player in this story. He is also a geographer, and this is one of the photographs, early 20th century. Here you can see the Tomori Mountains. That is an iconic land formation in Berat, close to Berat, and still today Berat is very much, you can see always this Tomori Mountain on the backdrop of the city. In each photograph you see of Berat, you will probably recognize this mountain. So in the end, this project is about capturing the, I would say, most iconic panoramas of Albania, and try to understand, then try to redraw and understand them also in their forms, in their consistency, in their how the layers are overlapped on each other. This is how the so-called Albanian Alps look like. We are close to Peja, so in the what today is Kosovo. You can see how the terrain is rugged. It's quite difficult to travel in this area, and it's very interesting the story of Baldacci in this area, in the northern area. It sounds like it's sometimes like a narrative strand, like a narrative plot where you can really see like a novel character that has to face difficulties with the landscape. On the left, some of the infrastructures built by the Italians. In this specific case, the Tirana-Durazzo highway. Here you see the bazaar of Shkodër, Skutari, and the bridge crossing the Bojana River. That is the ending part of the Green River that starts from the Albanian Alps. Agricultural land. Here on the right, you see the Porto Palermo, that, for instance, is one of the places that are better preserved because it was used during the socialist period also as a military post. So it was quite preserved, the landscape. Here you see another photograph of the Tirana-Durazzo highway in the 40s. And this is interesting. It's the Daiti mountain. it's another iconic, let's say, contour that one can see from each spot of Tirana, the capital, because Tirana is surrounded by the Dakhla Mountain, and it's also a place where usually people used to go in the summer because of the fresh air and whatever. Here,
Giuseppe, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Your sound is a bit unstable, so perhaps if you could turn off your video for your.
Oh, sure. Sorry
maybe
for that.
Sinan, could you take away your microphone because it's on, and then maybe it will work better. Let's try that.
Yes.
My microphone is off.
Yeah, it looks like it's on. But Giuseppe, if you can turn on off your video for your.
Yeah, I think I have to ensure, and just a second. Okay.
Thank you.
Now, hopefully now it will be better. Sorry for that. Let me know if my sound is still not okay. So yes, this is the coastal street, what is called the Ducati Pass. You will see also later a contemporary shot of this area. It's a beautiful road built by the Italians, if I'm not wrong. And from here you can see the Adriatic Sea. It's really a beautiful panorama you can see here. And these are just the maps of the urbanized area. You can see here all the most dense centers are towards the coast here, the Adriatic Sea. The slopes of the topographic map, the hydrographic map of Albania, and I've not here the picture, but it will be interesting to overlap the itineraries of Baldaccis with the hydrographic map. Naturally, he followed the river valleys, and this is what I try to do also, to follow the course of the rivers and see how to penetrate inside the from the coast to the mountainous part, and try to see how the landscape changed. So yes, this is my itinerary. Basically, I will show you a few samples of this itinerary taken from the itinerary. I shot around 400 photographs, geolocated, and then redrawn each one of them. So this is how a sample looks like of the catalog. I try to always to frame the most iconic and recognizable spots of the landscape, and then I try to redraw them in terms of form of the woods, agricultural plains, the cultivated slopes, spontaneous vegetation, bare fields, urbanized area, water bodies, and the profile of the mountains, naturally. So you see the location, time, date, direction, elevation, and GPS location. And in this case, we are in Montenegro, on the other side of Shkodra. Here is Shkodra. It's quite an iconic place because I'm standing now on the Rozafa Castle, that is probably the most famous castle in Albania, and I'm looking towards the Adriatic Sea. And yeah, you can see here, this used to be floodplain, then it has been urbanized, so now this area has some problems. But it's also interesting to see how these parallel ridges stop the water from flowing to the sea. And here you can see here these kind of thresholds in between the ridges. And this is one of the thresholds. I'm standing now on the mouth of the river, and because of that geographical formation, usually this area becomes flooded very, very often, and it creates a lot of problems. And the touristic pressure is also decreasing the capability of the geography for the drainage of these drains. Here we are going south, Miloti. You can see here another threshold condition. I have on the left the Mat River. This goes up to the reservoir. I will show you later. And it's interesting to see how right after these thresholds, the landscape is totally different. Here is a kind of more, let's say, coastal area. This is Milot. And then, but right after this threshold, it becomes a totally different mountainous, also in terms of vegetation, it's totally another world. Here we have the floodplain, Ishan floodplain, quite flat. You can see always, in these cases, many informal constructions. Tirana, well, there is a long discussion here, but I will just point out the Daiti Mountains, the close relationship between Tirana and the Daiti Mountains, and there are also all the, even the fascist plan in the 40s was really keen to give value to this perspective on the boulevard, on the monumental boulevard, to frame the Daiti Mountains. Again, another boulevard where, let's say, the relationship with the mountains, it has been, let's say, prevented by newer constructions. I will go faster. Here you see the what we were seeing before, the Ducati Pass. This is the we are in Palace. It's called Palace. And what happened here is that now you will see a touristic facility full of bungalow, residential unit, a huge disco, and this was really a sacred place, incredible place. This beach is actually the mouth of a dry river, but now, let's say, this continuity, it has been interrupted by, well, a touristic pressure. Yeah, Vjosa Valley, we're going towards south, towards Greece. And yeah, we have here we are entering almost, we are going towards the border with Greece in the Drin Valley. And you will see also how different, just a few kilometers away, how different is the landscape. Here we are in Albania, and here we are in Epirus, just a few kilometers away across the same corridor. It's one of the corridors I've showed you at the beginning that leads from Albania to Greece. And it's amazing to see how just crossing the border, how different is the vegetation. You find olive trees, you don't have any agricultural land, just because of naturally, because of different politics, different policies, and so on. So I tried also to reconstruct these differences in terms of also of policies of land use. Here you see Berat, but I will go towards the end. Yes, here is the Ulza Reservoir, that is the ending point of the Miloti, of the picture of Miloti I showed you a few slides ago. Yes, so then I did also a work on the cartography, naturally. And I tried to then confront, in this case, the plan of the Italians with the contemporary condition, but especially I was interested in highlighting the elements, the typological elements of the landscape, and I've done this redraw activity, and then try to create a taxonomy, let's say, of the landscape, of the elements of the landscape. Thank you. I think I'm finished.
Thank you, Giuseppe, for this interesting paper on the most secret country in Europe for a long time. So it's like a window into the most secret part. So thank you very much. Now we are moving on to the next presentation. And this presentation has originally 3 authors, but it will be presented by Xiang Lu. But there's also Xuan Li and Monica Naso who's contributed to this paper. And it's about the regeneration of rural settlements by renewal, remodeling, and conversion of public facilities in village centers. ABB, sorry, model, a new way for urban regeneration. And Xiang Lu is a joint PhD student at the architecture at Politecnico di Torino and Tsinghua University. And her research focuses on transnational architectural models in a globalized world, especially cultural and industrial heritage in urban regeneration and emerging architectural typologies and models in China. So please, the stage is yours.
Thank you. Just one moment that I will share my screen.
Now we see it.
Good afternoon.
Yes.
Can you see my presentation now? So
Absolutely,
good afternoon,
yes.
Professor Nielsen, Professor Burat, and everyone. Thank you for the introduction. We are Shuyang Li, Monica Naso, and Xian Lu, and we're happy to present in this 8th edition of AACCP our research still in progress titled Shenzhen Bi-City Biennale of Urbanism Architecture, a new model for urban regeneration. Shenzhen, as a key city in the Pearl River Delta region, has undergone radical urban transformation in the past 4 decades. Born as an economic experiment in the context of reform and opening up of China, from a small town, it became a metropolis. Shenzhen's population grew from 300,000 in 1979 to 30 million in 2019, so a 42 times growth in 40 years. Today, its GDP is ranked 3rd in all China. This fast urbanization process was accompanied by numerous urban issues. So in 2005, the same year in which the Chinese pavilion first appeared in Venice, in the Venice Biennale of Architecture, the Shenzhen Biennale of Urbanism Architecture, so UABB in short, was conceived by the Urban Planning Department of Shenzhen Municipality for the purpose of giving a stage to talk about the issues of cities and urbanization in the background of unprecedented rapid urbanization in Pearl River Delta region. Under the current Chinese household registration system, which divides residents into rural or urban categories, Shenzhen is the first city in China to officially convert all residents to urban status, eliminating totally the rural status for all residents who also live in urban villages, on radical turn level, to say the least. UABB is one of the world's most visited architecture exhibition. It focuses on urban phenomena emerged during rapid urbanization process, such as urban villages, the regeneration of industrial heritage, the reactivation of public spaces, the rural-urban relationship, or urban borders, space and technology, etc. Although it was drafted on the Venice Biennale model, with the aim of positioning itself in the global scenario of recurrent architecture exhibitions, UABB has developed a distinct agency. The exhibition site changes each time, leading to a set of diffused urban transformation intervention all across the city. Starting from UABB, events and exhibitions have acquired increasing relevance in China. Most of them were usually held in art galleries and museums or presented in the form of clustered buildings. The site selection of exhibition venues lacked logic and was relatively homogeneous. As a result, many venues were left idle afterwards and could not be fully utilized. On the contrary, UABB tries to activate the lost spaces in the city, directly operating on key themes such as industrial buildings or urban villages to achieve the symbiosis of exhibition and urban development and take directly the exhibition to the subject and users. So instead of showcasing architecture and urban strategies in an abstract context, the exhibition goes to the problems and work on site. The approach adopted by UABB is part of a broader constellation of trends that emerged in China during the last 2 decades in the framework of the so-called cultural turn. So events and exhibitions like Shanghai Urban Space Art Season, Q-City Plan, and Shajing Time Drift have consolidated a pattern of small-scale regeneration projects, which sees the city as a territory to curate. So our research studied these interventions, and we aimed at identifying different categories of transformation based on different architectural typologies and functions, the original functions, and developed a tentative intervention through curation taxonomy. Just a quick slide through the various other exhibitions. So we have Shanghai Urban Space Art Season, which is an industrial site transformation project. It has improved a range of public spaces with modern design and public art. The Q-City Plan is a series of activities for the regeneration of public space in Shenzhen. It engages public space with art installation, structure, and landscape design. Shajing Time Drift is an urban exhibition on the transform and on a old town, and it transformed it into an artistic site, improving the quality and attracted many visitors. UABB has been observed first as a local phenomenon and then a national phenomenon. Then in 2015, Shenzhen was presented as an experiment of radical urbanism to trigger transcalar reflections expanded to other realities worldwide. In the recent years, an extremely local context has been used as a trigger on the issues of urban regeneration, making Shenzhen case paradigmatic. The exhibition has also evolved in its transformed ambitions. It is possible to retrace an evolution from setting a cultural platform to discuss urban issues to an actual tool, operative tool, to actively transform the city through an intricate interplay of cultural practices and institutional framework interactions. On the spatial physical level, key focuses of the exhibition are many, and they are basically, the main categories are public spaces, post-industrial heritage, and urban villages. Curatorial practices meet institutional and governmental ambitions, and they collaborate together in transforming a set of urban spaces into a diffused network all over the city. One of the typologies of UABB venue is public space, which is best represented by the Shenzhen Civic Square, which is the city public square, which is a typical Chinese plaza with a huge surface based on the central axis layout. It's an important part of the central business and political district. It's basically a city living room, but it's an overtly large area of hard pavement with partial roof covering. The overall utilization rate is rather low. It is unable to provide a comfortable environment for exhibition. So in response, the exhibition mainly displays large commissioned works while setting up a citizen participation session to encourage public participation and recreation, arranging exhibits and events suitable for the outdoor area, such as urban agriculture exhibits. Then in 2019, UABB also tried another type of public space, which is infrastructural space. As you can see, UABB is located at the high-speed railway station, which is a huge, anonymous and monotonous 4-floor space with mainly transit function. The exhibition had added a cultural dimension to it and revitalized the whole place. The exhibition is a good way to tackle some inherent design weaknesses in its functional planning, which is rather common during the fast development of a megacity, especially it's developed from a top-down approach. The second most constant quality is industrial heritage. In the use of the old factory buildings, the original appearance was kept as much as possible to preserve the precious historical memory in a constantly changing spatial context. In terms of exterior modeling, a few strategies can be identified. For example, light intervention through the use of graffiti, banners, and other soft decoration. The second is to use the topography of the site to add smaller scale blocks to form a contrast between the old and the new. And third, the building and the exhibition enhance each other by integrating the old building through interesting and adaptive installations. The case of OCT successfully turned a disused industrial park into a design community without the normal total destruction and reconstruction, which is quite common in Shenzhen city making. The cases of Shekou actually stirred up the whole Shenzhen community, its residents, in rethinking the value of factories in the city, and formed actually some grassroots movements to try to protect them from government destruction, promoting participation in the urban decision process, which till UBB was practically inexisting. And then urban village is the main core phenomenon. It is widely spread in the fast urbanized territories in China. These are basically semi-rural or rural in the culture and social relations, but metropolitan in geography. It provides affordable and accessible housing for the rural migrants. In the absence of government planning power over them, the urban villages are rejected by policymakers due to the difficulty in social control, high density, and low spatial qualities. Aggressive demolition and construction to replace them with formal urban neighborhoods, such as gated community or residential towers, are quite common responses in the urban renewal programs of Shenzhen. But the issue of urban village is a topic covered in every session of Shenzhen UABB. UABB discusses the coexistence of traditional rural identities and unprecedented phenomenon of urban expansion involving Shenzhen's thousands of villages, both on the cultural and then also on the physical spatial level. Urban village is the result of the evolution of scattered rural settlements englobed in the urbanization process. They were present in Shenzhen's territory in a large number. There were more than 2,000 of them in 2004. So why urban villages? Initially, they were rural villages and then engulfed in the urbanization process, but they maintained their rural identity and the land control, notwithstanding the conflict between the authority and the spontaneous formation of the village expansion due to land value and the tendency to self-isolate under pressure of land grab and means of production change to protect the core value of these villages and preserve their rural social relationship and lifestyle, which leads to this urban anomaly of rural fortresses scattered all around the urban space. The 2017 Biennale, curated by Hou Hanru, Liu Xiaodu, Meng Yan, and other important architects, Chinese architects, themed cities growing differences, epitomized in the translocal attitude of this edition. For the first time, the event staged one of Shenzhen's urban villages, Chengzhongcun, underlying the constitutive essence of the city as a layered space of coexistence between the highly planned spaces of world-class city and its informal areas, its rather gray areas. The theoretical and curatorial framework tackled and brought to the global stage an issue which has been broadly explored both by Shenzhen's municipal officers and cultural circles. The spatial configuration of the 2017 edition instead marked a further step towards the affirmation of the Biennale as an urban event, involving both the citizen and the curators. The interlocking between the local reality of Shenzhen's informal enclaves and the bold spatial configuration and the broad promotional infrastructure made the exhibition officially enter the global circuit, gaining full international recognition. In 2017, other collateral events have been staged and tried out in other urban villages as well. So here we can see two examples. But come to some criticalities, actually. Drawing from our direct experience in the UABB as assistant curators, we argue that curation in the city approach might present a new model of conceiving urban regeneration strategies through site-specific micro-interventions. Beyond the limited temporal dimensions of the event, it might also constitute a means to promote participation for various stakeholders and to reach a vast and cross-sector public. This model's transforming effect works both on the social and physical spatial level, even in the cases when the exhibition was of a limited duration. In the specific case of urban village intervention through curation, we argue that the UABB intervention in the urban village through curation have effects on the cultural dimension, as it represents both an occasion of cultural urbanization and an intrusion of the urban values into the rural identity and lifestyle inside the urban villages, promoting a thorough urbanization on the cultural and social level, as well as the physical one. It promotes cultural blending and participation. It promotes local collaboration and enhanced the identity of village residents. Its comprehensive effect on the city level, though, needs yet to be valued, because the loss of rural culture and its consequences still, and we are witnessing now, will have long-lasting effects on the whole city. But actually, there are also opportunities in this method, in this approach. In the future, the space in the mechanism of regeneration through curation may not be limited to old factories and old urban areas, but they can also include new themes and typologies, such as large stadiums that have a large impact on the city, or archaeological sites, or agricultural sites, and even held in art galleries and museums, which have low utilization rates. The regeneration through curation approach could be potentially beneficial to a wider public as well, and for a more general profile of host cities and societies in different phases of development, transformation, and regeneration. So as an alternative to the Venice Biennale model, which is very competitive now worldwide, in the contemporary architectural or art exhibition sector, UABB practice and the set of approach stemming from it might actually promote local integration of a genuine vernacular regionalism with the global curatorial scene. Thank you. That's our main point of the research.
Thank you so much. We are moving on then to our final presentation. And after that, we will take questions for all the presenters. This is also a paper with multiple authors. So Irene Pesovet is going to present, but there were also Stephanie Dörper, Josephine Candit, Birgit Merchen, and Thomas Schmidt-Lux, who has participated in this paper. Irene is going to talk about the transforming the rural and urban landscape of central Oman, the development of mud brick city quarters during the 20th century. And she is a PhD student at the Goethe University at Frankfurt at the Institute for Archaeological Sciences. And she is part of the joint research project on abandoned mud brick settlements in central Oman. So please, Irene, start your presentation.
Thank you very much. I will share my PowerPoint with you. Yeah, so thank you very much for your very kind introduction. With our presentation, we will take you to the Sultanate of Oman, which is a region that remains largely unmentioned at this conference, but nevertheless provides, I think, a very interesting example for the study of urban and rural evolution. In our presentation, we will discuss how traditional and modern-day architecture transformed in central Oman during the 20th century. And we will do this through examples of our own research, which is funded within the Gerda Henkel Foundation in the Lost Cities framework. In central Oman, traditional and modern-day architecture are intertwined in many towns and cities. And this is largely due to the rapid changes of rural and urban landscape that occurred during the 20th century. Until 1970, the majority of the population lived in the rural environments of oasis towns. With the exploration of oil and the new developments of the state initiated by Sultan Qaboos bin Said since 1970, the country underwent rapid modernization. And hereafter, we see that people gradually abandoned their traditional settlements for more concrete housing, as we can see here. As a result, over 1,000 of these abandoned living quarters stand empty nowadays. Some are incorporated into the new fabric, new urban fabric, and at other times we see that they are entirely left alone. These quarters are called harat, and they provide unique information about the traditional way of life in the region. At this moment, the future of this harat is at a crucial crossroad. On the one hand, we see that many are forgotten and at the verge of complete collapse, but at the other hand, we see that more and more projects for restoration and recontextualization of the specific harat come up. In our presentation, therefore, we will explore 4 case studies. These will be Harat al-Bilad, which is also known as Mana, Miswad al-Abrin, Harat al-Hamra, and Safr al-Khashba. These first 3 case studies have been studied by Dr. Birgit Merschen, who is the co-author on this paper, and Safr al-Khashba, the last one, has been documented by archaeological team in 2020. And by analyzing the current and previous use of these different harat, we noticed that there was not one way in which urban and rural settlements transformed during the 20th century. And that while some settlements were completely abandoned, others are still used nowadays. So our first case study is Mana, and this is reputedly one of the oldest cities in Inner Oman. Omani sources attribute the establishment of Mana to the 1st century BC or AD. And in the 10th and 14th century, Mana is described in written sources as a walled town. During the 15th century, it was one of the main towns of the interior of Oman. And when Lieutenant Wellstead visited the town in the 19th century, he noted that he was very impressed by the greenery and flowing water streams of the lush oasis. He also described the houses as lofty and noted the multiple towers of the town. Mana was abandoned during the mid-1970s when almost all of its inhabitants moved away. Hereafter, the town was the subject of study by several researchers in the 1980s and 1990s. And all the researchers emphasized the fact that this hara, as well as the other abandoned harat, constitute archives full of information about the past life of these settlements, about their economy, their social structure, their culture, and their politics. In the 1990s, the hara was completely abandoned, yet it was still full of material evidence of former function and use. As we can see here on the pictures, the houses were displaying a wide range of original furniture, but also other finds like books, medicines, and letters that were still present at the end of the 20th century. Additionally, when visited in the 1990s, about 20 years after its abandonment, Mana was still a much frequented place. The locks securing many of its doors were a sign that the former inhabitants and their descendants made use of the houses. They would use the abandoned rooms for storage of various agricultural products. Nevertheless, the hara also showed clear signs of decay during this period. As we can see here, heavy rains had led to wide-ranging destructions in the quarter. In 2008, Mana was the first residential quarter that the Ministry of Heritage and Culture, now called the Ministry of Heritage and Tourism, aimed to restore. This had already been done at other historical monuments like forts and castles. However, this was the first time that a whole hara was a subject of conservation. Firstly, the site was surveyed and site plans were made. At the same time, the authorities purchased the buildings to transfer the ownership of the settlement to the government. The official launch of the project followed after that, and in order to prepare the site, the clearance of debris and collapsed walls was the initial major project task. Subsequently, conservation and restoration of important buildings resulted in a restoration of around 13% of the settlement quarter. The next step was the management of the site by the Ministry of Tourism, which followed the already established procedures of the transfer of restored forts and castles. The Ministry of Tourism and its executive arm OMRAN prepared the tendering of the project so that the management and operation would be commissioned to a private sector company. The company that would be in charge of the future site management and operation would remain under the supervision of the Ministry and OMRAN. The soft opening of the site by a private sector company was short-lived and the contract was eventually cancelled. The site management and operation are therefore currently being re-evaluated. Our second case study is Misfadal Abrin. This is a mountain oasis settlement which is located 900 meters above the town of Harat al-Hamra, which I will talk about next. Oral history and the chronicler Sheikh Ibrahim al-Abri of the Abrin tribe narrate that the village was already inhabited by two clans of the Abrin before the onset of the Yariba Elamite in 1624 CE. This is said to be attested by the construction of a mansion in the village around this time. At the turn of the 20th century, urban extensions from the main settlement quarters occurred in the form of two smaller quarters. The modern settlement era was constructed in the last quarter of the 20th century, and in 1995, at least half of the residents had moved there or to the larger village of Al-Hamra. In the decade after that, all but a few families had moved out. Research on the old quarter of Misfadal Abrin had first been conducted between the late 1990s and the early 2000s, and a few years later, new research was conducted within the context of a tourism development plan. In Misfadal Abrin, we see private and mixed public-private conservation and restoration developments. The community chose to remain in control of their hara, and instead of selling the properties to the authorities, they kept the ownership themselves. Eventually, a young archaeology graduate turned his old family home into a bed and breakfast named the Old House, which you can see here. And this led to a highly successful initiative and to the rising of the local community's attention and finally encouraging a range of further community initiatives. The Ministry of Tourism initiated further research and documentation at the site, which led to the establishment of public-private projects. Now we see a wide range of conservation and adaptive reuse in the old quarter and its surroundings. Examples of these are private businesses like B&Bs, coffee shops, restaurants, galleries, and the sales of honey and craft projects. However, due to the lack of respective guidance and guidelines, alterations and additions have started to significantly change the urban view. The joint public-private ventures included the conservation and urban refurbishment. Here we see the local community using the refurbished tanur area to prepare meat for the Eid. Our third case study is Harat al-Hamra, which is located next to Misfadal Abrin, and it's the youngest of the discussed case studies. Its historic core dates back to the mid-17th century and followed the construction of the major Falaj water system by the Abrin tribe and the then ruling Yariba dynasty. The development of the Hara, with its 2- and 3-story mud brick dwellings, took place over several phases across roughly 300 years. The first houses comprised of a few shaykhly mansions and 3 mosques, which defined the boundaries of the earliest quarter. The settlement then grew in concentric semicircles around the initial core, with the most prestigious houses being located closest to the water system. While Al-Hamra's last major mud brick mansion was constructed in the early 1960s, 20 years later, the quarter's inhabitants started to relocate to concrete houses outside of the old Hara. Still partly inhabited in the late 1990s, the Hara was completely abandoned at the start of the 21st century. A joint Omani-German team carried out research and documentation work at Alhambra around the turn of the millennium. Subsequently, the Old Quarter experienced the first private initiatives. A historic mansion, the one we can see here in the pictures, was converted into an Ikyo museum, which is called Beda Safa. Additionally, a PhD researcher from Alhambra did further research and documentation in 2014. In most recent years, communal efforts evolved to preserve the old town and make it more attractive for tourism. The initiative Loyal to Harat Alhambra, a 65-member group of residents and former residents, was founded in 2018. Their aim is to restore the old quarter's local landmarks, to spread cultural awareness, to clean the village, and to establish a fund for reconstruction of the Hara. This resulted in multiple house restorations, the establishment of B&Bs, museums, and privately initiated signboards with information. Our last case study is Safra al-Khashba, which is located further southeast. As far as there is known, there are no textual descriptions for this site. However, recent archaeological studies from 2020 can shed light on its use and lifespan. Safra al-Khashba consists of 15 mud brick buildings in the village and large field systems surrounding it. And in this field system, also a few buildings are present. We mapped the site and collected the archaeological finds from the abandoned buildings. And as you can see here you can see it here, but here you see an overview of all the finds. 602 finds were collected, and the ceramic sherds are clearly the largest part, and they are also specifically useful for dating the site. Of the sherds that can be dated, almost all date to the late Islamic period. One of these wares is Bakhla ware, which we see over here, and it dates between 1600 and 1970, but it was most widespread between the 18th and 19th century. More narrower dating of the site can be found with the comb-incised wares and the Far Eastern or European wares, which roughly date between 1870 and 1920, and thus provide key information on when the site was actually in use. Since no one really recalls that people lived in the village, we assume that the site was abandoned around 1900. If we look at the function of the village, we see that most houses over here appear to be domestic, with the exception of a mosque and ablution area right next to the mosque. Additionally, large field systems were present, which we can only partly see on this image, and there was also a threshing floor present. And we therefore think that the site was used as a rural farmstead. At Safra al-Khashba, we see that the modern-day village is located less than 1 kilometer away from the old village. However, the old village is largely left alone. There's evidence that the site is visited every now and then, for example, by the presence of plastic waste, by the presence of grills, by many old school books that are found inside a room, or by the stacking of stones in niches and windows. However, apart from this, we have not seen any signs of restorations or frequent visits at the site. During the archaeological fieldwork in the region, we noticed that the majority of the villages in the area is similar to this. Now we'll discuss the different approaches that emerged from the attempts to conserve and reanimate the abandoned historical settlement quarters, and how those approaches have resulted in different current perceptions of the Harat. The initial project in Mana was entirely top-down and driven by monument conservation goals and principles. This resulted in professional and aesthetically pleasing project. However, the former house owners were not involved in the project, nor had the clearance been preceded by any archaeological or anthropological documentation of the finds. Any material remains attesting to its former socio-economic or cultural life were gone, and therefore Mana is now a clean shell that awaits an interpretation and content, and is currently also closed to the public. As opposed to Mana, Misfar Al Abrin is a vibrant destination, which is visited by a large number of Omani visitors, of expatriate and international visitors. Misfar Al Abrin provides an early example of small-scale private initiatives, which were followed by undertakings from the government, from the private sector, and from the local community. However, currently the restoration of Miswada Abrin is at a point where guidance and urban planning procedures will be critical to ensure sustainability of tourism development, to maintain quality control, to avoid overcrowding, and to contain impacts on the townscape in a small mountain village. In particular, the small-scale initiatives will need coordination and assistance to harmonize the architecture, the cultural heritage, and the spirit of the place. At Harat Alhambra, we also see that it all started with a private a single restoration and adaptive reuse project in the form of the private museum. However, unlike Miswada Abrin, there had been no governmental or public-private undertakings in the old quarter. The recent restoration and adaptive reuse projects were aimed at tourism as well as increasing historical awareness among the local people. The projects are community-based and follow an establishment of the residents' initiatives. While it's still too early to evaluate its success, we can observe that a very dynamic process is taking place. If we consider how the Harat are currently perceived, we see that at Alhambra and Miswada Abrin, the current view and future development is dominated by a touristic gaze. With this, we mean that there's an increasing shift from activities of daily use and life toward the use of the abandoned buildings as economic assets and sources for tourism, income, and employment opportunities. As a result, both sites are mentioned in many travel blogs, travel guides, and other media that's used for touristic purposes. Now, from a local point of view, these Harat are closely connected with memories of the recent past. Through the touristic gaze, they can be seen as places that are somehow out of time. They can be seen as places of leisure that serve more for pleasure and discovery than for everyday routine. However, the connection to the traditional life in the village is not lost. The local initiatives that we see are clear examples of the restoration of the traditional activities. These initiatives are, of course, dependent on certain conditions. The financial means have to be available, but also entitlement plays an important role. The importance of entitlement is clearly illustrated in Mana, where the ownership of the traditional houses is no longer with the local population. It will be crucial to encourage local initiatives to come into being and assist toward the reanimation of the restored Harat. And lastly, if we consider the archaeological case study of Safar al-Khashba, there is also no evidence for the revival of the village. This is also the only site that stands completely alone and is not connected to the modern-day village at all. Also, the village has been abandoned for the longest period of time. From the archaeological material, we could therefore not detect any connection between the inhabitants of the new town and the traditional village.
We have 2 minutes left.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm almost done. Making it difficult to interpret the current perception of the site. So to conclude, both the rural and urban landscape changed significantly during the 20th century in central Oman. The Harat under study indicate that they still have an important, although transformed function and meaning in society. In most cases, we see a discrepancy between the contemporary and previous use as the roles shifted from the accommodation of daily life of their inhabitants to the accommodation of the latter's memories and their translation into the adaptive reuse for tourism purposes. In other cases, we see that the settlement quarters have fallen completely out of use. These different ways in which the Harat have transformed over the past century illustrate exciting relationships and changing practices between the built environment and local community. And these aspects are to be analyzed further within the next 2 years of our project. We would like to thank you for your attention, and I'm looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you so much, Irini. I'm sorry. Now we will open for discussion, and if there's anyone with a question for any of our presenters.
Yes, may I ask everyone to turn on the camera so the discussion is happening so that people see each other.
Thank you. Per Cornell.
Thanks. I think this is a very interesting session. I would like to discuss with all of you. I hope that will happen at future AACCPs. I hope you will come back to other events of AACCP. I had just a small comment right now. There are many complex issues that I would like to discuss, but it's not time for that. But I had a small comment to Irini. Actually, at the University of Gothenburg, we have a colleague that's actually been working in Oman doing archaeology. So we are a little, we don't know much about Oman, but we have actually seen images from Oman previously. And I think that is a very interesting topic, which is the relation between burnt bricks and mud brick. Already in this thing that we used to call the Indus civilization, there is burnt bricks. It's the only of these famous Greek civilizations that use really burnt bricks, but in large quantities. That's also the reason that they produce such enormous amounts of waste. But there is always in this region discussing a sort of complex relation between use of mud bricks and burnt bricks. That is an interesting topic. I should also mention that this colleague of ours, she defended her doctoral thesis some years ago. Her name is Anna Ir.
What's her name? Anna?
Anna Ir. I can post it in the chat.
Yes, it would be very interesting, I think. And yes, so in the most cases in central Oman, we see mud bricks, but what we also see is that, oh, thank you for a name. We also see that normal stones are used, but then they are covered in plaster. So there are also different building techniques in the same area, which I think is also very interesting to see in how they are differently conserved nowadays. But also, yeah, thank you very much for your comment. I think that's.
I also like the way you operated both with ancient sites and recently abandoned sites. That is an interesting approach, I think, to archaeology. So yeah. I would encourage you to continue with that in that systematic fashion in the future.
Thank you very much. Yes, we're a whole project with 5 people, so I'm not doing this alone. But
all of you are doing a very good work.
Thank you. Yes, it's very nice to hear.
Yeah, thank you very much. Ercan is my name, and I was listening also very carefully to all the presentations, and the link that I have to the last presentation is that I'm actually in Oman, and I'm working here in Oman at the German University of Technology here in Muscat. And so it was not that far, but I'm not into archaeology. So it was really interesting for me. Thank you so much for it.
That's very nice to hear, and I hope we can go again very soon to Oman. So if you ever feel like visiting an archaeological survey or excavation, you can write me an email, and you're more than welcome to drop by anytime. That's very nice to hear. Yes, thank you.
We'll keep in touch.
Yes, definitely.
I have also a question for you, if it's, I don't know. Hello, for Irini, I don't know if you can hear me. You mentioned at a certain point some decision that, first of all, thank you very much for your presentation. It's a really place that we really want to know better. And but I wanted to ask you something about the methodology that you use, because at a certain point you mentioned top-down and then a bottom-up approach, and then there were some reference to restoration of buildings, and at a certain point there were also people sharing some spaces, no, of the place. But you mentioned a certain point that the decision on the Hara to conserve. Can you tell us something more about this? From where you start to decide from which Hara, and how do you define the limits of the Hara, no? From a morphological point of view, from a social point of view, spatial point of view. So can you tell us something more about this methodology? Thank you.
Of course, thank you also very much for your very interesting presentation. And do you mean like with how we define the Hara, a Hara itself, or how we define our case studies, or how the...
Both of them. How do you define the Hara, then to choose it?
Yeah. So I think that's also... so to start with how we define a Hara, that's we define that as a old abandoned mud brick city quarter. So actually the old village or the old town that was inhabited until, let's say, roughly 1970s, when they were abandoned. So that is how we define the Hara, the traditional living quarters, so to say.
So it's a quarter. Hara is a quarter, but does it match always with village, or you mean really a quarter? So a social structure where people live, so a part of the traditional village. Is there any difference in Oman between these two scales? This was my question.
Yeah, so this is the main expertise of my co-author, Dr. Birgit Meuschen, but I believe it is the quarter, so the living quarter. And correct me if I'm wrong. And how we defined it for our case studies, that we did on basically the availability of material. So we decided to focus on central Oman because I'm not sure if you are very aware of how Oman looks like, but they have a very long coastline. Along the coastline, there's a massive mountain range. And on the other side, there is sort of the interior of Oman, at least geographically, we call that the interior of Oman. And there, especially, the mud brick settlements have been preserved very well. So that is why we chose to, or at least why Central Oman is such a interesting case study for this regard. And these specific case studies, well, the archaeological case study has been picked because it had been surveyed. So that was basically, we started there last year with working, and this was the first village we worked on. So therefore, we have those results already. And the other villages, the other 3 villages, have been picked because they are currently, at least 2 of them, so Harat al-Hamra and Misbah al-Abrin, are currently very vibrant destinations for visitors from Omani or international backgrounds. And they also are have been described pretty well in past literature. So therefore, they both, how do I say that? They give us a good insight in how they were used in the 19th and 20th century and how they are currently perceived. So that is why those 2 Harat were very interesting to us. And then the Harat of Mana, the one that is currently closed to the public, is very interesting for us because it was the first one where the ministry decided, okay, we want to conserve a whole Harat. And oh yeah, Birgit just also added something, but that's why that's also a very interesting case study, because that's the first example of the, like, from the ministry out, that they decided to preserve a whole settlement quarter, so to say. And Birgit just said, just to add to Rien's explanation, on the Harad, larger oasis towns are usually composed of more than one Hara. So yes, a Harad is Hara is a residential quarter, often inhabited by one tribe or several affiliated tribes or clans. Does it sort of answer your question, or are there still?
Yes, I just no, you answer, because my question was related on the reason why you choose some specific Harad. So yes, the application. Yeah, thank you very much.
And there's still many that are, because I mentioned that there's more than 1,000 that stand currently abandoned. So there's many to pick from, so to say, but these were especially interesting for us because they have all different ways in which they are currently perceived, and they all show different ways in which the whole revitalization of the Harad underwent. So yeah, thank you very much for your question. That was very
thank you. And now we have to get the other presenters to get a chance to get some questions too. So I have one for Juliana Linda. About the you said you had the possibilities of constructing sustainable urban systems. Do you know anything about how this has taken on in the local communities? Is there any work going on these issues? Are the local people aware of the possibilities in their local geographical environment?
Yes, I mean, I didn't focus on the specific projects we worked on, but the area was chosen because there was a strong interest from the municipality of Bari in working on those areas, because in many sites along these kind of streams, these empty streams, along many of these sites, there are some quarters, social housing. So there is really the need of public spaces, buildings which are without public services, spaces for people, for leisure or for sport or for some social activities, also related to agriculture or similar. So that's why we choose the three areas I was showing at the end of the presentation, because there is really a need from the local population to have some spaces for them. But the idea was really to work on this connection, starting from the natural, not from the built environment, but instead from the natural environment, and to try to redesign it, working with some principle of formalization of the natural environment into architectural form. So it was a tentative to turn down the perspective, to invert this perspective, and to try to design the city starting from the nature. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Are there any other questions for the presenters?
Yeah, I had a question for Anna-Linda, but I was also asking myself if there is any connection between Hara and Hora, because in ancient Greek, Hora is the region. Maybe no, but it's very similar in terms of sound. Yeah, now, the question to Anna-Linda is about Bari. So you have clearly shown that the development of the modern city does not take into account, apparently not take into account the morphology of the Lama. And so the question is, what did they do? Did they fill in the valley? Did they fill in the river, the water? How did they handle the morphology with the construction of the orthogonal grid?
Yes, they did some channels to move the layout of this kind of river, no? Because just because we are talking about Hara, you know, in Oman, perhaps you have the Wadi. I mean, you have it along the Persian Gulf, which are these kind of river which are normally empty, and when it rains, they get filled with water. They are a kind of valley in a way, no? It's something. So in the 19th century, they did this. So in many cases, they were transformed into real channels, which remains basically empty and cross the city. We have 2 or 3 cases which are visible there. And in other cases, through some engineering work, they move the flow of this water in other direction. But since nature is nature and climate is changing, no, what was possible maybe, and it did work until some few decades ago, now is not working anymore. So it's not a chance that despite the plans that I presented, and despite sometimes they built inside these valleys, and therefore there were hydrogeological problems related to floods and so on and so on and so. Now, of course, with a new planning approach, those territorial structures, let's call it with their name, have been reintroduced into the modern planning of the city. So have been reconsidered as resources instead of problems. So I think it was very interesting to put in a comparison the hydrogeological map, which shows this Lama has problems now with some problems related to floods, with the new master plan, the new general plan for the city of Bari, that consider these places as resources. So the idea is really to start from these resources to have a new understanding of the urban form, no? So to start really from these places. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who has any questions for any of the presenters? I can't see any hands. You can reach out in the reactions in the lower section of the page if you want to put up a hand. If not, then I will thank all of our, oh, sorry, Per, do you have a question? Very quick one, because we are ending in 1 minute.
There's no time for it, but I would like to underline the importance.
We can't hear you.
We can continue until 45. Yes,
yeah, we can.
Oh, okay, good.
So you hear me now? Yeah. I just wanted to say that I liked all the presentations here, and this way Chen Lu and her colleagues was very inspiring, and I think it is very important to address this type of urban examples, and I found that presentation very stimulating. So that is something I hope we can come back to at future AACCPs and discuss more. So I hope you will be back with us at future events.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I can't hear you, Per.
Still can't hear me?
Now I can hear you. Thank you.
Yeah. Didn't hear me before, or there was something else, somebody else, same line. You can hear me now? Yeah.
Yes, I can.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that all the papers were very interesting, and I hope to meet all of you at future AACCP events. I particularly wanted to stress the importance of the type of topic that Xian Liu addressed, these type of urban contexts of that kind, recently grown and with these particularities. And the discussion she and her colleagues had was very stimulating. So I hope to hear more about that, and I hope we can have a special discussion on that topic at some AACCP event in the future.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
And Sinon?
Yes, I have a question to Xian as well. Well, the rural identity and the social practices in the rural communities are very much based upon their daily activities, agricultural activities, basically, and the landscape that those villages are located at, and their relation with that landscape is very important. So while those villages are being engulfed in urbanization, or they are being built upon, and the landscape is changing totally, how is that trying to conserve the rural identity effort going, actually? How many of the villagers, for example, are living still there? How many of them deserted? Do you have any numbers?
Yes, as to today, there are currently still more than 1,000 villages, urban villages, in the larger Shenzhen context, in the larger Shenzhen territory, while there is a shift in the population, actually, in these villages. So geographically, why they are still present, the original residents are actually all outside, because the ones with the rural, the ex-rural status, they have had compensation for their land. So the next generation that goes into the urban villages, they are actual immigrants, they're actual migrants from other parts of China who still holds rural status, social status that is kind of formalized under the Chinese household registration system. So they still live accordingly to their old tradition, to their old social relationships in the neighborhood. So actually, for example, we can see all the village residents like keeping the hens in the backyard, although it's a lifestyle that's totally lost in the modern contemporary Chinese lifestyle. They still try to, for example, in one of the pictures, you can actually see all the circle of women that they form social support to each other while they sit in a circle and they discuss, they watch the work, the decoration work going on in the urban village. Those are the social kind of social ties that is lost in the gated communities. So that aspect is, even though the residents are changed, they're not the original residents, that type of social relations still remained. Yes, I don't know if this answered your question.
Thank you.
Very interesting.
Thank you.
Interesting, yes.
Thank you.
I have a question for Giuseppe. I was interested in your study of the landscapes. You use a lot of different types of sources, like manuscripts, diplomatic accounts, publications, and photographs. And I really have two questions. How about archaeology? Is there a lot of archaeology being done in Albania? And how does that, would that compare to your work? And has there been a lot of development? You know, is there the rural landscape? Is it similar to what the Italian travelers were talking about, or have a lot changed?
Regarding the first question, the archaeology was a huge chunk of the fascist agenda, as you can imagine. But this came, I think, at a later stage. It was not the very first study they did, but it was very important for them because in that way they could, in a way, I'm talking from the Italian point of view, they could justify their presence in Albania because Albania used to be part of the Roman Empire and so on and so on. So the Rachium, also Durazzo was an old Roman port, and also there are many Roman archaeological sites in Albania. So yes, it was very important. There is maybe I can let me see if I can recall his name. Ugolini. Ugolini was an important Italian archaeologist who worked mainly in Albania and especially in Butrinto, and also his pictures, his drawings of the southern of Albania. We are going towards Greece, so we are around Saranda, let's say, so towards the south, in front of Puglia, actually. Well, that area was heavily excavated, and it was very important to sustain the narrative of the regime, to say we are here because we used to be here, so we now we're justified to be here again. The second question was about, sorry, the
yes.
sorry.
I have to remember myself now. Yeah, but the landscape itself, has it changed a lot?
Yes, sorry, yes.
The traveler's accounts.
Well, yes, I didn't have time to go case by case, but basically those areas that were more difficult to, geographically more rugged, more difficult to reach, mountainous areas have not changed a lot. Also, for instance, the military posts have not changed a lot. On the other hand, those areas that have been, for instance, under the rule of the socialist regime, when the land, the agricultural land was made collective, then the agricultural land was very fragmented. If you just cross the border of with Montenegro or from Albania to Greece, you will see that on the hand of the Albania, you will see only land, agricultural land. If you go on the other, just beyond the border, you will see olive trees, all kind of different vegetation. So the shape of the geography is similar. I mean, it's a continuation naturally, but then the regime created a very different parcelization of the land. Also, Tirana was very much involved in this transformation. Or for instance, the swamp in Durazzo, all that grid for the remediation project was then used for informal construction. So it became a kind of Manhattan, let's say, grid. And then that grid that what was meant for the remediation of the swamp, it became actually an urban structure of a total informal settlements. Durazzo, I think the ratio of Durazzo is that you have more informal settlement than formalized, let's say, legal houses.
Okay.
So it depends.
Thank you so much for your answers. Is there anyone else who has questions?
Yeah, I raise my hand.
Yes.
It is not a question. It is more of a comment, or more precisely a political gloss. It seems like the landscape, for its very nature of being absolutely unmovable, there is no way you can move the landscape. You can move, sometimes they did architecture, and many examples of absolutely immovable, is the ultimate resistance to the reification of our society. So you can transform and product human beings, archaeological areas, buildings, books, but not the landscape. Therefore, I think we should, include the landscape in every one of our studies, whatever it is. So whenever you study architecture, design, whatever you do, put the landscape into it, because that is the stronghold of society.
Thank you. And Per?
Yes, I think that is, I agree completely. I'm afraid that even the uppermost part of the earth, this small segment, has started to become affected by exploitation. As we have discussed, even in Sweden, for example, when they construct a highway or a railway, they take away enormous amounts of rock. So they even change the physical character of the topography in depth, in a way. So we are at a brink of a process in which the physical landscape and its forms are not given, but can be altered in a very deep and profound way. So that is also it makes it even more urgent to discuss the landscape and its importance in our projects on built environment. So I fully endorse this idea from Alessandro.
Thank you. And then Sina.
Vote for the landscape. Vote for the landscape. Vote for AACCP, and moreover, vote for where you would like to attend the next AACCP event, symposium, workshop, whatever it's going to be. You can do it on the link you can find there. And I just wanted to share, we can continue talking, of course, but I wanted to share with you the results of what some of us have been posting over there. So please continue the discussion.
Meanwhile, just a reminder, in about 2 minutes, we're going to begin our last session of today.
Thank you, Zeynep. As a reinstatement, will not be as a reinstatement of Kamis's comments on landscape. I would like to say go after Per's comments and say that changing of the landscape is in Turkey is being done by excavating the hills and mountains and turning them into selling them in the form of marble or any form of other material, and creating huge holes and valleys that span tens of meters around the Taurus Mountains and in the Aegean section. And nowadays there are villages who are standing up against this kind of excavations, stone quarries, and this is changing their living environment. This is their habitat, actually, and they are removing it already. Thank you.
Yeah, you can change the landscape, but you cannot move it. I'm sorry, you cannot move it.
Okay, so thank you everybody who's participated in this session, and especially to the presenters and also to all our listeners and all the good questions. So moving on to the next session then, and hope to see you live at another event. Bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, dear Andre Nilsen and Sinan Burat. So the last session of today's, day 6, is entitled with City Development, City Redevelopment and Landscape Regeneration in Scandinavia. So it's a special session, and it will be chaired by Per Elias Kornel from University of Gothenburg and co-chaired by Özge Özkıvancı from Özyeğin University. The stage is yours.
Thanks a lot. So we will have yet a very interesting session. This AACCP is packed with interesting things. City redevelopment and landscape regeneration in Scandinavia. I would, of course, have taken away the the kings there. But anyhow, it's very important what we are going to discuss here. And well, I don't think I need an introduction at this point. Özge, would you want to say something?
Yeah, no, I think everybody already knows us.
I think knows us. So should you, I could present the first speaker, perhaps. We can take, you take next, Özge, is that okay?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Lisa Seppinen is a co-founder of the AACCP. And she has, interestingly, degrees both in archaeology and history from Finland. And she has been working with urban archaeology above all. She is one of the most important urban archaeologists in Finland, has done very intensive archaeological work in Turku, for example, and she has done interesting work on other locations and looked at other time periods like the 19th and the 20th century. So we really look forward to her presentation here today. The screen is yours, Lisa.
Thank you very much, Per. It's a pleasure to be with you today, as it has always been. And this conference has been really productive and interesting. I have had very bad connection today, and I hope you can hear me. Is it okay?
It's okay.
Very good. I just turn off my camera in order to improve the connection, and then I share my presentation. Just 1 second. Is it okay?
Yes, it is in full screen.
Okay.
Good. In this presentation, I'm discussing about our sustainability and how this concept is understood and used in city strategies in Finland today, especially from the perspective of cultural and built heritage. Before I present my case studies, I make a brief overview to the history and use of the concept sustainability. Although the word sustainability does not appear in historical texts as such, it is not a new concept. Ideas related to sustainable urban planning and development can be traced all the way back to antiquity, and they have been an integral part of urban routes and the development of towns from the very beginning. I'm sorry, what happened? Sorry, I need to. Here we go. Sorry about that. So the first ideas of sustainability were related to progress and civilization and endurance of cities, and to the question how to make cities functional, safe, and pleasant. Towns were meant to last and prosper, and fundings, infrastructure, and services manifested the prosperity and status of its inhabitants. Towns were meant to facilitate functions and activities, create pleasant atmosphere and sense of place, and increase the satisfaction of the citizens. So many aspects were considered when towns were planned and constructed. And the central concept that was combined with positive progress of the city was the happiness of the people. The concept of sustainable development has also a very long history also in science. For example, in 1713, Hans Karlovich referred to sustainable yield, nachhaltiger Ertrag, in the context of sustainable forestry management, and environmental questions have been in core of sustainability ever since. Also, the ideas of sustainability are old, dating back to many centuries. The discussion about sustainability reached completely new level in the post-war and rebuilding periods. And especially since the late 1960s, there has been a large amount of literature on sustainable development issues in natural and social sciences, ranging from peace and permanence, environmental pollution, resource scarcity, poverty, hunger, employment, and equity between nations and nationalities, cultures and countries, genders and generations. Since the 1970s, United Nations has had a central role in defining sustainability and leading the implementation of sustainability on global level. In 1972, United Nations applied the concept of sustainable development, highlighting the global values for nature and environment. And in 1987, United Nations published its report, Our Common Future, defining sustainable development as development which meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. This definition became a classical one, although it was based on conclusions from a series of studies introduced during previous decades. This meeting and report raised the discussion about global sustainability with special focus on environmental problems and pollution, social justice, poverty, and increasing disparity between developed and developing countries, and aims at solving these problems. In 1992, United Nations confirmed Agenda 21 program, which included a recommendation to compile local plans with considerations of local circumstances and cultures. Consideration of local circumstances was more clearly and heavily emphasized in the Environmental Conference on European Cities in 1994 in Aalborg. And the participants of this meeting approved the charter, which highlights the role of history and culture at the very beginning of the declaration, as you can read from this quotation. Otherwise, the declaration does not, however, mention heritage or history or culture as issues that should be addressed and considered in the discussion of sustainability. And all nations who signed the declaration committed themselves to start the campaign for sustainability of European towns and make local strategies for sustainable development. In 2015, the member countries of United Nations agreed about program and goals of sustainable development until 2030. The Agenda 2030 adheres to previous declarations and recommendations aiming at sustainable development in various sectors with environmental, economic, and social considerations on a wide scale. And social sustainability is intertwined with cultural sustainability, including aims at accelerating the protection of cultural heritage. These goals are universal and they concern all countries and nations, regardless of the wealth or status of the nation. And the aims came into effect at the beginning of 2016 and acts as the basis for many strategies on the local level. So today, these aims for sustainable development are or at least should be included in all plans, programs, and strategies, whether we are talking about states, towns, or municipalities. And what comes to Finland? In Finland, the concept of sustainability was introduced in legislation in the 1990s. In 1994, the law about evaluation of environmental impact came into effect, and besides ecological and social aspects in the society, this evaluation was meant to include also buildings, landscapes, cityscape, and cultural heritage. In 2016, Finland committed to implement the Agenda 2030 for sustainable development and aims at integrating needed measures in the near future. And in 2018, Finland, as the first country in the world, included a section for sustainable development in the state budget. This means that the principles and aims of sustainable development needs to be included in government platforms, strategies, as well as in budgets with concrete aims. In international service, Finland has been noted as one of the leading countries in sustainability, and Finland has performed rather well in international benchmarking on sustainable development. But in recent years, our position has dropped in most rankings for some reason. And what comes to my small study, so on the local level, principles and aims related to sustainability are presented in city strategies. And for this paper, I analyzed the visions and strategies of 8 towns in Finland marked on this map. I selected towns from different parts of Finland, towns of different age, of different size, history, and identity. And when I analyzed the strategies, I paid a special attention to following issues: how cultural sustainability is understood and how the issues related to heritage, especially built or archaeological heritage and historical environments, are included. What kind of concrete actions do these visions and strategies suggest? Are the visions and aims corresponding with the visibility and utility of heritage, historical importance and branding of the city? How do strategies respond to global agendas for building sustainable future with the inclusion of a cultural heritage? And before I go into these case studies, I would like to point out that most Finnish cities are rather young compared to cities in Near East or Southern Europe. And many cities have suffered from fires and destructions during the wars, notably in the Second World War. And furthermore, many properties of historical value had to give way to more modern buildings during the post-war and progressive periods of the 1960s and 1970s. But let's go to my examples. My first example is Turku, which is the oldest town of Finland, founded around 1300. In marketing, town highlights its urban history, culture, and marine environment with the most beautiful archipelago of the world. And in the strategy, the focus is on the development and expansion of the center with 4 aims: competitiveness, attraction, and sustainability of the center, and well-being of its inhabitants. There are no mentions about cultural heritage in the strategy, apart from the general aim of the city. Turku wants to grow as a city of tourism, events, and congresses by capitalizing on the strengths of the city, such as history, culture, and archipelago. And suggested actions include revitalizing the old town, so-called Renaissance of the Old Town of Turku, with attempts to strengthen the so-called European landscape and walking areas, highlight the role and presence of universities as central factors in the center, invest public spaces and buildings, and develop user-friendly and more comfortable traffic solutions, etc. My second case is Helsinki, the capital of Finland, established in 1550. Helsinki became capital of Finland, replacing Turku in 1812, and the cityscape is labeled by numerous Art Nouveau influenced buildings, functionalism, and modern architecture. The strategy extends until the end of this year, and the main focus is on environmental, economic, and social sustainability. Cultural sustainability has been mentioned, with concrete aims to protect and renovate distinguished esteemed buildings, notably schools, and to deploy old vacant buildings and properties. My third study, Espoo, locates next to Helsinki and is among the biggest cities in Finland. The history of the town extends back to Middle Ages as a rural area with significant villages, and it was not until in the 1950s when the population exceeded 20,000 people. And since then, the population has increased tenfold, and especially in recent decades, Espoo has experienced very strong growth. Actually, Espoo was chosen as the most sustainable city of Europe in 2016 and 2017. This survey covered 160 European cities, and special attention was paid to social, cultural, and ecological sustainable development. And in 2018, Espoo joined the United Nations Leadership Program for Sustainable Development and is one of the 25 cities serving as pioneers of sustainable development. Anyhow, this strategy of Espoo aims at holding the position as the most sustainable city in Europe. The main focus is on increasing environmental, ecological, and social sustainability. History of Espoo is acknowledged and presented as the basis and background for today's Espoo, with experimental cultural activities, but cultural heritage is not included in aims and actions. Sustainable development is used more as a tool for branding Espoo, with expectations that sustainable development promotes economic growth in the form of new services, innovations, and products. And then we go to Tampere in the central Finland. Tampere was founded in the end of the 18th century and became a major market and industrial town in the 19th century. Today it is known especially for its industrial history and distinctive built heritage, which labels the identity of the city. In the strategy, the industrial heritage is noted, and the distinctiveness of urban landscape is highlighted together with safety and comfort as premises for urban planning. However, industrial heritage and built heritage are not valued as attractions of the city. The focus is on ecological and social sustainability, and cultural sustainability is connected with equal possibilities for cultural events and activities. And then we go to East, Savonlinna. Savonlinna was founded in 1639 with the 15th century Olavinlinna castle in the heart of the city. Savonlinna is built on islands, and old wooden houses on old avenues still create the feeling of old city. And Savonlinna is very famous for annual Savonlinna opera festivals, which are performed on the stage built inside this castle. You can see on the picture. And other attractions in the area include the largest wooden church in the world from the mid-19th century. Present city strategy aims at developing the city as an attractive and safe living environment. Attractivity of the city is based on principles of sustainability, as they say, but this concept sustainability has not been opened. Opera festivals and castle as its environment are seen as an important part of cultural heritage and identity, but otherwise history, built heritage and environment are not mentioned among its attractions. So emphasis is on vitality of the city, well-being of citizens and good government. Then we go up north to Rahe. Rahe was established in the mid-17th century and is one of the 10 historic wooden towns or remaining in Finland. After a devastating fire in 1810, Rahe was rebuilt, and the old Rahe is noted for its Renaissance-inspired rectilinear town plan. And Rahe is actually the only town of these examples where historical buildings and built environment and local identity and history were clearly highlighted among attractions of the city and components for good life. And interestingly, this also included surrounding villages and rich oral history, as you can see from this quotation. Aims include productizing local history and revitalizing the old part of Rahe, consisting of old wooden buildings. And it is understood that built heritage, urban planning, and land use have a central role in sustainable development of the city. And it is also said that construction and reconstruction need to respect historical and old buildings, and new buildings and constructions need to be integrated as a natural part of the already existing building stock and cityscape. And Rahe was interestingly also the city where the happiness of the people was highlighted, and environment was understood as a vital factor in increasing the happiness of the people. Then Oulu, brilliant Oulu, as they say. Oulu was founded in the beginning of the 17th century and has evolved into a major high-tech city of Finland. And today it is the 5th biggest city of Finland and the biggest city in the northern part of Finland. And Oulu is candidate for the European Capital of Culture in 2026. But strategy focuses on vitality, growth, and sustainability of the city with emphasis on environmental and green values. Cultural heritage has not been highlighted, nor any aims have been directed to cultural heritage. However, nature and local history have been mentioned as attractions of the city.
You have 2 minutes.
What happens?
You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, Rovaniemi, our last, 2 minutes only. Oh, then I skip Rovaniemi. In that case, I go to sum up. Also, the concept of sustainable development was adopted more than 20 years ago in legislation, guidelines and strategies. The inclusion of cultural heritage is still insufficient and has a marginal role, and the emphasis lies heavily on ecological, economic and social sustainability. Mainly the concept of cultural sustainability is linked with cultural events, activities, identity and nature. And cultural heritage and local identity are acknowledged as assets for economy and means of increasing the attractivity of the city, highlighting the impact on tourism and economy. And concrete actions are very scarce. If they are mentioned, they address to the use of old esteemed buildings, mainly as providing cultural events. And none of the strategies embrace any connection between built heritage, cultural heritage and sustainable development, and strategies follow only partly the recommendations on Agenda 2020. They are more in line with the outlinings presented in the program of Finnish Ministry of Environment. And if I still have some time, I would like to make some final remarks. Strategies constitute premises for measures, but we need more concrete plans and programs with the inclusion of cultural heritage as part of a sustainable development. And we need also good examples in order to increase general understanding about the role of cultural heritage in sustainable development. And I would like to highlight the long history and strong cultural connections of sustainability. The ideas of positive progress, well-being, healthy environment, sense of belonging, and happiness of the people were included already in ideal cities 2 million ago, and the same ideas and issues are included in the concept of sustainability still today. So understanding about the development and evolution of cities from the perspective of sustainability would help the decision makers and stakeholders to comprehend the application of the concept and challenges and perspectives related to sustainability today and in the future. And I would like to say that history is necessary to sustain city. Without history, there's no sustainability. And when compared with ancient and old sort of urban plans, it seems that today's sustainability has replaced good in ancient urban planning. What is sustainable today was good in ancient towns, and what is unsustainable today was bad in ancient times. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Lisa. I hope that we will see a lot of similar presentations in the future concerning different regions of the world. It would be very valuable to see how different towns and counties act and relate to this type of questions. That's one part of the problem. Thanks for this very enlightening presentation and interesting reflections. Eske?
Okay, our next presenter is Ida Kalakowski. Ida Kalakowski is an architect, a PhD candidate, and a university teacher of architecture history in Tampere University. She has also worked recently as a senior architect at the Finnish Heritage Agency. Her research interests include heritage management, adaptive reuse, and theories of architecture conservation, as well as the heritage processes and questions of sustainability. And her presentation is titled Buildings as Pawns, Competing Values of Built Heritage and Urban Renewal. The stage is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I will use a little time to say good Vappu for everyone. So 1st of May in Finland is very important party. We celebrate spring, students, workers, and so on. And so I have been in technical university, so we have this special hat that we can wear one day per year. So I put it on to say hello to you and to meet you all. It's my first time in these circles, so wanted to show my face, but now I will start my presentation. So, do you see it okay?
Yes, now perfect.
Okay. So I'm presenting an ongoing study that we have made with Hannele Kuitunen, who is presenting later something else today. The work is entitled Buildings as Objects, Competing Values in Urban Renewal. It's a bit different title that I had in the abstract phase, but it only means that we are going further in the research. So I will start from the end. So this is the depot building in Tampere rail yard. That is the first brick building that was ever relocated in Finland. It was moved 1.4 meters up, 28 meters to east, and some 9 meters to south. And our study is focused on the question, why on earth that was made? And this is Tampere that we heard a little bit about already, but it is located on an isthmus between two lakes. It is Finland's maybe third biggest town, but it's the biggest inland town in Nordic countries. It's quite rapidly growing, and it is very it has good reputation in Finland, so it is often chosen to be the most popular place to move in. But growing city in such a place has caused us problems with the traffic and, well, even expanding the city. So this is just a little bit of it that we see here. And this is my perception of how Tampere deals with the built heritage. Lisa previously had studied the strategies, but this is how I see it. So this beautiful tower just turned 50 years a few days ago. And in the other building, and in the other picture, it is still in the building phase, and in front of it, a big wooden district of Amuri was being demolished. Tampere is a city of big chests when it comes to city renewal, so we rather do fast and under budget than preserving with slight moves, I would say. And maybe we kind of came to this conclusion also with the study, but this is where we were more concentrated. So we see the rail yard here, and this is Tammerkoski Rapids. So two north-south axes that are quite important in the city center. And we were looking at one planning process in the northern rail yard that took almost 20 years to actualize, from the earliest sketches to today's big moves that we saw a hint of already. Even if the planning area is situated at very proximity of the city center, it had remained untouched by city development until quite recently, and the functions of the area were considered as secondary. It was a bit of like urban activists and small cultural activities and so on until the recent years. And the planning process was initiated to allow infill building and new functions at the site that is so close to city center, but wasn't, they say, in functions that were important enough. And in Morkku case, we study how city planners and different participants interpret and recreate an urban space within one controversial planning process. And we were studying the interpretations about two specific buildings from the early 20th century. And these buildings were Morkku and Depot building. Depot building, or actually just the office part of the Depot building, is this green building, red brick building in the picture, and Morkku was a railway workers union house. And they were, and they are, surrounded by modern urban structure, streets, and they are quite close to the railway, of course. And the planning process concluded mainly because of the alignment of the future gathering street, that only one of these buildings could be preserved. And I think one of our biggest interests in this study was to understand why these two buildings were put in such a competitive position. And here we see the street alignment. Here we see the, I don't know if you can see my mouse here. So this is the Depot building, and this was Morkku, and this shows the alignment of the street. And there were also ideas about going between the buildings, but quite soon it became apparent that they wanted a direct street line, which then caused to the demolition of other building. And this is the materials that we were studying. So the planning processes in Finland, they allow a huge amount of material for researchers, because there are many kind of reports and analyses that have to be done before the planning. There are hearings for the participants, in this case 3 rounds of hearings. So it was, and different draft and proposal phases. So we were analyzing these materials in order to see how they talked about these two buildings specifically. And from these early building history reports to the removal of the buildings, it lasted 18 years. What we were quite interested in was that we could see in those experts' reports such accumulation of experts' interpretations. So if something was said in 2003 in architectural history report, it was repeated in maybe new words, but the message was very similar 15 years later. So we paid attention to how important it is to do the right analysis from the beginning. We also saw that, for instance, being excluded from a list or significant area might influence later evaluations. For instance, this red lining here shows such nationally significant urban landscape that has been named by Finnish Heritage Agency, and our buildings are under the blue square. So it means that they were excluded from this rail yard area, which then later on caused that they were not mentioned in different reports, or if they were, only very shortly. And it was mainly depot building that was mentioned in these later reports, but with very, as quite irrelevant. And mainly because it was connected to war history, which is quite interesting, that the other one, the workers' union's house history, was in a way wrong kind of history we interpreted, whereas the other one that has housed war prisoners and was like right kind of history, and therefore got not only preserved but relocated. And we also picked up some other kinds of evaluations from those reports, and we saw, as mentioned, them becoming repeated, accumulated, and somehow established as truth. So, for instance, the depot building was said to be more important than Morkku because it used to house primary functions in terms of the rail yard, whereas Morkku only housed secondary functions in terms of railway. And I think this is quite interesting evaluation. Primary functions meaning that yes, it was like connected with trains and with the rails, but the railway workers used to use this Morkku building, and it was housing maybe more mundane everyday history. Also, the state of authenticity was picked up as an important factor in the negotiations. So this Morkku building had faced several phases of alterations, whereas depot building was said to be more authentic, but then it became relocated and probably then lost most of the old building parts, despite the brick walls, of course. Also, their roles in the cityscape was discussed, and I think also in that sense, depot building was chosen to have more important role in the cityscape. But both of them were accused for being too small and insignificant in the cityscape. So they were accused for being different than the modernist high-story buildings around them, which I also think is quite interesting because they were there first, but still they were accused for being too small compared to the surrounding cityscape. Cityscape became quite important word or term when negotiating about these buildings, and we analyzed that it was kind of used to make more abstract the discussion about the buildings, to zoom out a little bit, I think. And here we see different phases of the planning. In 2004, there were still two alternative street line ideas, where the other one would have preserved both of the buildings with a slight curve. And then it was suggested that that depot building would be demolished to allow direct street line. In 2012, the proposals were a little bit different already. And here we see different street linings. Then, and in 2014, this was the suggestion where depot building was relocated, and this is then what happened. So what happened was that Morkku, after all these evaluations, got demolished, and depot building, the green red brick building, was relocated at the very same spot where Morkku used to exist. But not only that, this had huge media appearance, the whole discussion where all participants and experts were discussing. But I think it was exactly because of this discussion that when Morkku was demolished, its building parts were distributed to citizens through a lottery where everyone could join and win doors or windows or other radiators or other building parts from the city. I think this connects our paper to the previous presentation also, because I think the sustainability was somehow taken into consideration. They wanted to make such a theater scene out of it. So when the decision was made and it was accepted by some, but not everyone, so it was a good gest to make this lottery to comfort those that were not satisfied with the loss of this building, where many people had memories, not only because of the railway workers union, but the later uses. For instance, Tampere Opera used to use this building. So many people have actually been there, not so many in the depot building. And so to preserve one out of two, they decided to demolish one and pretty much demolish the second one, because relocating such red brick building is a huge thing to do and requires a lot of loss of materials, building parts, and so on. And so this is what has happened so far. And I think it's quite interesting to see this discussion and see how the buildings were set into such competitive position and what their significance is.
You have 2 minutes.
Okay, I'm here. So I was about to say thank you.
Thank you. That was perfect. Yeah. I think we go on directly to the next paper. Could you open? If you're close, Uska can open her. Yeah. So now we go on with it. It was a very interesting paper, Hilda, and I hope we can discuss these things further on at several occasions. Now we move on to the next speaker, Anna Vinjons-Frank, landscape architect from Sweden, very important landscape architect in Sweden, I would say. And she will speak about, and she has actually been at most the AACCP meetings and has played a very important role in developing an interesting content to the AACCP. She will speak about urban development in Stockholm, how it affects and changes green structure, yards, and public spaces. So the screen is yours, Anna.
By the way, you're muted, as I can see now.
Perfect.
So,
It's perfect.
and maybe I should start from the beginning. We are
Yes,
seeing some parts of the window in front of your presentation, so maybe you can share only the presentation.
Is it
We are
okay
not
now?
going to see
It's
it.
good, I think.
But it's okay now, is it?
Is it good? But we have some parts of the screen because you are sharing this screen entirely, not the presentation only. I
It would
see
be
the
better.
gray mark of our
Zoom
cameras on the right.
It would be better if you stop sharing and if you stop sharing, start sharing again and select the PowerPoint instead of sharing the desktop. Because if you share the desktop, you're going to share also those floating windows. You can see the background here. This is a real landscape, okay?
Okay. I actually thought I did share the. This will be strange. Wait. I do like this. After clicking on the share screen button, you should be able to see the presentation only as a smaller window. It's not working, or? It's the same, but we are seeing less gray areas. Now it is much better, thank you. But it is working.
Yes, yes, it is. We can continue.
Okay, thank you. Well, thanks a lot. My name is Anna Wynne-Jones-Frank. I'm a landscape architect, senior landscape architect, and partner at Tengbom Architect. And I saw I had been failed to send in any kind of presentation of me, but was not so good with that. It was good that Per was able to introduce me anyway. And thanks a lot, I must say, to this so well organized AACCP meeting. It will be very difficult for anyone who comes after you to make such a good conference, and I have really enjoyed it. I'm going to talk about urban development in Stockholm and how it affects and changes green structure, yards, and public spaces. And this in the context of a very big ongoing densification of Stockholm. Stockholm is growing very quickly. It's actually during the next 20 years, the inhabitants are estimated to increase with 300,000 people. And they say it's one of the biggest growing cities in Europe. I'm not sure that's right, but that's what the city says. This demands clear guidelines how to protect and improve green spaces and public spaces side by side with the ongoing densification. Who makes the evaluation and from what aspects are essential? And there is a big ambition, and I think that's worldwide, of course, from our local councils and politicians, that they want to build cities more denser, but yet more greener, which actually are two aspects which is often in conflict. And this is a question for all of us, that is densification, is that always a way to make a more sustainable society? And this is a map over Stockholm from 1861. And here you can see the parts of Stockholm with all the base and the character of Stockholm. You see the archipelago, you see the rocks, you see the island, the sea, the green structure. And this is very much the character of Stockholm, the landscape. Here's to the left, it's a painting from a balloon up in the air in 1868. And to the right, you have the same view, but from today. And wherever you see, there are the islands and the water and the green shores. Now it looks like I'm talking about Stockholm like I'm a tourist agent, but these pictures also show the importance of the bedrock in the rock formations in Stockholm. And you can see that the buildings are lying on bedrock, like on a shelf. And here you see also the different layers, you see the different time periods of the buildings, and which also refers to the presentation that my former colleague Urban made earlier about the rock formations.
urban development in Stockholm is, as I said, increasing rapidly. And from here you can see from 1870 up to 2010. In orange you can see the new building areas, and you can see in pink where are the planned new urban areas. And as you can see for the last map here, that it's very dense already. This is a map from our city plan, and also in pink here, I'll show here, here's the old town, Stockholm, and here's the city center. And in pink area is planned areas for intensification, transformation, planned new urban areas, new housing areas. And this is the green structure also from our city plan. And if you look on this, you can say, oh, it's a lot of green here, it's a lot of green landscape. But the important thing is how these green areas, how is the structure? Are they linked together? Are they two small areas? Because the ecological system is so important that they are not separated. And the dotted line up here to the right, that's our Royal National City Park, which actually was formed 1995, and I think one of the first natural city parks in the world. And it's very, very important for us for recreation. In Stockholm, the buildings are always related to the landscape. And this is different character of building and urban areas. They also, depending then, the buildings are related, as I said, to the design. The design is related to the form of the landscape. So one kind of building is related to that kind of landscape. And that's also very important when you're talking about densification. It's very important how you read the city. And when you work with urban green spaces or green structures or parks, so of course these things which you all think about when you talk about parks and gardens and courtyards, and it's about urban farming, which is more and more common now, allotments, recreation, sport areas, health, relaxing, and also now during the COVID, during the pandemic, it's very much focused on the health. We have aesthetic values, cultural values, tourism, social sustainability, but the last years, it's been also more and more focus on the ecosystem services. We have to take care about the climate change, and that includes biodiversity, pollination, water storage, rainwater, how to bind CO2, air filtering, noise reduction, also to stable and secure land, which is also a very big issue. And meanwhile, we're having less and less green areas in the city. The green areas are supposed to solve more and more problems or have more and more functions. And instead, maybe one would wish that we would increase the area instead of the green space. This is Stockholm's byggnadsordning, and it's a kind of guidelines for building, which started in Sweden in the 18th century. You can see to the left the oldest ones. I think one is that from 1725. We had a new one last September, 28th of September, and nowadays, since 1999, it's more of guidelines and strategy for building than legislation. And the pictures which I'm going to show further on is taken from the byggnadsordning. This is Lindhagen's plan, which is, one can say, from 1866. It's like the start of the modern Stockholm. It's also the start of the public parks. And we have a lot of these parks from this early 19th century, from we call rock parks. And the pictures I'm going to show you now, it's all of them comes from Byggnadsordningen, and they are showing examples. I'm just showing some of them, but I'm showing examples of different urban characters in Stockholm. And all of them are related to the landscape. And this is what we call Stenstaden, the stone city. It's like the center of Stockholm. And from 1870, it's also related to this Lindhagen's plan. And this is for the first time you started to have public park, these rock parks, street trees, esplanade, boulevards. And of course, it was inspired from Paris and Vienna and Berlin, and you well recognize this pattern. We do have also a lot of villas. This is the quite big villas. It started from 1910 with big private gardens, but they are now often divided into separate parts. So you can see here is some kind of, when they have divided the garden, and they now have new houses. These are from the 60s, and the other one close here is from later on, quite modern one. Here is what we call Garden City, where, of course, you recognize all of these: organic street layout, hedges, stone wall, street trees. Here is up here to the right. You can see another new sort of densification, and I'm not talking about the building, because the building, it could be a very good example of a nice piece of architecture, a nice building, but it's which is so important when you add a new building, that you look upon the context. And I'm very glad to hear that a lot of people have been talking to about this during this conference, because in this area, you have these green streets, you have all the time visible green character in the streets. But here they have chosen to put a house which has too large scale and also situated in, I would say not the best way, because they put it directly towards the streets. And it's a pity when you don't think about all the context. This is Småstugeområdet. It's also small, is it private villas, but much smaller ones. And these ones were actually supported by the state, mostly all of them from the 30s, 40s. And it was, the state was supporting workers. They would be able to build their own small houses. And here you can see that different from the other areas, these are very dense, quite small gardens. The houses were not more than about 70 square meters. But you have actually quite a big green area, which is all the time close to these areas. And it's very popular to live here today. Often they are much more enlarged. But you're always very close to the nature, and they're close to the time. Down here you see a new project, another kind of densification. Then we have the area which is very close to the center, but these are, I would say, the starting of the modern architecture. And this is from the 30s, functionalist, and as you can see, they are related directly to the landscape. They're standing, relating all the time to the landscape, nature kept. The landscape is all the time visible. And also here you have parks. We call them park, houses in park. It's like a term. Down here you can see another very big building, which is made from the architect office BIC, which is also example of a densification in this kind of area. Here's an example of Smalhus, and you can see here they're also standing directly in the nature, visible rock formation, green streets, also a lot of nature kept, and they never have these direct. You can never see, for example, the garden, and they are always the nature kept around them. And here you have an example of a new house, just a couple of years ago. And this is from the 40s, 50s. Now you have more defined courtyards, but still it's a nature kept. And this is something very special. I don't know for Sweden, but we call it in some way Stockholm Skola when you see it in the parks. But it's very important that the nature is not, it's not supposed to be man-made. It's supposed to be wild nature in some way. That's an ideal for the park during this period from the 30s and further on. And also you can see that related to the buildings. This is Tunnelbadenstad, the areas which was built around the underground stations and underground lines, also named ABC towns for working, building, and housing in the centrum. And for example, Olof Palme was living out in Vällingby, and this kind of area where it is terraced houses. And that was, of course, a very symbolic value that he was living in these new modern places. And all these areas now is very much under a big transformation. Then we come to these areas which we call miljonprogrammen, because during the 60s was a big lack and need of housing. So the government decided that they were supposed to build 1 million apartments during 10 years. This was a period when you started to use more industrial way of building, so it's a very big scale on everything. And also that the landscape is very big scale, because it's a big courtyards. It's often very green. You have also here you have the nature very close, surrounded with. And there's a lot of traffic separation, which also now in some areas we are taking away. And here you have example for Skärholmen, an area where actually I'm working with at the moment. So all of these are actually will be transformed and densified, all of these. And here you can see an example where they actually made the building longer. And now I'm going to show you 3 examples of densification quite close to the center, in Södermalm in Stockholm. And it's interesting because it's 3 examples which are extraordinarily close to each other. So then you can understand what a big pressure it is to find spaces to build on in Stockholm. Here is a map where you can see.
3 minutes.
Thank you. Here is rock formations here and there, and then it's going to build on this courtyard here. And this is Lundagatan. This is the area where you have streets in 2 levels. And here they are planning terraced houses. And on the top, on the higher level, there you have this house which is built in the 1930s. And here you can see how important it is was with the landscape around it. And here also you can see the rock formation. So all the time you see how the building is related to the rocks. And here is the example. And then they're going to build all along the street. Looks like this. It's about, I think, 13, 14 terraced houses. Another one, which is here. It's along the park, one of our rock parks. There you can see the church. Actually, it's just outside my window. I'm looking at the church right now, at the clock. Not to talk too much. And here was a proposal which first made in 6 floors. And it was a huge planning weekend where everyone was living around here. And a big discussion, and then they lowered the building. So now it's also here terraced houses. But it's also all along the rock formation, all along the park. And here examples. And this will be very extraordinary, exclusive buildings. Here is Plankan. It's actually rental apartments, and it's owned by the city, and they're going to build 2 more floors and a round building in the middle. And this courtyard was actually looked upon more as a park, and it's a public pathway all through it, and you can see the more formal design. Then as it had, and then you can see this very purposely made, I suppose, very design which is not at all talking to the original one. And you see they are starting 2 floors. There's a huge protest among the people who are living there, and no one wants them to build. And they want to have, of course, they want to have their own courtyard back. They don't want to have a round house in the middle of it. And they even have a home web page, so they're extraordinarily active. And I can also say the budget on this project has risen to 100 million euro because it's cost so much because it's garage under. And this is the vision picture of Hagastaden, and this is one of the most dense area in the center of Stockholm that they're building right now. And of course, we want to have this kind of city. Of course, we want to live in the green area, parks, public spaces. But then we also have to be more aware when we are building and when we are densifying our cities. So I would end this with these words, that to live denser, more sustainable in a city, then that also demands more public green spaces. Densification projects should contribute to the existing green structure, not reduce it. Green roofs, facades cannot replace parks and gardens. They can only be added. And a big part of the ongoing urban development is realized by densification of existing suburbs of Stockholm, where especially the green structure with its park and yards is at risk. And the urban development of today has also a significant higher floor space index with very small yards as a result. This means an extended use of existing public parks in school and nurseries. Private ones are referred to nearby parks as recent new school grounds and playgrounds lacking of size. And so we need to start to look at urban green spaces as an essential urban element, not something extra, not an extra layer. And this is a green urban element that needs to increase in size in our cities, not diminish. Thanks a lot.
Thank you
Well
for your
done.
presentation.
Thanks a lot, Anna. Very important presentation, and it's very much in line with things we have discussed previously at this AACCP meeting. The landscape is fundamental. I hope we can come back to that at future AACCPs. Now we move on to the next presentation, Eske.
Okay, the next presentation is going to be done by Hannele Koitunen, one of the authors of the previous papers, I think. It is entitled The Heritage of Post-War City Planning. The stage is yours.
Thank you. Unfortunately, my latest version of my abstract didn't manage to get into the abstract book, but anyway, I will tell some words about myself. And I need to turn off this video because I have had some problems with the internet connection. But anyway, hello to everyone and greetings from Tampere Festival Day we have here. Okay, let's see what happens if I... Okay, is it okay with my screen?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay. So my name is Hannele Koitunen. I'm a PhD student in Tampere University here in Finland. And at the same time, I work as a land use specialist in the Center for Economic Development, Transport and Environment in Häme region. So this presentation, which is touching very much the same themes as we have heard today by Ida and Anna, is based on my doctoral dissertation, which I'm still working with because, you know, it takes some time, and next to my permanent job, it is a quite heavy thing to do. I have been working with this case called Amuri, and today I will more focus on the green and public spaces in urban structures. This dissertation, which I have been working with, it's about post-war urban renewal in Finland and experience of modernism. It is based on interviews and documents, especially interviews touching memories of inhabitants who have lived in the middle of this renewal, which took place between 50s and 70s. Also, I have used planning documents by which has been made by Tampere city planners. These memories were about both wooden and concrete buildings, so traditional and modern environment and town. But in this presentation, I will take a closer look at the modern city, this city of 60s and 70s, and discover how it is considered in current city planning. More closely, I will focus on green and public urban space elements, which were very much pointed out and were very important in the interviews and the memories I found out in those interviews. They were also important in modernistic city planning. In comparison, traffic and transportation, which were some of the key elements also in modernistic city planning and modern ideology, they were hardly noticed by inhabitants. So it seems to be that green and social public space were the main themes in a way. And in the end, I want to find out regarding this special case, if there is heritage of modern existing at all. So, creating modern town. There must be lots of things and ideas which are very familiar to you, but anyway, some words about the renewal and the idea of city renewal. Post-war city renewal was a tool to create modernity and modern environment, to produce concept of modernity and modern timeline. It was one of the practical applications of modernistic city planning. Social and political as well as ideological basis for post-war renewal was constructed even earlier, as we all know, especially from 20s onwards. Functionalism and so on, they were very much influencing the city planning. But as my presentation is about 60s and 70s time, post-war time, I touch more on those questions. Ask, what does modernity mean? It can be defined kind of a status where one have got rid of freedom, rid of tradition, having freedom, have got rid of social control and continuity, and create new. Regarding physical environment, modernity meant and means getting rid of old structures, buildings, infra, and reconstructing them. It was believed that by renewing built environment, it was possible to create a new modern city and way of life. So modernistic city planning created change, and as inhabitants lived in the middle of the change between traditional and modern for quite a long, because renewal took place for decades. Because modern was or is change of life and environment, so the memories of that time were very closely connected to the idea, the basic idea of modernity. So you can see the connection. Here you can see some photos of my study, the case Amuri. You can see here wooden Amuri from 50s. It was a wooden workers district originating from 19th century. And some ideas of modern Tampere, which were very much pointed out in some newspapers. And then you have Amuri renewal plan, how it was meant to be renewed. It's an illustration by Tampere city planners and planning process. And let's take a look then to my case. What happened to this actual place? Aim was to create healthy city with green open space full of light and modern housing with proper facilities. Aim was to diminish also amount of streets, make it more safe. Green areas were anyway very much in focus in Finnish city planning and finding principles for that after Second World War. We were discussing whether we should have a city in the forest or park in the city. During 60s, housing, traffic and commercial structures, like trade structures, were renewed. In political and social field, new ideology of efficiency was launched and broke through the whole planning system. It meant the birth of construction industry, and prefabricated houses were very common after that. It meant also new way of treating urban nature. Green areas were designed and organized. Free time activities get controlled by planning places for them, or special places. Streets, which were or used to be covered by cobblestones, were turned to pedestrian ways bordered with trees and green areas. And it meant demolition of old wooden buildings, which were not seen as productive and efficient anymore. Here you can see a city plan, which is showing quite well what happened. In the middle, you can see the place for the new residential buildings, this block of flats, and under it, with a very gray lines, you can see the old wooden buildings, which were demolished before the new building was constructed on this site. You can see here also the old streets, which turned to be like pedestrian ways, and green parks also partly. And on the right, you can see illustration. It's showing what kind of atmosphere and what kind of structure there would be or should be on the area. It's only a plan. It wasn't exactly the one which came through. Then I want to go nearer to my question about heritage and modern heritage. So I start with asking, what is heritage? It's like a cultural feature, tangible or intangible. It's chosen, taken care, delivered to the next generations, and valued by individuals or communities. How one remembers, how interprets, influences the public discussion about heritage. So commemoration is part of meaning making and heritage process. Commemoration can be shared or it can be personal. It can be shared by the community, even though it's a person who remembers, not a community. But we need also to consider authorized heritage discourse, which is launched by Laura Jane Smith. Like heritage which is defined by the professionals or outsiders, not the persons or people whose heritage it is. So, and the power structures concerning it. So I try to keep this in my mind when I did my analysis on the interviews. And here are some notes on my interview analysis. Memories, which I already told you, were about both wooden and modern town with concrete block of flats, but both emphasized nature. And regarding that, I found out that newcomers, the people who moved to this block of flats, they used green areas in placemaking. They used it for identity work, and it was part of the socializing process. I found also a kind of urban Amuri identity, which means, this is my own version of that, it means that there is an urban mind, but strong roots to the countryside and strong connection to the countryside, where most of the people are from, or their families at least. So parks were important also because of the social life. Long walks with the dogs or neighbors were very much pointed out. So the parks were kind of social construction also, and a public place. Views from the window, so connection to the nature from the apartment or from the home, it was important. Yards were also part of the social life, and as well as parks, they were a social construction also. And it was very nice to notice that sitting outside in the modern Amuri, but also in the wooden traditional Amuri, was very important for people. So observing the neighbors and the surroundings. And then connection to the real nature, it was very important. There is a big lake called Näsijärvi next to this area. People used to go there and camping and rowing the boat and so on. It was one of the key elements of free time activities. And then trees, as you can see here, former Suokatu and row of linden trees. They originate from early 20th century. They are still there, and it's interesting how they connect past to present and are helping to orientate in the place, but also in the time. And then bedrocks, as we just heard from Anna, this is very important part of the Nordic landscape. And here you can see also how it is affecting the environment and the cityscape in Amuri case. And it was very important part of the structures also there. Then shortly, a short look on the present day and the designing of the city. Here you can see one of the most important parks and the central park of the area, where they used history and the idea of the heritage in the park planning and renewal process. And planners said, this is from 2013, so planners said that the connection to the history is by the block structure. Somehow you can maybe see it there in the picture. Also materials and picnic areas were the things which were connecting this area, this renewed park to the history of this wooden area. But as you can see, no words about modern history of 60s or 70s. And this is a short glimpse of the modern and green Amuri. As you can see here, this is a photo from a couple of years ago, and you can see how green and how modern it is. And today, the new renewal process is has started, and it's going on. It means that we are again getting rid of past, and it means that there is a constant change also going on. And so here you can see what kind of ideas city planners have for this area. This is kind of a general plan, not a real city plan. So only ideas what it will look like in the future. This new renewal plan highlights the return of the block city. They want to create a place which is more urban than it is today, and more density is needed also for creating more activities on the area. Green areas and parks will be renewed again. And I will ask, what will happen to urban nature? Is green roof enough for that, in that sense? And in the end of my presentation here, I want to ask, what is a heritage of modern town, this modern 60s and 70s, town of 60s and 70s? Is it heritage if it's not designated by service or found in the service? Or is it heritage if no one talks about it in terms of value? Will it be heritage if we, as professionals, support discussion, commemoration, and social activities regarding it? I think modernity is difficult, perhaps impossible to catch. So is modern heritage too. Seems that modernistic city as built environment is an object of authorized heritage discourse, because this modern heritage is not listed, it's not designated or discussed at all. In opposite, I think it's ignored and disvalued, and in that way used as an argument for the new renewal. As you saw, heritage has been in some way considered in planning, but not in the way people it value. More how planners want it to be as a part of the idea of new green and dense city. In this case, seems that heritage constructed by memories is taking a shape of intangible. It is a story of a transforming city. And built heritage, built environment, it might be a heritage to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anneli. It was another important contribution, which also pointed at the relevance of landscape. I prefer to use the word landscape also when we talk about the urban. It has such rampant variability in different kinds of landscape we see in an urban setting. There's a risk that if we speak about cityscapes, that we believe that all towns or cities are alike in terms of landscape. They are almost as dissimilar as other kinds of landscapes are dissimilar. So landscape is a key concept for us, I think. So thanks again, Anneli. We move on to the next. Okay. Of course, I cannot pronounce these names, but Erhan Agirbas will present with Frank Eitorf. And Ersan has his own architectural practice from 2013. And he has published widely, both in Germany and abroad, and has lectured at numerous institutions in Germany and in other countries. He studied in Germany, Italy, and Switzerland, and he has worked with a lot of private and public projects dealing with the relationship between art, design, architecture, and engineering with his partner Frank Eitorf. And Eitorf completed his apprenticeship in Marseille in 1996. He studied at Hochschule Bochum in the University of Applied Sciences and École d'Architecture de Nantes, Technical University, and he got his diploma from Bochum. He also continued to study at the Kunstakademie in Düsseldorf and got a second diploma in 2010. He also started his career as university teacher at Peter Behrens School of Architecture in Düsseldorf, Hochschule Bochum, Leibniz Universität, Hannover, École Spéciale d'Architecture in Paris, and Mohammed VI Polytechnic University in Ben Guerir, Morocco. He's now teaching at the German University in Cairo, Egypt. He has developing project in Paris, in France, in Saudi Arabia, Switzerland, Turkey, and Germany about the relationship between art, design, architecture, and engineering with his colleague Ersan. So the floor and the screen is yours.
Thank you very much. So my name is Ercan Arbaş, and thank you very much, Per, for the introduction. With my partner Frank, we submitted 2 abstracts. So today I will present the first one, and tomorrow Frank will present the second one. And before I start, I would like to say also Happy Labor Day to all of you today. And also, interestingly, I'm in the group of the Scandinavian abstracts with my German project, but you know, sitting here in Oman or my partner sitting in Cairo, when we look towards Europe, Germany is almost in Scandinavia, so it doesn't make any difference.
I think it is perfect. That kind of mixture is perfect, so it's good. Oman, Germany, Sweden, Norway, Finland, Denmark, it's good.
Exactly, exactly. So let me share my screen. And so what I'm going to talk about is our new places. And basically, I want to focus on one social housing project in Germany. And also, especially with my Turkish background, I want to highlight a little bit the issue of how 50 years ago a Turkish community moved to Germany and start to live in an environment which was somehow the leftover of the German community, and how they start to deal with it. And I would like to also admit that this presentation is really not a kind of, let's say, scientific presentation, as we heard so many and fantastic presentations. It's more a kind of expressions about materiality and so on. And especially when it comes to research, we are dealing with, or we are discussing with my partner on and on. What is it? Is it the one thing which is then the ratio versus the emotional, where we don't have measurements and we can't count something? Is it a discussion about science versus art? Is it measurable when it comes to research? And is it only decidable when it comes then to architecture, when we design something and then we say, yeah, it's good or it's not good, something like this. And so that means that at the end, maybe there is something which on one side, there is the research part, and on the other side, there is a competition part when it comes to the architect's life. And we decided to turn and to shift these versus, the terminology of versus, into the terminology of and to come up with a thing where we say we try to stay in between, and we try to make a result, a built result, where then we can make our own research about it. When I talk to, or if I start to talk about the Turkish community, I want to start also with one picture, which maybe shows you also the way of different layering, how we approach the things. And this is a picture, indoor area of a mosque in Turkey, which I took recently. And the interesting thing here is that in the mosque in Turkey, because the mosque is used only five times a day, in between, then the children occupy this area and they play football in it. So it's a kind of thing that they use it for different purposes. And this is a kind of thing where I thought, okay, what about the Turkish community moved 50 years ago, almost 50 years ago, to Germany, and they moved there with just one suitcase, with their hope for the future, and they didn't even know what they have to expect there. And mainly, as I mentioned, then they started to live in compounds like this, built in the late 70s, 80s, and so on. And then later on, we had to deal with that because it was also an issue of that it was really not comfortable. Mainly the Turkish community came from the countryside and from the villages, from villages in Turkey. And then they moved to Germany in the cities, and they lived in the city in the 7th, 12th, 13th floor. And this was a big problem also for them. And this problem, then you can see how then they use these environment. So they use it in a way which is not healthy, let's say. And this was a picture 6-7 years ago, where still people lived in there. So 50% of the apartments were abandoned. So there was no one in there, and the other 50% people lived in there, and mainly 80% it was really the foreign community living there. So we had to find a strategy how we can heal this issue. And as you can see here in the diagram, during the it shows just the empty apartments in this compound which I showed you in the two pictures. And you can see that until the late 90s, there was almost every apartment was full. But then it started a phenomenon where the Turkish community could afford their own houses. So they decided to stay in Germany. The idea of living there for 10 years and going back to Turkey and living their life in Turkey was not valid anymore, because they had their first, second, third generation in Germany, so they had their roots there. And by this diagram, you can see that at the end of the 90s, beginning 2000, when the Turkish community moved out of these apartments, buying their own houses, that the empty apartments, they increased. So there is a little slope here until the 2005, where then the owner of the compound started to renovate some apartment, but still it was not helpful, because after that again the empty apartments, the amount of the empty apartments increased. The idea of this is also a problem for sure for the income of the owner of the compound, which mainly, when it comes to social housing, is mainly the city itself. 90%, 95%, it's owned by the city, but there was also the problem of the income for the city. So they are deciding then to decreasing the amount of apartments and coming up with a better quality. So what was then the idea? What we wanted to what we offered was that in a compound like this, we come up with an idea of moving the people, but moving the people in a way, because still, even if they couldn't afford their own houses, they didn't want to move somewhere else, because they built up their neighborhood there, they have their neighbors, they have their school, they have their kindergarten there. So they didn't want to move to somewhere else. So the idea of moving the people from one side to the other, to the empty apartments for a while, and then to remove then a part of it, to replace it with new buildings, and then to move the people back to the new buildings in the same neighborhood, and then to remove again then the rest, and then to complete then a compound like this. So this was one part of how we could deal with this social housing situation, and this was a part of how we could also convince people to stay still in their neighborhood and to come up with living in an apartment. And now I want to go a little bit closer in another example, what was the quality of it, what we wanted to provide them. And if you see here, mainly the community, the families who could afford houses and they didn't want to live anymore in this social housing, they bought then houses like this. This is a picture of a neighborhood in a coal mine area in Germany. And as you can see, it's a kind of, it is a city, but in the backyard of these houses, there was still a kind of farming land. Also during the world wars, in between the families, they had also the farmland behind their houses. So the Turkish community, they liked this very much. So they moved also to these areas. But so in the 90s, 2000s, they bought these houses and they moved to these kind of neighborhoods. But still in this neighborhood, what we can see is there is a street life, and then there is a kind of threshold between street and indoor, and there is no communication in front of the house. There is no kind of possibility to communicate with the neighbors. And this was a thing which I think is a very, very important thing that we have to take care of when we think of people living together. And in this example, which I mentioned, I want to show you that this is also a social housing project. And in this social housing project, for us, it was very, very important that all these things, what I mentioned before, with these kind of having only one suitcase, coming to Germany, but having still a kind of dream of maybe village life or a countryside life, and how we can implement maybe this to a kind of social housing complex where people then don't feel so foreign in it. And in this complex, the statistic, the last year's statistics, 75% of people living in these compounds are with foreign roots. Syrian nowadays, also Turkish community, but also communities from Balkan. So this was a thing what interests us a lot. So how can we bring these people together? And as you can see, again, it's a kind of land-wise, a land where the city gives a land where they say, okay, it's a leftover. It's not really in the city. It's somewhere behind the train rails and behind the station. It's on the dirty side of the city. And this was how it looked like. And you see in the background then the center, the city of Neuss, close to Düsseldorf. And you see in between that still there is the railway really separating these two areas. And so our design was about then, even if it's so close to the railways and it's noisy and it's dirty and so on, to create a kind of village inside. And this village inside has to have these attributes which they brought as their dreams, as their wishes, how they might, how they want to live together. And so first it was a kind of city wall linking between the outside and inside. And as you can see, now there is no threshold, which really is only done by a wall, but it's done by different layers where different things can happen in between. But linking, I mean that there is this traffic outside, there is a city outside, everything which is maybe not helping to create a kind of village life inside in the city. We keep outside to come up then with the inside of the compound, where then really completely car-free, we create an area where even if it's social housing, they have the feeling that they live in their own houses. And even if there is so it's not even only the own house, but maybe it's the own entrance, the own kind of entrance area where they can create some kind of identity in it. And what else is very important for us when it comes to kind of village life, village type, it was that we try to come up with this idea, bringing together the elderly and the younger people together, even if they are not one family, but that the idea of the putting the elderly people just in a corner where then once a week the family members go and visit them. This was not the idea. We try to come up with this village type idea where we include them into our village. And diversity, for sure, when it comes especially to these, to Turkish community, to Turkish families, nowadays it's not that much the difference, but we are talking also about bigger families. We are talking about families with 3, 4, 5 kids. So they need also a diversity in different types of apartments, of housing, and these housing, they work in a way together that they are not just stapled one above another in social housing typology, but as mentioned, in this kind of included village type area. And here in the colored parts are the parts where then we come up with housing which is only reserved for elderly people, next to younger families, next to kids. As you can see, even in one of the complexes where elderly people live, there is then the huge children playground. So it's not their own grandmother and their own grandfather, but they come together and all the generations, they live together, for sure, then with a kind of community house where they can meet, where they can do their homeworks, the kids, and so on and so forth. And the thing, what I mentioned before, that it's not only about having the own house, but having maybe something, at least the own entrance that leads me to my apartment, even if it's social housing. So there is no staircase anymore. There is no staircase anymore. There are only alleys and streets and walkways in different levels where then I can enter to my unit.
You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, as you can see here, and as you can see here, also the idea of these gardens, the storage places, everything is on the level where I live. And also the gardens, for us, it was a very, very important feature where we said the gardens are important for us because they want to touch the earth, the soil, and they want to grow maybe their tomatoes and the cucumbers there in front of their houses. So there is no farmland behind the houses, but there is now a little bit farmland in front of their apartments. So that we come up with this idea of the wished village with some creeks, with some rivers, with a lake, and all built in an environment which is still city, but where then with the features of a kind of countryside living, we try to come closer to the wishes which then these families from their origin countries brought to Germany. Thank you very much. That was my part.
Thanks very much. Thanks very much. It was a very interesting presentation. I think it was perfect to have you in this session, of course. It's the meeting between the different groups in Northern Europe. And I think actually that other North Europeans can learn a lot from this solution that is inspired from Turkey. Mm-hmm. I think that it is important that we understand that what we should do between different groups is to learn. I like this photograph with playing football in the mosque. I think, I hope Turkish children play football in German churches. And of course, we should do that. I will immediately call some of the leaders of the local church here and suggest that they arrange a game of football for children in the church. I think that was a perfect idea. Yeah. Sounds wonderful, actually. One of the things that run, you hinted at it, but it seems that you are much interested in this thing about how to put in emotion into what we do, to think about this concept and how we can work with that, which is difficult but important. I have previously discussed this old journal in Germany, which was stopped in 1933, exactly for Ästhetik und allgemeine Kunstgeschichte. It's a very interesting journal, and there is an author, Emil Ütitz. He is working very much on that concept in relation to aesthetics. Emil Ütitz. I can put it in the chat. But I think it's indirectly, of course. It's not talking about exactly what you were discussing here, but I think indirectly. And he had some reflections about space in other contexts later on in his life. It's a complex, another story. We can discuss it with another AACCP. Of course, it's risky and it's not very good, but anyhow, I have an anecdote about this from my personal experience, because in the doctoral thesis of Norberg Schultz, I guess most of you know who that is. When he defended his doctoral thesis, it so happens that my father was the faculty's opponent who had to criticize him. And he denied the relevance of emotion in this doctoral thesis. And my father had this anecdote always, that he had asked him during this formal defense, if it was really the case, Christian, that you have no emotions. And that was a good question. Of course, all of us have emotions, and we must remember that people have emotions, whether we like it or not. Yeah. It's a problematic thing, but it's something that really and truly exists and affects everything we do. So that is a topic that we should develop. Now, I think we have some time for discussion, and who wants to begin? Hannele has a question here.
Thank you, Per. I still have a problem with my internet connection, but I want to ask regarding this last presentation, which was very nice. Thank you very much. Did you consider at all, or did you think that you could use the old buildings or reuse at least part of them? Because I think it's a very important question of sustainability and recycling and things like that nowadays in city planning. How is it?
Yeah, especially so. I guess you realized also that there were two different projects. So the first one where I showed you these old buildings from the late 70s, it was unfortunately not in our hands anymore when the client came to us and asked us, because there was already the decision. There was already the decision to remove, to demolish the old structure. And because otherwise I know, and there are also so many good examples also in Germany and for sure also in Scandinavia, I'm sure, about it, where they resized the 10-story building to 4-story buildings, and where you have then really again the contact to the surface, the contact to the ground, and so on. You have really fantastic examples of that, but this was so we entered to the project quite late. So the decision was made, and so there was no chance to do anything else.
Hannele, you want to comment?
Thank you for your answer. I think it's very typical nowadays still to rethink the areas. So, but it's interesting that it's more and more in the discussion whether we should sustain something, at least the material. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, Ercan, çok güzel. I like your project. There's some things I like very much, and some others I like, but not that much. So I want to go through these. What I really like is the idea of creating a walled enclosure, mimicking the idea of the the castle town sort of, which is separating the inside from the outside, where the railway is, and the noise and the dust. That is very effective. I also like the idea of fragmenting the volumes within the inside, so to, let's say, replicate the spurt pattern of a village. Less, I do like those how can you call them, corridors, suspended corridors, because even though they probably try to replace the idea of the small road, of the village, but eventually probably might end up in being an unsafe place. So experiences in social housing, and we got a few in Italy that I don't want to mention here because I don't want to upset anyone, but have proven that that kind of device, without having the visual connection between the housing units and the space where you move, becomes unsafe. People can ambush you there. And so, but I was wondering, because we don't have the time to see if the windows, if all of those spaces where you walk are then visible from the windows of the different apartments, because that's the relationship between street and house is traditionally like this. You got the windows, and so the people can see you. If you do something wrong, somebody's going to see you at least. I was wondering about this detail. We didn't have the time. I also do like very much the idea of integrating the farmland within the housing unit, deconstructing the volume, the compact volume, which is one of the typical features of modern, composition. Very effective. And yeah, but I was, so again, question is about the visual relationship between the pedestrian spaces and the built apartments.
Thank you. Maybe one sentence to it. So all the walkways are in a distance of 5 meters to the facade, and from the walkway I have, for each entrance I have a bridge. So the distance of these 5 meters quite helps a lot, that you can't look really into the apartments. You can, but then there is let's say a layer of kitchen and entrance area of the apartments. But you're right, it's an experiment. It was an experiment to figure out, does it work or not, because they are also really it can be dangerous. You're right.
Because the point is, looking inside the apartment, okay, that's privacy. That is one modern acquiral. But what about looking from the apartment into the road? That's something that probably modern tradition forgot. This is why some of our spaces are not safe, not only this one in general, because we forgot that it's not only about seeing inside, but it's also see from the inside what's going on the outside. Somebody commits crime, somebody's going to see. So if you think of the Jumba, the Turkish house, that is a device for somebody to see in the street and be seen eventually on the other hand. But I think that the La Maison sous pilotis of Le Corbusier is a crime, because alters completely relationship of visibility between public space and house. So under those, you know what I'm saying? Those are not safe places. They're So, but I think we should, start rethinking these things, but not in the sense of imitating traditional housing, but understanding some spatial relationships that then become, life and emotions. Yes, emotions, as Per said.
Actually, I just briefly comment because I remember discussions from my childhood. Some architects, Swedish architects, who argued they lived in their own villas and things, so they actually were privileged people, but they wanted to be radical, so they refused to have any sort of limitation to the gardens. Anybody could enter. There was nothing, no limit, nothing. And they had gigantic windows everywhere, so everybody could see what they were doing inside the building. And they were very proud of this. They considered that the correct thing to do. That is, it's quite interesting how different we can look at these things. I would not like to live like that, I should say, but it is quite interesting. Zeynep?
Thank you very much for all the presentation. Thank you, Perkornel. So my question is first, I have two questions, but first is for Ercan Ağırbaş. Thank you for bringing this project into our attention. And I think my question will go parallel with what Anna Wynne-Jones Frank wrote in the chat box. So I was wondering the users of this social housing. So you mentioned the variety of the groups, the immigrant groups that came to Germany, but you also mentioned Germans, which actually, this is how my question raised. So you showed it in colors that here is the part for the elderly, but there is also a children's part next to it. So when you're mentioning the household, the ingredients, the contents of the household of these families, you mentioned plurality of children, but I think we should also underline that not only the amount of children, but also the different the grandmother, grandfather, aunt, uncle, different how to say, large families live, not only about the amount of children, but large families. So and we saw in the plans that there are 2-bedroom houses, 3-bedroom houses. So I'm wondering about the life of these social housing. So what if, as you mentioned in the very beginning, what if those families decide to stay in Germany and move out of these apartments somehow? Who is going to come afterwards? Again, the immigrants or Germans? If Germans of a single, a couple would like to choose to live in this 3-bedroom apartments, what is going to happen to the life of this whole communal housing idea? Also to the price, you see? So these are all the changing, the variants of these type of housing. I'm very much concerned because it's a housing project, it's a communal housing project. So do you have an estimation of the life of this social housing complex?
Okay, I try to keep it really short. So they live there already for around 8-9 years. And it's a social housing project where for sure people move out, move in, move out, move in. This is also a thing. Since it's also close to Düsseldorf, it's a kind of center. They don't have any problems with finding again new families moving in. And the principle of social housing in Germany is that you as a young couple without kids, you can't rent a 3-room apartment there. It's really so you are only able to get this apartment if you can also first you have to show that this amount of family members are there, and the second issue, maybe also a very important issue, is the income that you have. So you have also quite a low income to be able to move in there. That's the idea of the social housing, that they have a cut of the price, so the owner can't ask for any price he wants.
So the regulations are very strict and very well defined then.
This must be, otherwise it will not work. You're right.
It's also a very interesting line. Thanks for that question, Senep, and I think we should come back to that. I think that we should, of course, think about creating different kinds of and not everybody wants to live in the same way. We have several persons who want to intervene in the discussion. I would also recommend somebody to talk about the other papers more directly. I think Urban was next up. Urban, are you still here?
It was just a comment in the chat, but I would like to comment on, let's see, Lisa's, Ida's, and Hannele's papers or presentations. What I see there is something similar to what we experience in Stockholm, like Anna and I experience in a lot of projects where the exploitation is very high and the prices of the real estate is very high, which in a way forces the project to be too big, out of proportion, and while competing about the land or the plot. Often the cultural historic values are debated, pointed out as obstacles, not resources, as we always try to describe them as cultural historians. So when Julissa talks about the policy documents for city planning in Finland, it looks a bit like in Sweden, I think, that sustainability is very important, social sustainability also, and one tends to forget that social sustainability has to do with and that you feel at home, and the cultural historic buildings to keep. A lot of them does make that you feel at home in a totally new environment. That was a comment. Thanks.
Lisa?
Yes, thank you for this comment. That was actually the one aspect I was paying attention to, that, and I really tried to pick words that describe social belonging and happiness, as I emphasized in my presentation, because it was quite interesting that in antiques time, happiness was one of the aims when cities were created. And as I pointed out, Rahe highlighted happiness of the people and social belonging. And I think it is very important that this aspect of satisfaction and happiness and social belonging. And when Anna and Hannele were presenting their presentations about green spaces, I immediately started to think about how green spaces also create happiness and social interaction. So, unfortunately, I didn't go through all my strategies in order to look for how green spaces are emphasized in strategies and visions. But I can sort of think that they are emphasized more clearly than cultural heritage, because they are sort of environmental sustainability and ecological sustainability. But maybe Hannele can sort of, and Ida perhaps, participate in discussion about how green spaces are valued in Finland all in all today?
I would like to comment not maybe so much on the green space, but the difficulty of preserving something small scaled in this ethos of like densifying cities. And in Tampere we have, for instance, a strategy for high-rise buildings and like these very tall buildings, and I have been missing a strategy for very small scaled buildings, and because they are now disappearing from the cityscape, especially in the city center. And I think they have their role in the city. It's not greenery, but it's about seeing the sky and having sunlight to the streets and courtyards. So I think we need to protect the small scale also.
They should be red listed, like.
Yeah, species in danger of complete extinction. I think Hannele, you should intervene, but I think Anna has waited a long time for. She wants to make a question here to Erkan, I think.
Yes, I would like to first I would like to start to thank you, Erkan, for a very nice presentation. But I have a question, because I'm also working quite a lot with these social housing areas in Stockholm, which has quite a lot of, I think, same problems as in Germany. And almost in every project, we're working with a dialogue with the people who live there. And that's a question first, if you were working like that, or if that was as a demand from the city. And then also there's a discussion in Sweden that's not only about architecture, about art, and involves a lot of other areas. And that is also, if I, as a white middle-class person, architect, can represent and work with these kind of areas and understand them as people who lives there. You understand the question?
Yeah.
Maybe it's just something I'm thinking a lot, because there's a big discussion here. So it's a little bit like two questions in one.
Sure. So the first question is easy to answer. So the first project where I showed you that we moved some families to the older structure for 2 years, where then we started to build, and then we moved them back to the new structure. There, for sure, we had communal evenings with them, explaining and presenting the project and getting feedback and working then on the feedbacks and coming up with something like this. The other one, which with the city wall, the bigger one, there was no possibility, because there was no user before that. So there was only the client. It was out of an architectural competition, where then the client built this, and after the building process, they looked then for the families to rent the area. So there were two different. So at the beginning, it was the part where we removed half of the structure and moved then the families in it. There we had these. Regarding how architects use spaces and how other people use spaces, this is really also as a comment on previous, I guess Alessandro mentioned this, regarding Le Corbusier. If we go in a Le Corbusier building, we say, wow, here I want to live, and but non-architects, they can't deal with that. I don't know. But in our case, we try to keep it as, we were not even looking for architectural quality, to be honest. We were looking for the qualities where we thought it's a quality which they can, for example, the farming fields on the different levels, or just the possibility to put their bicycle directly in front of their door, in front of their apartment door in the 5th floor. That this was for us a quality we looked for, and yeah, I don't know. I try to, every time when I'm back in Germany and I have time for it, I try to go and visit also these places where we worked as an architect. And so far, I think they use it. They are using them. But maybe because of not looking for the architecture. This was not, this is never a thing what I'm searching for. I don't know.
I think also there was a question from Hussein. Are you here still?
Do I hear me?
Yes,
Do
I'm here. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes, we can.
Yeah. Okay. I had a question in mind since I worked on this as a bachelor student when we were at 4th year for graduation project, when we were designing a sort of a threshold center for refugees, Syrian refugees in Istanbul, and the actual thing that when I interviewed people, so many Syrian people, they are actually located in one space. And this space, they're actually well known that this space in the urban centers where Syrians are located, which is Fatih area, as you can maybe some of us know. So I was just wondering, the notion that you have stated about owning an entrance and not rather than owning a home, wouldn't that be more of this isolation of the community and more of enlarging the gap between the locals and the immigrants?
So since it was a social housing project, it was not possible to provide all of them to own a home. So this is also every time a matter of, so what can you afford, and that owning the own entrance, not getting out of a staircase to get in your apartment, but having the feeling that I enter my apartment crossing the bridge, and then I have my house door, not my apartment door. We thought that this is maybe the closest thing we can provide them to have the feeling that immediately when they get out of their apartments, they are in a communal area where everyone can share their the place, and where they can meet together, where they can plant their tomatoes together and so on. So this was the thing, but for sure, ideally would be much better to come up then with a compound where you would have maybe in a smaller structure their own whole houses, but yeah, it's then also a matter of budget, I would say.
Okay, so I understand your point that the entrance itself is inside the apartment and not as a mean of an urban entrance. Is that correct? Maybe I got it wrongly, I think. So I was actually imagining that the entrance you meant is the central gate to the people inside the community.
No. Okay, there is no gate like this. No. Everywhere, it's open everywhere.
Just one little question. If you were to design this space not in a rural area, but in an urban center where there is like a really big, dense area, would you follow same strategy, or would you have something in mind, something different? And thank you very much.
No, I think I would follow the same strategy, and it was not really a rural area. It was quite really, it was on the backside of the main train station of the city of Neuss. So it was quite in the center, but it was the backside of the train station. Therefore it was a kind of the dirty side of the city, but it was quite close to the city. So just crossing the train station and you were in the city.
Thank you. And we move to Hannele.
Thank you, Per. I go back to the green space. I only shortly want to point out that I think in Nordic countries we still have today this kind of dualism between nature and culture or cultural landscape. So I think we should more concentrate on trying to find the connection and interaction between them, and trying to make people and designers more understand that it's not possible to divide them. We are using the nature, and nature is part of our urban life. It's very important to somehow turn the attitudes also. Thanks.
Exactly, that was what I was going to ask to Hannele, actually, because correct me if I'm wrong, if I catch it correctly, you showed these two the plans of the same area with this wooden houses of the working class, and then promoted an open space, hygienic, healthy space for larger rather larger roads and old modernist attitude with a different material. But in the end, from my point of view, actually, the first image that you showed us with the wooden housing, wooden single housing, didn't look like a squatter or a slum already. I mean, it didn't look like that they were all crumbled all together, that they didn't look like if they are providing a very dense and unhealthy environment. So the idea behind it was only because the change of material would make it more somehow appreciated, like more hygienic or modern. Can you help me about that? Because in our, what I'm used to or what I read about making an area more modern is like you really change the whole understanding of the space itself, both open space and the closed space, both interior and exterior. But the example that you showed didn't, you know, so clashed with the idea of modernity. So can you help me on that? I mean, what was it about actually?
Sorry, now I'm a little bit confused, but did you mean that the wooden town and the change of the wooden town,
yes,
how
yes,
they turned it to the modern one, you didn't
yes,
understand that? What was the argument for modernization?
Yes, exactly. And please, if I missed it, I'm sorry beforehand. If you explained it and I missed it, I'm sorry, but because you made the relation between the nature, the connection with the nature and the designed landscape, I mean, the material was already mentioning something. I'm confused there. If you may help, if you can help me about that.
I hope I can help you, because I'm not sure if I catch it. But anyway, the basic idea for modernization and the renewal of this wooden town, which meant that everything was demolished and rebuilt, like concrete block of flats were there. The idea was that we were afraid of that we are getting a slum, and this wooden district was full of workers and poor people, but also like normal citizens. The fear was that the wooden houses were not okay anymore. It was our main problem during the post-war time in Finland. We had lots of wooden towns and wooden districts, and the general idea of wood as a building material was a little bit problematic for us. So that was the one reason why we needed, why we think that we have to renew the cities. There were also lots of other reasons, but regarding the built environment, it was one of the reasons. And also the renewal meant that we can use concrete, and block of flats are easy to construct. But the green areas in this wooden town, they had nature, like rocks and bedrocks and forest around it and lakes. But in the new modern city, they had parks, which were arranged for free time activities and like designed for that. I hope I helped you, but I don't know. Maybe you can ask more.
Exactly. But maybe one last question. So the reason that you didn't want these wooden houses anymore, the afraid that they are going to turn into slums or something uncontrolled, was that maybe we should mention this regulation once again. There weren't any regulation regarding these wooden houses to be constructed. Was that the main reason to be scared of them?
No, they were designed. I mean, they needed to have a building permission and they needed to have plans, and everything was regulated. But the wood as a material, I think, was one of the reasons why we were afraid that they will not last and they are not efficient and not productive for the owners anymore. It was one point. There were also some other reasons, historical. And this, what you said about the control and organizing the area was one point, because we had 2 wars behind us, and the stable society was very much what we wanted to have. So everything which was a little bit unstable or a little bit, how to say, okay, the fear of slum, for example, was one of the features in the discussion. We needed to get more controlled areas, and to build new was like controlling.
Okay, that's great to underline. I think talking about all these materials and the idea of control. Thank you very much for the presentation. I was very much enjoyed it. Thank you.
I think that we could simply add here that today food is in Sweden and in Norway, and I think in Finland, considered a very suitable material for building even multi-familiar houses of several stories. So wood is today considered important and valuable. So that idea that wood was not good was, so to say, a sort of a pseudo argument that it was invented in a particular moment in which there were no people who could really stand up and be the actors who defended wood. It is a strange thing, and we could go on discussing this, but that is for another occasion. It is very complex, but I think, but I do see that there is a sort of for example, Le Corbusier in several texts speaks about wood as something bad, even if he uses it himself now and then, more and more, the older he becomes. But I also must say that I think this idea that emerged after the Second World War, that you should do constructions in concrete, was also a very important factor. I had an old friend, he died long ago, was an engineer, and after the Second World War, he was sent by the United Nations to study building standard in different countries. And it was more or less his job to come up to the conclusion that you need to build things in concrete. And he was sent to Afghanistan in 1951 or something like that. And he wrote a report to the United Nations stating that there are a big lot of problems in Afghanistan, but there's no problem whatsoever when it concerns building standard. These houses are perfect, they're suitable for the climate, etc., etc. And of course, they hated him for doing that, but he had a very good argument, and he had studied it in detail, and he did not consider that they should build concrete buildings in Afghanistan. So I think there was a period in which there were other factors. There were new types of interests which had to do with new types of entrepreneurs who wanted to have new areas in which to operate and so on. So that is also a factor that influences that. Now it's Alessandro. I let you in again. Okay, Senep first.
Maybe one last thing, because the other day we heard about these Putalo-oi, the houses that is made in Finland after the Second World War and sent to Poland and Israel, and it was wooden houses, the prefabricated wooden houses.
But they were supposed to be sort of temporary housing. We have always had that in Sweden for temporary housing. So I lived in such buildings when I did my military service. They were rotten and horrible. but that was temporary buildings.
Thank you. Yes, that was good to underline. Thank you very much.
That is not that good cannot be. It depends on how you do it.
Sure.
Alessandro?
Yes, I want to raise the issue of the contradiction that modern architecture and urban planning, moreover, has introduced in the city. But basically, the idea that introducing green, introducing landscape, introducing nature in the city is a good thing. It's one of the pillars of this idea, and that this comes out today in what is called the landscape urbanism movement. So green in the city is good. Well, it is necessary because of the pollution, but that's another issue. But what I'm saying is, what is missing in these, even the most recent ones, okay? What is missing is the space of aggregation, the public space. If we agree that the, I don't want to say traditional or vernacular, I want to use a very hard word, which is pre-capitalist city. If we agree that the pre-capitalist city is a more suitable, socially suitable environment for people, so that they can gather in the square, they can sit there, there's a space of aggregation, which is not only a zoned space as it has become in modern times, but it's a space surrounded by houses. You know what I'm saying? So this is missing. And again, the relationship of intervisibility that there is between the public space and the private space, the house, is one of the, it's the foundation of sociality. So you're in a space which is public, but it's also surrounded and protected by private spaces so that everyone can have access and visibility to that space. It seems like this has been forgotten recently, not now, not here in this session, but in general. So if you look at the modernist examples, it's missing. So you got the, l'unité d'habitation floating in the natural landscape, but where's the public space? When you go to the more recent, examples, again, we have this idea of the green roof, the green facade, the green here, the green there. Okay, but where's the public space? Where do the people socialize? Except Facebook. That is one issue I wanted to raise for the discussion, and also vote for AACCP and vote for the next for the keywords of the next edition of the CCCP. We have been collecting these proposals in the other sessions, and in a way, we're trying to, connect the different sessions with these. And so you see, these are some of the keywords that were proposed in the other sessions. You can put your own keyword. I think you can put 2 or 3 by clicking on the link which is provided in the chat, or even scanning the QR code. Or also going to slido.com, and you can scan the QR code with your phone, and which makes it very handy. So vote for ACCP on Labor Day. Vote.
Thanks. I think we will have to end, but we have three more persons who want to intervene. So I think Martin was first.
Yeah, I wanted to first. I wanted to add something to this wood concrete discussion, because as Per already was saying, that we have a discussion about wood in Scandinavia, wood as a primary construction material, my reflections about this is that we are living in architects need to have work, construction companies need turnover. First, we find out that wooden buildings are not good enough, so we replace them, we tear them down, replace them with concrete. Now we are having a situation in Northern Europe that we are basically building wooden houses at any price. We're tearing down concrete buildings to replace them with massive wood buildings. So the pendulum is basically hitting back, and what we're basically doing is being ahistoric and saying, well, we have a material here that's very good, that's very useful for this, and then we have another material that's very useful for that, and let's use this for that and this for this. So it's that zeitgeist that's in a way forcing us into these extremes, and that is also my remark on this public spaces, because if we remember these public spaces that we know, if we go to Italy, these piazzas, all these places that we love, that we enjoy when we're sitting there drinking coffee. These places are made for monetary exchange. They are built as marketplaces because people are going there to exchange goods, to buy things. They are not built as places for, oh, I would so much love to talk to my neighbor. And when the modernist came, they have this blue-eyed, idealistic version. Oh, we're making just big, unaddressed free spaces where people can meet and we can sit on the stairs and talk. And people don't do that. It's if we don't address certain functions, and the best of all, if we can address monetary functions to commercial functions to a space, it will be used. Because this is what we see with all the big squares that we built in the 60s and 70s. They're basically uninhabitable deserts, garbage places that are not used, that have no functions. So I think we have to lose this idealistic socialist attitudes that if we just create enough space for everybody is going to use them. We have to address certain functions to spaces, and then they're going to be used.
Thanks, Martin. I think you raised important issues that we must discuss more in the future. When it comes to different building materials, I agree. I think we must have a sort of variability in materials, and that is one of the pillars, should be one of the pillars of the discussion. I think it was Dragana.
Yes, I would also like to add about the wood as material. I think it has a really good ecological balance, and I think it's very healthy. I mean, it's natural, and it's used. I mean, people use it from the beginning of construction, and it's also durable, I think. As well, I wanted to add when it comes to revitalization and regeneration of, let's say, villages, buildings, city quarters. I think it's the most important thing is that basically the revitalization should function as a social glue, and it should be focused on the, let's say, well-being and the inclusion of the people who are living in this precise neighborhood, as well in the city. And maybe also expat communities can be also included in some of the revitalization programs. Because I remember in 1990 there was one article where the author claimed that revitalization without, for example, the cultural component doesn't really work. Because the creative spirit of the people need to be released. So I think that's really important for revitalizations of, let's say, different cities or villages also. That's it.
Thank you. Eske?
Thank you. While I was listening this wood and concrete debate, I was thinking the presentation of Lisa Seppanen in the beginning, that she was emphasizing the importance of localizing these sustainable goals, which was very important for me because the wood can be sustainable for some place, but the concrete can be sustainable for another place. Maybe the material can be seen in that aspect. And also the fact that they're gonna, I can't say the surname, sorry, I was talking about also the people, what the people in the area are talking about, which material should be used in that area. And maybe this material debate can be considered in that sense. Because I don't know where the wood is the most sustainable.
It is a very interesting discussion based on the materials. So that is something that we should expand on in the future. I mean, it's so many different variables, and it's very interesting. But I think using different kinds of material is a good idea. And thinking and analyzing what these different materials are and how they work is very important for future architecture. Anna?
Hi again. Well, I must say that reuse materials is always the most sustainable, whatever. It's always like that. Never use new material, always use old material. actually. But I wanted to add something about this with public spaces. Well, I would say for the last 20 years, maybe the shopping mall has been the most popular public spaces in cities, which is a little bit sad, but it's a little bit like that. But what I think is like the park will be, and almost is now, the city public park, the city public green spaces. They will be the most important public spaces. Because you can't expect people to have to spend money or have to drink or have to do things to be able to meet in that way, spend money in that way. And I think there's an extraordinary big need of being outdoor, being active, and for example, this guerrilla gardening, cultivating things together. That is so big, and that's only increasing all the time.
Yes, thanks. I think we could continue eternally, but I think we should cut. It's good to cut when things are very good. And this has been a very good discussion. So we are going to continue this good discussion at another moment. I think Lisa could perhaps have the last words with something she wrote at the chat, which could be a good ending since we are at the AACCP, I think. Lisa, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, you can tell us what you have heard.
Yes, I have heard that the only sustainable buildings are the ones that have been already built.
So, and that is a good ending for this session, I think, at the AACCP. So thanks for us. This session was wonderful. I thank all those who presented papers and all those who participated in discussion and all those who listened. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Per Cornel and Özgöz Kıvancı. So this was the end of the day 6 of AACCP 2021. We wish you a happy May the 1st. And again, wish to see you tomorrow morning at 9 with our in our last day. We have let's see, 2 more sessions, and then we're going to have the AACCP roundtable. You are all welcome to follow the last day of AACCP 2021. So we wish you a very good night, evening before night. Thank you very much.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Goodbye and happy Labor Day.
Bye-bye.
Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Have a
And
nice
happy
evening.
Spring Day, May the 1st also. Yes. Bye.